top 4 only stabilizing at level 8. If he gets the cap, he will be.
He just hit Annie too. He just hit Annie too.
All right, we're talking about spikes though. Flancy on this turn finds the Amumu 3, is playing this Lux Janna, has the Janna 2 with 2 items. Oh my goodness, Michael.
Now he used 2 again. No, that's great. I know he will go to level 9. I know him. He doesn't need the additional damage. Lilia 1, if you have enough frontline, should be enough. And now with the Annie 2, he will be a little counter of the Canes.
Maybe not enough to deal with Dish Soap, even if he is a counter. This is a pretty egregious board. No. But I do agree with you, Hoope. I think there's maybe room for him to still push levels with the big spikes. It's very funny to see a spike that huge, but then fight Dish Soap, and it's just like, looks like it's not that good.
For what it's worth, I think there's a lot of positioning there too, right? Yes, if you can get your Annie 2 in front of the Kane, in front of those Reapers, and prevent them from getting the back line, that fight we saw Dish Soap be able to wrap. And that's going to be something we're going to be watching all weekend long. The positioning of these AP matchups against Reapers can flip on a dime.
And again, the position for Bintium is not good. He's going for the Aatrox because he wasn't hitting enough, and now that's a lot of gold cast that is not working for him. So there's too much gold in the bench, and he's not getting the power spike.
Yeah, because he rolled the 0, right? And because he picked up all these Aatroxes, as you said, this is a lot of extra rerolls that could have gone towards potentially Zoe or Zyra. But because the units are also contested, you don't even know if those rolls were going to get there. So trying to find any power and instead finding none of it. So Bintum going to be in a lot of trouble. Looking at this fight, this is another Kane. Lee Sao being able to pick that up, and this is going to be terrifying, right? This Kane is also very strong. Gives him the Fallen Radiant card breaker on this thing. I mean, this is very tough for Bintum.
We're going to start seeing the shape of certain players rise up through stage 4 and the fall of others. Bintum, one of the players with he's the best top 4 rate in the entirety of the global championship field. Known to be by many as the strongest APAC representative, but is in a really tough spot. Good news is, we got plenty more TFT to play.
He's also the lowest bottom 8 or 8th place in this lobby. Gangly, can you give me a Gangly stat? Is he the 8th, the least 8th place of all the lobby?
He is not the lowest 8th place in the entire. He is among them, though. 4%, you've got a handful of players like Poppy, who are exceptional at dodging 8th places.
Wow.
But you know what? We'll find out right now how good Bintum is at dodging 8th places, because it's not looking too hot for him.
He needs to dodge Dish Soap.
I agree. Yeah, that's everybody wants to dodge Dish Soap right now. I mean, this is an insane spot from Dish Soap.
เก็บเทียร์ไว้ทำไอเทมใส่ลาด
Looks like we have an RE counter somewhere along the line here for everybody else going to bail out a couple of players.
อ๋อไม่เว้ยเก็บเบลไว้รอโมเรโลเว้ย
Oh, that's going to be a lot of danger.
ดิโซขาดตัดฮิวนะ
Some of these boards just look way too
น่าจะอยากได้โมเรโลมากกว่า
I think something that also can't be understated, and normally it's actually not that big of a deal, is how much the early Dryad stacks really helped him get through.
เกมแรก
On
เปิด
top
มา
of
แน่
the
นเลย
high roll he had, those early stage 2 and stage 3, getting those early Dryad stacks
แน่น
made
จัดอะบอร์ดเนี้ย
it all the more
บอร์
stable
ดนี้ตอน
and made his
4-3
transition
โค
into
ตรแน่น
level 8 just a little bit easier. I mean, it also helps to have a 2-star Kane, but the Dryad stacks are good.
Yeah, I'm impressed about the healthy that double is, because his board actually in this state right now is not very strong, but he managed to preserve a lot of HP to get into now. So now he's contesting Michael, so both of them going for the Lilia. It could be tough for both.
Yeah, there's a Lilia here on the carousel for Michael potentially, but Bintum's going to take that away. Michael probably wanted to see that, but also he is playing towards Mythic and Invoker, so maybe this way is actually something that can fit nicely onto the board. We'll have to keep kind of checking in with Michael, because it felt like he hit, but he was losing too much, so the level 9 we thought he might be able to do, that does not seem possible. He's got to stick on 8 and try and stabilize this board.
Dish Soap being able to have his pick of the litter between 2 offensive components on the stage 4 carousel as the last pick is pretty nice, especially when you're playing the Reaper comp, where you have so many different threats and you want as many items as possible, specifically those offensive components.
Asta, actually, I just want to call it, Asta had an Aurelia. He's got a Ginsu on it, which is a decent item, but he has the Aurelia, which is the way that Story Weaver can actually cap out and win.
Yeah, now I like this from Flancy. Even though it doesn't have item, the Diana has a lot of
เฮ้ยแล้วบอร์ดนี่มันเวอร์ยังวะ
so getting the
ฟันซี
3-star here along with the Amumu
ในหน้า3 Amumu 3 ลักขาด1 ตัว
The carries. The carries are not 3-star. Gangly is not enough power, but I think he can sustain and he can get like very low HP.
He's also running out of time because he's got March of Progress. He's gonna go level 8, and once he goes level 8,
ถ้าขาดไอเทมมานานะครับน่าจะต้องการโชจินมากๆเลยตอนนี้
He's what 2 off of the
ทั้งแดน่าทั้งลักไม่มีโชจินเลยนะ
So he's nearly there, but I think that's why
แดน่า
we're
จันน่าขาด2 ตัวลักขาดตัว
He
นึ
gets
ง
wrapped by Kubixen's duelist here. Kubixen actually kind of
เอ้ย
I think
เจอแล้วครับฮิตลักเรียบร้อย
but he was on a Wukong and a Aurelia as well with the added emblem, so he's able to play 8 duelists. Even though he has a lot of 1-star units, it's still strong enough to kind of find a couple of wins.
This is good to see for Bintium. He actually hits
แล้วบอร์ด
the
นี้มันฮิต
Aatrox
มอ
and
กัน
has
หน้า
a fifth blow on it, so we didn't thought it was going to be relevant, but it has allowed him to start winning some rounds. So good to see, and now again with
ลั
Flancy,
ก3แล้วครับแจ
again
นน่าขาดอยู่อี
with
ก
the locks,
2 ตัว
looking still for the Janna, and I think this board could be amazing if he also hits the Janna
3 เซ
Playing
จ
this
ละ
without the mana
ต้องการเทีย
generation
ร์มาก
is
ๆ ครับ
so
แฟนซี่
difficult.
ขอเทียร์
Playing,
1 ชิ้น
even
แล้ว
if you hit
ลุย
Janna 3, I'm not entirely
ลุ
sold
ย
that
แค่นั้น
you're out of the woods yet. You really need to have the 3 items
อุ้ย
on your carries, your 3
เขาเลือกจะเล่น
carry,
แจน
and
หน้า
having
2 ตัวนะ
mana
อันเนี้ย
generation is what
เขาไม่
really
เลือกที่จะเล่น
turns this
3
on
เซจ
because
นะครับ
the fact is every fight is going to be determined on whether a
เลือก
move
ที่จะ
can
เอา
get
จะ
one
เอาไซร่า
additional
ออก
cast,
นะ
and the mana generation is going to determine that.
Yeah, and we've seen this composition with Lucky Gloves on like everything 3-star end up failing
แต่ลักมัน
because
มี
of the
อัก
fact
เมน
it
ต์อ่ะ
didn't
มัน
roll into
มานา
mana generation. And
อาจจะ
so
ทำให้แจนหน้า
not
อาจจะดี
having it
กว่า
just baseline, not even having the Lucky Gloves to increase it, while he should be strong enough
ถ้า
now
ได้
to
โช
find
จิน
some
มา
wins,
แจนหน้า
especially
น่า
with
จะดี
someone like Double, who we even mentioned that his board was starting to look
คือ
a
ลัก
little
ตี
bit
แล้ว
weak.
มันได้มานาอยู่แล้ว
I think
จากอัก
Flancy
เม
is
น
not going to have an insane amount of
จาก Boy
longevity
Boy อะ
into some of these really scary boards.
Let's take stock of the lobby for a moment, right? Michael, we have seen him, despite the fact that he had that fortune cash out, a lot of gold, a lot of resources, has been losing quite a few rounds. We saw Bintam and we saw
ปรากฏ
Double
ว่าดรอป
taking
เทีย
a
ร์
lot
2
of
อัน
hits.
ก็คือ
The
สบาย
HP as a
ดรอป
whole
เทีย
is
ร์2 อันครบ
relatively
สักอัน
close. 30 HP from 8th to 2nd with
บอร์ด
Disho
นี้ก็เป็น
still
5 มิติ
100
ครับ
streaking
ลิ
through
เลีย
the game.
มีเว่ย
now
แล้ว
we're looking at the board. He got the way. He was able to duplicate at least the
Nautilus
units
2
that he
แล้ว
needs, and now the board looks good. But as we said, he wanted to logo level 9, and I think he waited a little to roll because he tried to grid it out. So now he's only in preserve HP mode.
ลิเลียขาดไอ
He
เทม
should
อยู่
be
1
strong.
ชิ้นครับ
He should be
ขาดตัด
strong
ฮิว
against
หรื
the
อเป
rest
ล่า
of the lobby. I think only this show is actually
ไม่
stronger.
ครับ
But
น่า
now
ทำ GS
Flancy goes
แล้วก็
against
TG
Fortiani.
สักตัวหนึง
Double gets the hit with the Silas 2. And again, Lee Sao
Right
also
on.
with the Kane. Everyone is
ไม่
strong
ช่
now.
วย
Yeah, and Lee Sao had very
TG
good
ให้
items
ใคร
on his
ดี
Kane,
แบบ
a really
นี้
good Kane setup
ลิ
in
เลีย
general.
GS อยู่แล้
I
ว
thought
แต่
he
ว่า
was going to struggle
TG
to
โอ
hit
เค
because
TG
of
ให้
Disho
แทง
and
ครับ
just the contested unit,
ต้อง
but
การไอเทม
he
ให้ฟอน
gets
ไล
there,
น์
right? He doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but he's got the comp together.
Michael making a argument for himself to become the Latam GOAT, has never made it to the finals in a global
Bintam's
championship.
3.
Huge spike from Bintam 3. Michael on the ropes right now. Can only take a few more losses.
Oh, it's
เจ
so.
อบอร์ด
I mean,
ดิส
this
โซฟ
is not who you want to be seeing at this stage when you're trying to hold on to HP. Really, it's how many times can you avoid him. As you
Kane
said,
มัน
this
แรง
top
ไง
with Annie can
Good
actually
positioning.
deal with the Reapers. Good
แต่
position.
เคนก็ไม่ไหวหรือเปล่าอุ้ย
She walks
Oh,
up, and it's
good.
still going to be a loss for Michael. Luckily, only 1 unit, so it might buy space, but realistically, he was always 2 lives there.
Hupe said it the whole time, though. If you're playing Lilia, you can't end up on 8. You have to go 9. If you want the full
Michael เลือก
potential
11
of
แล้ว
this
ครับ
board, you cannot be stuck on level 8, and it is
ใกล้ล้ม
very
ละ
scary for Michael
ดิ
to
สโซฟ
now
ยังเลือด
not have a lot of gold
เลือด
and be on level 8.
And
110 อ่ะ
this
ดิ
is
ส
the
โซ
second
ฟ
time that Bitium wins
Oh
with the
my.
Aatrox being the final boss there. So good to see again
ไม่มี
now
ใครเอาลงว่ะ
with the Soy. He's so much powerful. He has the
บอ
access
ร์ด
to
นี้
the
ก็เป็น
backline a
Ghostly
little
นะครับ
with
เล่
the
นโซ
Morgana
อี
also with the
3
chill. So actually in a great spot for him. 25 HP. So again, the final boss of this world, if he faces, it could be strong. It could be difficult. But I think he needs a little more to be able to get to the top 4.
One of the big strengths of Bintam was his consistency and ability to salvage really tough low roll spots. This is one of the biggest strengths of Bintam as a player, and he's putting it on spectacle here in game number 1. His spot looked like a dead last for sure, and he has been able to pull it from the depths to potentially find a 6th or a 5th here.
Lee Sao's got the Reapers online, has the Radiant Guardbreaker on this Kane, who makes his way into the
no.
back line.
แล้ว
That
แบ็
is
กไลน์
not
โดน
what you
ครับ
want to
ลิ
see
เลีย
with
โด
an
น
AD
เคน
player.
ปั่น
Michael
ครับไมเคิลเรีย
devastated
บร้อย
in the corner. That is
โตเป็น
not how you want to go out.
Yeah, he knows. He knows it. It's very tough. I mean, matchmaking is always tough for you. It can be the difference between an 8th and a 4th easily, and Michael is not happy by this, and he will need to reset the mental. We will talk about mental previously. If you get an 8th, you need to wait more than the rest to start the new game,
ถึงขั้นทุบ
and
โต๊ะ
that
เลยว่ะ
actually is a lot of pressure for
โอ้
you.
น้องฟรานซี่
Yeah,
ฮิต
and
เจ
for
นหน้า
Michael,
มา
you know,
แล้ว
I
ครับ
think really
ได้
beating
อ้อ
himself
ได้
up
ได้
because
โชจิน
he changed
มา
his
ให้รักนะ
positioning to contend with Dish Soap, didn't swap back in time for Lee Sao, and then ends up in a spot where the Kane wraps onto his backline once again.
Possibility now for QB going for the Kiana 3. He hit it late, but he hit it,
แล้ว
and
บอร์ด
that's
นี้6
important.
ดูดิเกียร์หน้า
And now
3
he has a lot of presence. He only has 9 HP Gangly, so if he faces
เจอ
off
กับ
against, again, a
เจ็
final
ด
boss,
สตอรี่
it will
เมื่
be
อกี้
tough, and he goes up against Asta. who has the super KO.
Yeah, he's got the kill online. It was traditionally he's pretty good at bursting down these melee carries, but you can see on the right-hand side that Kiana's in the back line. The
ฮ้ย
kill
เกียร์หน้าเฮ้ย
Perfect wrap from the
เกียร์หน้ามันเอา
Kiana.
จัด
That's going to be the win on that fight on the other side. Bintum barely holding on once again. The final boss, Aatrox, holding it down.
Wow.
Bintum proving that money was well spent, not wasted as he holds on.
I mean, Aatrox was brought like 3 times in a row. It wasn't a good unit. They needed to be stronger, and now he has more sustain, he has more healing, he has more damage. It's actually a unit.
And
รู้
now
จะ
he
เอากล้อง
takes
ไว้
off
ตรง
to
ไหน
the
แล้ว
lobby.
ปิดกล้อง
And
นะ
look,
มันไม่
double
มี
now
ที่
in
เล
the
ยวะ
danger zone as
ด้าน
Quick
ซ้าย
Save
ล่าง
Bintum
ก็
and
เป็น
hold
ส
on
ปอน
for a
เซอ
couple
ร์
extra
กล้อง
rounds. They're still at
กล้อง
one life,
คน
but
แข่ง
double
มัน
has
ก็
joined
ขึ้น
them, so
ขวา
potentially
ล่าง
additional
บ
placement
น
that they
ซ้า
can
ย
find.
ยังไม่มี
Yeah,
ที่ให้
Clement
กล้อง
talked about it in
แล้
the
ววะ
pre-show that EMEA does tend to play a little bit slower. They really favor this Lilia comp, and Hoope, as you talked about, it doesn't reach its highest cap until level 9. If you play too slow, this is what happens with KC Double.
ตัว
You
ย่อ
bleed
ชื่อข้างหน้า
out,
มาจาก
and
อะไร
people
มา
are
จาก
not
ชื่อทีม
dying,
ครับ
and people are dealing significant amount of damage to you in stage
อย่างแบบ
4.
T1 ก็
It
เป็น
is a
T1 ไง
horrible time, and KC
อย่าง
Double's
ดิสโซ
now
ฟอยู่
on
แฟ
his
นติกก็
last
เป็น FNC
legs.
Yeah, and with that, I mean,
ก็เป็น
Dish Soap on
เป็น
the
ชื่อ
other
ที
end
ม
of that on an 18
Yeah.
win streak,
Oh my goodness.
110 life.
โหแต่จอนี้มันแอบดูยากกว่าในจอมันเล็กอะ
Who put 100 health for their pickup?
จอมันเล็กอะมัน
They
แอบ
got
ดู
very
ยากนะ
happy that we might get a Mr. 100 here coming out of Dish Soap.
มัน
I
สปิด
didn't
ดูยาก
expect
กว่า
it,
หน่อ
and especially not in the very first game.
Yeah, and with Thomas Kane, matchmaking and positioning will be so important here.
น่า
So
อย่าง
now,
JDG
one
Fancy
of
อย่าง
the
เงี้ยมัน
faces
ก็เป็น
of
ชื่อ
KC
ทีม
Double going off against the Quillana
JD
3.
Gaming
Not the best position for him,
That was
though.
on the wrong side.
Yeah, all the eyes on Quillana. Good CC and current control. Let's see if he's enough. She got access to
wrap.
the backline. Yeah.
Starting to get there, but
No,
Lowy comes
Lowy
back.
walked back. Big
Oh,
field.
that's
Their
gonna be
tanks are
enough.
good. Casey Double
ไป
stays
หนึ่ง
alive.
ครับ
Gonna take down Kabixon. And we'll see if Bintum can live as well. He does end up
Lost
winning
as
his
well.
fight, and Dish Soap has finally lost one.
Kubixin and Double, two of the
คือต่างประเทศมี
only
ที
four
มมา
players
ทำ
from
TFT
EMEA
ค่อนข้างเยอะ
to have
ขึ้
won
นเลยนะตอนนี้
multiple events
หลังจาก
in the region.
TFT
They're
ได้
both
ไป
here in the
e-sport
first
World Cup
lobby, and unfortunately for
ทีมแบบ
Kubixin, the
ทีม
winner
ลงมา
of
จั
the
บเยอะเลย
Rising Legends final in EMEA
ล็อบ
for
บี้
this
นี่มีคน
set
จีนไหม
is
มี
going to
ครับ
fall
แฟ
in
น
seventh
ซี่นี่ไง
place.
Now
JDG
we're going with Lisao.
He's
Lisao
on
again.
ตอนนี้ครับ
Geese
คน
of the
จีน
Fallen is one of the best Aumen, if not the best. I love this Aumen. The possibility of having the Kane getting off that funnel of power until the end is so good for him. He
เนี่ย
loses
เห็น
the
ปะ
aggro and
อ๋อ
then
มี
he wrapped it
มี
up
หลีเฉา
1v9
อีกคนหนึ่ง
easily.
อะจีน
Yeah,
สอง
it's
คน
big.
ล็อบ
I mean,
บี้
you
นี้
mentioned dropping the aggro at Ignite. We
EMEA
talked about how
มี
good this is
สอง
on
คน
Kane for winning,
APAC
for
สอง
capping
คน
out,
ค
not
รับ
just
แล้ว
the
ก็
top four.
อเมริ
And
กา
adding a
ก็
Radiant
สอง
item
ค
to
น
the mix alongside gifts, as you're saying. I think that is kind of a recipe for success to potentially even outcap Dish. But the problem is, Dish will be able to push 10, and that's where the difference comes in. But as far as Kane's pound for pound, might be stronger for Lisao.
Find out right now, the two of them going up against one another. There's a lot of power on this board, tons of items, and we're seeing, the effects of the Edge of Night. You see the aggro dropping and
เฮ้ยดิโซมันเกินไปเปล่าวะ
It's not enough, though.
Ooh.
Lisao's going to go down. Will it be a sixth, or is
This
Double
all
going to
out
fall
เลยว่ะ
faster? Bintum as well. Double goes down.
And this is, again, great news for Disho because he already has 5 Kanes. He has eliminated the other Kane competition, and now he's open to go for the 3-star, and that could be the win condition. He's actually the strongest. We could say he lost 1 cast, so maybe not.
ดิโซ
But
ก็
if he
เตรียม
gets
ขึ้น
there,
เวล10 แล้ว
that's
อะ
his win condition.
Yeah, already on 5 Canes, 50 gold. We'll see if he
Let me
rolls.
keep- เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Go for Kane. 6 Canes, just
เฮ้ย
3 more to go.
เคน
He
6
can
ตัว
wait here.
เฮ้ย
He does not have to force this.
I was looking right there. We saw a handful of players starting to scout Dishop's lobby. I imagine the ping
เอาละ
through. People are trying to
เอาละ
make
เอาละ
aware
อย่า
of
ง
what's
นี้
happening.
เอาละ
But there's an argument that if he's not in your pool right now,
Dishop
you'd
เอา
actually
ละ
rather
Yeah.
Dishop just hit and take someone else out of the top 4.
Okay, possibilities now. Let's see if he rolls again. Again, Cass, he can go to level 10. He can roll.
ลง
Both
เคนไป
decisions
เล
are
ย2
correct. He
ตัว
already rolled a little, so
โอ้โห
maybe
มีเอ็ด
he's
ไนท์อัน
analyzing the rest of the lobby. Someone is holding 1 Kane or 2. Obviously, you go to level 10, try to for
เลือกเอา
him
เจาะ
to
เกาะ
get
นะครับไม่
eliminated,
มีเจาะ
and
เกาะ
then you come back to trying to look for it.
He had so
แล้ว
many
เคน2
item
ตัว
slots
ลุย
and he had open board space because he's level 9 in the
เหี้ย
comp
บอร์ด
and he
โคตรน่าก
needs to
ลัว
go late, that he's just playing 2
บอร์ดดิโซ
2-star
คือ
games
น่ากลัว
with
จัด
not
อะ
today Edge of Nights and the
เหี้
Infinity
ย
Forces. It's just double
โคตร
the
น่า
game
กลัวเลย
power.
บอร์ดเนี้ย
The only thing he was actually missing, I didn't even realize this before, was the armor shred, and then he gets an even shout dropped from the anvil. So yeah, Dishop's looking in a really good spot. Asta, though, our resident 1st or 8th player, playing the vertical story weaver up against Dishop, though.
Passed the wrong
Doesn't
way.
pass the-
แล้ว
Does
เคล
not
กำลังโดน
hit
เคน
any of
อยู่
the Canes.
เรียบร้อย
That's going to do it for Asta, but still a top 4 coming out from him, being able to just play that Story Weaver from the get-go. And even with a lot of Story Weaver units
ท็อป
contested,
2 แล้วครับท็อป
able to
2
hold
แล้ว
on for a top
ใช่ไหม
4. Bintum
ท็อป
gonna go
2 แล้ว
down Asta took the
เหลือดิ
bigger
สโซฟ
loss.
กับแฟน
Bintum
ซี่ครับ
ends up
แฟนซี่ก็
finishing
7 วินส
third.
ตีกมา
You
นะ
thought he was maybe salvaging like a 6th? No, he holds on all the way to a top
แฟน
4,
ซี่
all the
มี
way
เก็บ
to
เคนไป
third
ด้วยครับ
place
3 ตัว
by finding
ไม่
that
ให้
Zoe
เว้ย
after the truck stabilized it.
Great result for
แฟนซี่
A5.
เก็บเคนไว้
A5 now
3 ตัว
with
เลยครับ
double
เก็บ
top
วู
four.
คองโอ้โห
Again,
เก็บตัว
we're
ดิสโซฟ
already
รัวๆเลยว่ะ
Bishop level 10 now wants to try and end it early, make sure.
เก็บตัว
And
ดิส
this
โซฟ
I
ไว้
really
รัว
like this. He wants to not play the game slow, right? He says, Flancy, I don't want to give you room to get to level 9 to hit another power spike. Flancy's at, I believe it's 55 HP or so. Bishop wants to deal as much damage as he can every single round because with every round that Flancy gets, he gets one more opportunity to outcap Bishop.
Yeah, but Flancy's holding on to 3 canes, so it's not going to be very likely for Dish Soap to be able to find that upgrade. But however, 2 canes might just
แต่
be
ว่า
enough.
เคน
You don't need the
2 ตัว
3
มัน
star.
ปั่น
They're able to
มัน
just
ปั่น
tear through the front
มัน
line.
ห
They're
มุน
onto the back line.
ไม่ไหว
Flancy
ครับแฟน
got
ซี่
a couple of lives here,
เอา
but
ละ
that did not look particularly close.
No, he's
โอ้
actually strongest.
จุด
I
นี้
don't-
แฟนซี่
I
ก็
don't see a
น่า
way
จะ
where
ทำอะไร
he can,
ยากครับ ดิส
he's
โซฟ
trying to-
เพิ่งมา
now
ฮิ
he
ต
went
วู
to level
คอง
9,
ด้วย
can improve a
แฟ
little
น
his
ซี่ก็
score
ต้องขาย
because the
วูคอง
Wukong
แล้ว
in.
ปะ
So
อ๋อแฟนซี่ใช้เหมือนกันเพราะเล่นเซจ
a little more power for the back lane, a little more
ดิส
healing
โซฟเวล
for the
10
front.
ครับ
I don't think
ส่วน
it's
แฟน
enough,
ซี่ก็คือ
but
ยังไง
he
ก็เว
would
ล
like
10 ไม่ได้นะ
he
เพราะว่า
needs to
เป็น
change it. He needs to move
มา
the
นาโปเก
positioning
นะครับ
and
อัพ
try
เวล
to
เอง
go
ไม่
for
ได้
the Hail Mary.
But Wukong 2 coming in for the side of Disho. But I think the most important thing that this does is it opens up some item slots, right? Disho was running out of things to put items on. Now all of a sudden he's got his 2-star 5 cost and coming into the
แฟนซี่
carousel
ขาย
right
เคนหน่อย
after
ดิ
this
อยากเห็น
has
เคน3
another
ดาว
way
อะ
to make his board stronger.
อยากเห็นเคน3 ดาวอะ
Jump
ขาย
into
เคนหน่อย
another
ดิ
fight and see if the canes can be stopped. Lux in a position where she will be hitting one of the canes early on with the stun, so slowing that down just a little bit. However, that front line is
หายังไว front line
evaporated, and the canes, even with the stuns from Lux, it
โอ้
doesn't
เคน
matter.
มันเอาเกิน
There's
เว้ย
so much damage on Dish Soap's board. Clancy gonna get evaporated once more.
ดิสโซฟ
It
ได้
looks
ที่
like
1
he's
แล้วแหละ
still
กับ
got
ปี
2
นี้
lives, but Dish Soap should be able to
เก
sweep
ม
that
แร
up.
ก
Yeah, what we're looking here, it's too tough for Flancy. I think it's already set up, but we need to try. Healing, God healing could be good for him. He already has it.
ดิสโซฟอยาก
And
ได้
now
อะไร
Bishop with the possibility of going, this
Bishop
item is
and
perfect.
Decraw.
Yeah.
ดีครอ
Good
โอ
pick
เค
up from
นะ
Disho,
เพราะว่าอีก
total
ฝั่งเป็น
dagger
AP
fall,
นะ
right? Yeah, has the
ดิสโซฟเนี่ย
opportunity
มีการดิโอ
to,
อยู่อะ
counter the
มี
AP
ไซรัส
comp
ด้วย
on the other side
เอา
of
ดีคอ
Flancy.
มา
And
ช่วย
Cassie,
ได้อยู่นะ
the thing that stood out to me, especially watching those last 2 fights, is
เฮ้ย
Flancy has the ability
เฮ้ย
to
แม่งขายเคน
disable
ไปแล้ว
some
ดิ
of
โซ
the
ฟ
threats on Disho
แฟนซี่
for
ขาย
the
เคนไปแล้ว
reality
เว้ย
is there's too many of them. You got 2 different canes. You have
ได้
the
เวลา
silence, and even if you can
ได้เว
kill
ลา
the
เคน
front line
3 เว้ย
killing your Amumu, you have the Kindred who does a non-insignificant amount of damage in the backline throughout the
ได้เวลา
entirety
เคน
of the
3
fight.
เว้ยดิ
Yeah,
โซฟ
Kindred's still doing damage.
วันนี้
I
แข่ง
mean,
กี่
yeah,
รอบ
the
น่าจะ
Morgana
6
doesn't
เก
have
มเหมือน
items,
เดิม
but it's not like it's
ปก
not
ติ
doing
แข่ง
anything,
6
right?
เกม
There's just so much damage from the entire board, so much bulk, so much health, so much of just evasion due to the double edge of Night, and now we just have
ดิ
to
โซฟ
see
เลือด
if
เยอะ
Dish
มาก
Soap can
ดิโซฟ
ever
เลือด
be
97
stopped
อะ
because
ดิ
this
โซฟ
is
คือแบบ
the
มีเวลา
last
เล่นยาวๆเลย
opportunity realistic
จะแบบ
for
เล่น
Flancy.
ลากไปสเตจ
Once
7
again,
แบบ
the
ก็
Lux is
ชิล
in
อะ
perfect position. One cane
คือแล้วสุดท้าย
actually
แฟน
does
ซี่
go
ขาย
down
เคน
this
ไปแล้ว
time,
อ่ะเดี๋ยว
but
สุดท้ายดิ
everything
โซ
is
ฟก็
now
คือถ้า
getting to the back
ถ้า
line.
ดิ
It's
โซ
just
ฟ
a
แบบก
matter
ลับ
of
มา
can
แพ้
you
ดิ
stop
โซฟ
the
ก็แค่
second
รอ
cane?
ทำเคน
I don't really think so. Lux
ยังไง
still
ก็ที่หนึ่ง
going. It's one more stun. A lot
แล้ว
closer.
ไม่
He
แพ้
might
ด้วย
live, actually. I think he does live here.
Yeah, totally. You said it. The position was good for the Lux, but also the
ดิ
Annie
โซฟ
was
คือแบ
well
บมี
positioning.
เพลย์
Yeah.
ให้เล่น
Clancy's
แบบ
doing
ชิล
all
จั
the
ด
good stuff that he needs
ส่วน
to do.
แฟนซี่นี่
And
คือต้อง
Bishop
โล
doesn't
หา
need
อะไร
to.
สัก
If
อย่าง
he's not broken, don't fix it. He
ระหว่าง
knows
ว่ามั
that
น
he
จะ
needs
ดิฟ
to lose around
เช่นวูค
to
อง2
be able or to think about moving.
วู
And
คอง
Flancy
2 แอน
knows
นี่
that, so
3
he's
อะไรแบบ
actually
นั้น
optimizing
แต่
it.
ว่า
I
ก็
don't
ไม่
think
น่า
it's enough, but it's very close.
There's an
ดิโซฟ
information
ก็คือ
advantage
เก็บ
in
กาลิโอ
Disho,
ไป
right?
ด้วยครับต
Because
อนนี้
he has
เคน
the
6 ตัว
opportunity
กาลิ
to
โอ
allow
5 ตัวนะ
Flancy to solve the puzzle. And until
He's moving
Flancy
now.
solves that,
Yeah.
Disho doesn't have to react. And when he does, then it's Disho's turn to try and optimize, to try and solve his own puzzle.
Yeah, Dishop just started moving because he wants to try and avoid the Lux this time. Moves both to the corner. We see the Lux in the same position. This is no longer going to be firing at the canes right away. And if this cane actually wraps straight out the gates, it's just going to be lights out. But neither of them were getting hit to start things off. Now they've moved into a position where Lux will start to hit the canes, and they are stuck on the front line. So we'll see. First
โห
one
แล้
is
วไซรั
down.
สตัว
Second
นี้มัน
one's
ดึง
still
ดา
alive.
เมจจากแก
Morgana's
นหน้า
still
ไปเยอะ
taking
จัด
all those
The
hits,
back
but
line.
Silas
เฮ้ย
finds the Janna, will be able to take
Hey.
it out. And that's
Wow.
for
ไม่ไหว
Dishop.
ครับ
I mean, who would have guessed from the
ที่หนึ่ง
start
ครับเกมแรก
to
ดิโซ
take
ฟ
this first place to kick things off? But Flancy fighting back, that was very exciting. And realistically, the story from this game that was the most interesting to me, Bintum. How did he
Yes.
pull a third place out of that game?
There was a really cool optimization there, and I think we talked about it a little bit, but the Aatrox 3 is not something that you are, aiming for. Of course, it's something you would pick up, but from Bintum's spot, he desperately needed not only something to get him to the end game, he needed something in the mid game, and that's what Aatrox did. It allowed him to buy enough time to get to the Zoe 3, and once he found that Zoe 3, that's what gave him the edge to outlast, not even outcap, but really to outlast the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, for sure. And a highlight to Flancy again. A great play in the early game, trying to go for the power spike, using the Amumu early, using the locks, and then fighting it out against Bishop. He finally doesn't get it, but actually was a great fight and gives us good hype in the end.
Yeah, I think that was really fun to watch Flancy try and go for that towards the end, the positioning, trying to solve the puzzle. An impossible puzzle with how powerful
It was pretty
is.
close,
but
though.
we will end up going to the analyst desk to get some more of that. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back with them, and they can figure out what happened with all of that going on.
One, two, three, wobble!
All right. It's going to be another big spike for all of these players.
Talking about front level power
Bishop,
level.
it's not today.
Oh, are you
Oh,
kidding
that
me?
is
Bishop?
disgusting. He already has an Edge of Night slammed. Bishop, I mean, who would have guessed from this start he's going to take this first place to kick things off? But Flancy fighting back, that was very exciting. And realistically, the story for...
No.
กูจะโดนเพลงไหมเนี่ยสุ่มเสียงเลยกันปิดเพลงก่อนแล้วกันนะอยากเห็นเซตใหม่แล้วโว้ยอยากเห็น TFT เซต12จังเลยครับDeath Drop on Sunday นะครับก็คือวันอาทิตย์นี้นะวันอาทิตย์นี้เราจะได้เห็นเซต12นะครับจะได้เห็นพร้อมกัน
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Tactician's Crown for Inkborn Fables. We just finished up our very first game of the day, and there weren't really that many surprises.
Well, I have to say that this was a game that felt like a tale of two cities. Some people were born on a Piltover terrace, some people were just in a Zonian gutter from the start. It was very clear who the final two were going to be in Flancy and Dish Soap. Obviously, we just saw Dish Soap had 90 extra gold to spend over the third place player, a lot of it due to the augments that were happening early on.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he was able to take Freaky Friday right away, and he was able to get Silas and Lee Sin so early at level 5. I mean, those high rolls certainly helped out. He was able to get a 20-plus win streak and just preserve so much HP.
เมื่อกี้คือ31วิน1รูท
Definitely looking dominant in that game.
คือที่โซแพ้ไปแค่ตาเดียวเมื่อกี้แพ้ไปแค่1ที
The friend of some
ทั้งเกม
and not a friend of some others in this lobby, I will say, with that massive streak coming down from Dish Soap. But somebody, when we looked at these augments, we were thinking was going to be dominant was Flancy. So we looked at it, right? You get that March, you get that Dragon Spirit, you get Boiling Point even. He is on that AP line. And then you don't get a tier. Not a single one. For the longest time, we were like, how is this possible?
ใช่
In the end,
Fancy
able to
เนี่ย
recover, able to
Fancy ไม่มี
find
เทียร์เลย
those
สักชิ้น
items,
เว้ย
and then finally slam something on that Lux besides a guard breaker.
ยันแบบยัน
makes it
ยัน
to
ยัน
that
สเตจ
second place.
4แบบ47
And for third place, Bintum, I felt like he had a very lucky game. Was low rolling at the start, contested from Zoe by all the Lilia players, and also with Asta Storyweaver, still manages to find it in the end. And as we heard from Gangly, he actually got a couple lucky rolls from the Thief's Glut he had on Aatrox. Typically, we don't want to itemize the Aatrox because it gives you bruiser items. But since he was missing those carries for so long, the Aatrox actually worked out for him.
It feels like we're only talking about lucky players. I guess it's my turn to talk about the low rollers in this lobby, and especially playing a comp that is prone to, I think, low rolling Lilia. If you don't high roll, if everything does not work out for this comp, you are going not just bottom 4, but bottom, 2 really, 7th and 8th. That was the case for Michael, finished 8th. Double finished 2nd. They're contesting the same line. Both players in stage 3 had relatively weak boards. They are scouting. There's no reroll options open because Flancy and Bintum had way better spots. Micah did a little fortune cash out into Lilia and actually high rolled a bit when it comes to the cash out. Hit a lot of very clear upgrades at 4-1. Stole units from the pool from double, but he had no frontline items. He had just no frontline to deal with all these Reapers who were coming in, wrapping around and destroying his Lilia. And for double, on Lilia 1, pretty much all of stage 4, couldn't find his upgrades, 0 gold to roll with. He eventually bled out from a 3rd place all the way down to a 6th.
So how much contesting do you think we're going to end up seeing today, though, right? Because you would consider Lilia to be one of the stronger AP compositions in the meta, but obviously not everybody can go for that.
This is definitely one of those things where we talk about the clash of these different styles. What we've seen in the East is mainly AP lines are reroll lines. You try to place the Ghostly Zyra, that was the dominant AP reroll line, and Janna Lux. But for EMEA, they have a different take.
Well, during that game, you were saying it as soon as both Michael and Double unfortunately placed really low. Title was right, was what Clement had said. So we'll see how that goes.
We'll see if the story repeats itself. But I'd love to know a little bit more about the compositions we expect to see heading into the rest of the weekend. So that's why we've got a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, and Panda's going to talk us through that.
So join me all as we go through maybe the most played competitions this weekend. We saw it already in game 1. The first one I think needs very little explanation. It's going to be the Reaper comp, and we saw Dish Soap piloting to a lot of success. It is one of the scariest comps in the tournament because of the positioning puzzle, especially with a lot of high ping players coming into this international stage. And we saw it. If you don't position correctly, Kane wraps around and your fight is over in the first 5 seconds because your main DPS is already gone. In the case of Lilia, we saw it very clearly when that fight happened with Michael especially. Then we have Lilia. This is, I think, one of the high roll AP options in the 4-cost space. Syndra and Faded no longer being as strong on the current patch. The only problem is it is so expensive. You have Nautilus, you have Silas, you have Lilia, you have Azir, you have Play. They cost a lot of money if you want to upgrade them to 2 stars. They really pops off specific items or augments rather, like New Recruit, like Jewel Lotus.
ลิเลียเนี่ยเล่นได้กับเซจ
Bridging
ก็
the
ได้
gap
เล่น
from
ได้กับ
level
มิ
6
ติ
and
ก็ได้
7 to
นะครับ
that
แล้วก็
level
ใคร
8,
สาบ
level
เฟก
9 board is
ใคร
the
สาบเฟก
hardest
นี่มันเฟ
part.
กยังไงวะ
And you can only play this comp from specific positions. Players have to know how
ไม่
to
รู้ว่า
identify
ปก
those
ติ
spots
ก็เล่นแต่กับบู
especially.
เตอร์อะ
For
ใคร
Kaisa,
สาบเฟ
similar
ก
to
มันเฟกไปทางไหน
Lilia,
วะ
but on the AD tree, also very expensive. You need to recharge
แล้วก็
to have a clear
Reload.
Ink Shadow with Udyr added in. And overall, it's a comp you're mostly going to see played from either very high resource starts with portals or from Fortune specifically. It's really tied together with that Fortune line at the beginning. And finally, the reroll comp that everyone, of course, loves in the current meta and maybe the last 2 months.
น่าจะมีใคร
It's
สะ
gonna be Lux
ปะวะ
Jan reroll. Flancy showcase the strength
ใคร
enough to
สะ
go
มัน
too
มาหลาย
in-depth
เซตติด
into
แล้ว
why
อะ
it's so strong.
เซต
But
น่าจะ
really
มี
the buffs
วะ
to a Mumu, he's just an
ใครสะนี่
absolute
ตอนเซต
tank
8
and
ก็
you
มี
have all
เซต
the
8
presence on the
มี
front line. And Lux and Janna
เซต
are really threats at
9
3
ก็
star. I
มี
think they really are benefiting so much from the buffs they recently
ไอ้เหี้ย
got.
เซต7ก็มีใคร
That's
สะ
awesome. Panda,
ใคร
thank you
สะ
so
แม่ง
much
เซ
for
ต
bringing
7
us through that.
เซต
I think there's a
8
couple of other compositions, though,
เซต
that aren't
9
necessarily on
เซ
this
ต
graphic that I think also
เซต
have a
11
lot of merit heading into the weekend.
เซตน่าจะ
Another
มีใคร
reroll
สะอีกเปล่าวะ
composition, center
ใครสะ
reroll,
แม่งมาหลาย
has
เซ
seen
ต
a
ติดเล
lot
ย
of popularity as of
เซต
late.
หน้าอาจ
I
จะไม่
think
มีใคร
that's the
สะ
big
ก็ได้
boogeyman of the tournament. As the TOC showed, this is the
Hey,
highest
hey,
win
hey,
rate
hey,
comp
hey,
out of
hey,
the entire field. The saying we have in CN is that this is, if you get the augment, if you get the +1 early, then even a pig could win the game from that spot. 7 Ink Shadow had over a 30% first place rate in the games played.
That is a lot of wins, and that might become very important as we start to get towards the end of the day. But, you know, it's going to end up being just a little bit more of a weight. Like, this is such a small sample size, right? When it comes down to just, you know, maybe, what do we have back here?
Oh.
Happy birthday
I'm turning 30, so maybe not the happiest birthday. It's a big step mentally.
What do you want for your birthday? What is your wish?
Clement, is that a real question? I want EMEA to come back and win it on the international stage. Double, and Kubikson, please wake up after that game. No more Lilia for you guys, unless you're high rolling.
Unless you're high rolling. Okay, well, you know, happy birthday, Panda. We hope you were able to get all of your wishes come true and then some. But I think it is about time we get into our second game of the day. So for that, we once again hand it over to our America's Desk. On standby, we've got Casanova, Gangly, and Hupe-song.
All right, thank you, Necra. We're back. We got Dish Soap winning the first one. We'll see if we can continue the America's dominance across the board. We'll ignore Michael's 8th place. It was a low roll, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're going into our next lobby here, Hupe and Gangly, and we've got some very exciting players coming up. Another set champion, this time from Ruterra Reforged. It's going to be Tidal in this lobby.
Tidal is one of those players I think has an aura to him, right? You know that if this guy gets into the finals, he's going to be able to perform. And there are a lot of players that I think you put him in the finals, they start to fall apart. That's really what
เปลี่ยนล็อบบี้ด้วยนะ เปลี่ยนล็อบบี้ถ่ายนะ ล็อบบี้นี้มีโซโล่ครับผม โซโล่เกสแซง มี60 second ครับ จากจีนนะ มีนิงลี่ด้วยจากจีน
He's like the opposite. He's
เทียน
the
หลงจาก
breakthrough.
จีนครับ ล็อบ
Always
บี้นี้
in
ตี
ladder,
3 คน
top
นะ
placement, and now once again, the first time he's now on
ปิดกล้องก่อน
Tactician Crown, so it will be great to see. Selection of portals, and we start with game 2.
Yeah, we've got Larger Legends, Crab Rave, and Ascending Augments. Everybody wants Ascending Augments, but 60 seconds says, Crab Rave, let's go, baby. Let's get some Crab Rave going in the chat for this one. Come on, 60 second. What we got? All right, it looks like it's coming back. Ascending Augments. We'll tone it down a little bit. We'll just
แกง
get
พี่
a
จีน
little
ซะ
bit
ที่
of
แล้วไม่ได้มา
charismatic
สัก
coming
คนเลย
through
หรอกครับ
for that one. Want to take quick stock of
มี
some of the
60 ปะ
placements on
60 ก็
that
มา
first game. You know, we had Tidal ended up taking an 8th. We ended up having Ning Li in first, and then we did have, I think it was Sox and Grea falling up second, third.
Wow, yeah, great finishes for some of the Americas. And we're hopping on board with 60 second. This is a player that's really been breaking out, I think, over the last 2 sets.
Yeah, he's been one of the biggest streamers in the CN community for more. But in competitive last 2 sets, as you say, a good performance at World. I think it was 12, and now he wants to win it all. He's, I think, the favorite from the CN region right now.
Yeah, I mean, even going into the Global Championship, 60 second among the best AVPs in the entire field, has one of the best top 4 rates, highest win rates, and lowest 8th rates. He's an all-around strong player. In my book, he is the favorite from China to do well at the Global Championship.
Yeah, I think many would agree. I think even Clement, you know, he looks at 60 second and he says, hey, this is the guy that you should be looking at. If you pick one player from CN to watch, it should be 60 second.
The fastest player in CN, right?
Yeah,
That's what Clement
the
always
fastest
says.
player, yeah.
I also want to see it because on his stream, he's very loudy. He's always talking, he's screaming, and he's amazing. He's actually fun to watch, and now he's very composed, he's very cool, but I think that will transfer into another thing. Now we have the possibility of going for Fortune here. We have the Kobuko, the Tristana, so obviously a great start to go ahead with.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find a Teemo in the next shop, or if it ends up just being kind of a carousel pickup where he's able to find it from there. Early Fortune can be very powerful. We'll see if 60 Second wants to go for that. Of course, he has very fast APM, so a big cash out, definitely something that's within his repertoire.
Even if he doesn't hit some sort of Fortune, he has a very strong opener, lots of players on the Storyweaver line. Augment's coming in though. Silver Augment #1.
Yeah, we knew this was going to be silver. Find Vintage immediately is something that's an option for 60 Second. We've seen that into the Reaper line pretty frequently, and so that might be something to look out for. So we jump around though, any other quick selections.
มองโคตรยาก
For Gray, I believe. Gets Kha'Zix 2 on his board.
Caretaker with a Kiana for Solohesan on the bottom.
Yep, we see a Fine Vintage already for 60 Second, and Wet Jungler also having the option alongside. It looks like Keeper is the one he's thinking about.
Two duelist augments, right? Two different augments that really open up the duelist line, especially if you want to play from tempo. Let's see what he
goes Keepers.
Does pick it up.
มีคนเลือก
This gives
Keeper
them
ด้วย
a
นะค
nice
รับ
flex, right?
Red
Any
Jungle
melee bruiser is going to
เฮ้ย
benefit greatly from
อัน
the
นี้ได้ตัวอะไร
Keepers.
มา
We saw
ได้
even
Kiana
Oscar
เหรอ
playing the Keepers alongside the vertical
น่าจะได้
Storyweaver,
Kiana
right?
เนาะ
So anything that you
หรือ
can
ได้
bunch
ลิเวียน
up
วะ
will benefit greatly.
เฮ้ยได้ตัวอะไรอ่ะมองไม่ทันน่ะ
And we have Caretaker's ally for Sologasong, and
คือไอ้เนี่ยมันได้ตัว 2
looking
บาท
at
ทุก
this
ครั้งที่อั
board,
พ
and
เว
I
ลหรือเปล่า
can't tell you exactly which
ได้ตัวอะไรมา
cost it is. My guess is either Riven or
Kiana แพ้
Kiana
แต่ลิเวียน
is the one that was picked up for this Caretaker's ally. But that is important once we can actually find out what that is. It is, if it's Kiana, that is a duelist line. You're going to start contesting into that line even though other players might be there because you can get the Kiana faster. If it's Riven, a lot of times people just use
ถ้าได้
that
Kiana นี่
cash
ผม
for
ก็
tempo
ไปเล่น
and then
Kiana
maybe play
reload
Story
เลย
Weavers, but also just are using it as a tech unit.
Unless your Moji that loves to
Okay,
use it
that
also, and now Sox with the possibility to throw 3 assaulted, making a lot of economy early, gangly, so this is great for him. Solo Hesang, I think it was the Kiana. I think I saw it in the moment he picked it. And as you said, he will use this Storyweaver tempo play for the start, but then he will have to transition to that Kiana, and now we're looking at Ningli.
Yeah, also with
บอ
Caretaker's
ร์ดนี้ก็เป็
ally
น
and having
อู้
the
เส้น
two
หน้า
stars
ส
set
อง
up,
เล
my
ยเหรอ
guess is that's going to be the one
เฮ้ย
that
ได้เส้นหน้า
Ning
ดิ
Lee
บอร์ด
has been
เนี้ย
able to find. I think that's massive because this
คือ
is
กลายเป็นว่า
one
ไอ้
of the
อักเมนเนี่ย
rerolls
น่า
right
เลือก
now.
มาก
It's
เลย
quite
นะครับ
popular.
อัก
It's
เมน
gonna
เนี่ย
be playing
ตอน
around
เนี้
that
ย
Sanity
เพราะว่า
Boss reroll,
เพราะว่าตัว
being able to
2 บาท
hit
เก่ง
for
ๆมีเยอะมากนะ
consequentially
มี
by
เคีย
having
นา
Caretaker's
ใช่ไหม
ally
เคียนาไปเล่น
such
ดู
a
ลิส
massive
ได้
win.
นะครับ
Ningli's in an
แล้วก็มี
interesting
เซนหน้า
spot
ก็
where
เล่น
he
เซน
can
หน้ารีโหล
both
ดได้
go
มี
around
เชน
this very
ถ้า
strong
เชนก็เล่นคู่กับ
stable
เซนหน้า
hero on
ได้
stage
เหมือน
three
กัน
while having
มี
the
ลัก
tempo
ก็
on
ไปเล่นลัก
stage
รีโหล
two.
มีเจนหน้าก็ไปเล่นเจนหน้าลักรีโหล
Without
เพราะงั้น
sacrificing
ไอ้อักเมน
HP
เนี่ย
or economy,
ไอ้ที่มัน
it puts you
ได้
in
ตัว
a
2 บาท
great spot later
เก่ง
in the
นะ
game because you can
ตัว
then make
2 บาท
the
ตอนนี้
decision.
แบบมันเก่ง
Because
แล้ว
I
อะ
saved so much HP across stage 2 and early stage
ได้
three,
ไซล่ามา
I can
คุณ
now
ก็ไป
play a
เลือก
little bit
เล่นระหว่างแบบ
greedier, and
ไปเล่น
Ningli
โซ
could
อี้หรือว่า
actually
จะไป
maybe
เล่นลัก
pilot
ก็ได้เพราะ
this
ใส่ไซ
Ink
ล่า
Shadow
เหมือนกัน
comp to a top 2, top
ตัว
1,
2 บาทเก่ง
not
ว่ะเก่ง
unseen
จริง
before in a comp like this.
100%. He's also 100 XP still.
แล้วแบบ
He
มัน
and
ช่วยแบบ
Solohesan are
มัน
the
ช่วย
only
มัน
ones
ช่วย
so far. So
มัน
that
ช่วย
will
ให้
be
เรามี อิน
important
โฟใน
again
การเล่น
getting
ตั้ง
an
แต่ต้น
upgrade.
เกม
So
ว่า
now
เรา
with
ว่าเรา
the
จะไป
Jax,
ทางไหน
he's
อะ
actually very, very strong, getting the Senna early, and now title again. As you were saying, Cass, one of the ones that has the possibility of being the first of getting the 2-time championship. The young title, not so young anymore, and we're looking at here, very comfortable and very cold.
Yeah, even with a tough first game, you would expect Tidal to remain composed. He's always kind of been that way. Doesn't feel like he's ever really struggled with the pressure, and absolutely clutch. He has the best stats on final day. If he gets there, everybody should be looking at him as a favorite to win. And really, it's just can people shut him down in the group stage.
Well, I think that's, you know, a real edge in TFT. Some people find edge through meta. Some people find edge through knowledge or performance. Some people are able to just show up on the day and not play worse than they normally would. And sometimes that's actually enough to give you a tangible edge on the field. Title's contesting right now for this loss streak, despite having a pretty strong board. If he can take another loss here, it's going to be close, but I think with the Kale ult, does barely kill.
I think Tidal wanted that loss.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he was contesting Sox for the streak, and now Sox going to be an entirely uncontested loss streak through stage 2, and actually Ningli, uncontested win streak on the other end of the board.
Yeah. Looking for 60 seconds because there is the Zoe on the carousel, but he's a little bit late of a pick, so Tidal actually gets that. We won't be seeing that fortune necessarily locked in. 60 Second never actually found the Teemo, so he doesn't have it. He's just doing the Fine Vintage early game. So to see what other comps are coming together in this early stage, we have potential of a Kog'Maw reroll from Tianlong.
Yeah, Tianlong, one of the players from China, long-time standing competitor.
จริงๆชื่อน่าจะอ่านว่าเทียนหลงนะแต่ว่าแคสเตอร์อ่านว่าเทียนรอง
at the global championship. Kog'Maw, I
จ
think
ริงๆผมว่าชื่อน่าจะอ่านว่าเทียนหลงเว้ย
at least in the Americas, but that's a lot of chogas.
ชื่อจีนคงจะเทียนหลงมากกว่า
If this were ever a spot, I mean, it's
สวัสดีครับ
kind
มี
of
คนไทย
interesting
ได้ไป
though,
ไหมครับไม่มีเลยครับคนไทยไม่
What
ผ่านรอบ
actually
เอแพ
happens in this case when you hit a 3-star Cho'Gath almost for free but don't have the Kog'Maw?
Yeah,
รอบเอแพ
normally
ที่คัดตอน
you
สัป
look
ดาห์
for
ที่
it.
แล้วว่า
There's
คน
a
ไทยไม่ผ่าน
possibility
มา
where
เลย
you
ครับ
just use it for tempo and go to the Lilia. But if you need to go for the vertical invoker, and then the blue buff makes a lot of sense if you don't have the Shojin. But I think he will stay and wait for it because when you already have the Cho'Gath, the higher possibility of the Kog'Maw appears, and you need to try to wait for it. Also the augment. I think when you get an augment like this,
พอมาดูแข่ง
like the
TFT แล้วก็อยาก
perfect
เข้าเล่น
items,
TFT
you
ว่า
need
ผ
to
มไม่เล่น
risk it.
TFT มาหลายวันละ
Alright, we see Grea's gonna get this win. Grea not on a full win
ไม่รู้แรง
streak,
มันลดไป
but
ยัง
just lost the first round and then
ขอเข้าไป
it's
ดู
been a
วัน
win
แป๊บ
streak
นึง
since then. Ningli gonna be the only other player kind of on
ไม่
that
รู้แม่ง
full
วันแม่ง
streak
จะหมด
on
หรื
the
อยัง
winning side, whereas Sox is looking at the full loss. And on both sides, kind of uncontested. However, if Grea fights Ningli, that actually would be kind of them fighting to keep it.
So Luck's going to move the 4-2 augment to a random round. And I think that could be any round, right? That could be next round. That could be stage 3. That could be stage 5, 6, or 7, right? We have no idea when this augment is coming. Something we probably don't have to worry about till we see it once again. But you have to keep it in mind for your stage 4 game plan.
It's very funny because it's ascending augments, so that's the prismatic
Oh,
augment. So just there's a prismatic augment just gonna pop up.
Oh my goodness, like a jack in the box.
And it has happened several times that the prismatic goes before, so we can get the prismatic earlier than then. And now
Here,
there's
5 วัน
60 seconds to once again go for it.
วันเหลืออยู่ 5 วัน
Remover is the
ไม่
usual
ได้เล่น
pick.
เลย
He's thinking about it because knife bow is also very important for him. And then he go for the spite. Spite was buffed. We were seeing lately, Gangly, like the additional damage that you gain from this
ไม่ได้เล่นมาเกิน1 อา
power.
ทิตย์แล้วอะ
So when it blows, you get more defense and also you get the additional damage.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's generally speaking a pick that we haven't seen with great popularity. I imagine, if you're playing something around the melee bruisers, you get more value out of it because you're clumped up naturally. But, for a long time, this is an artifact that didn't really get a lot of playtime.
Didn't get a lot of love either. I think people generally did not like Spite. So the fact that we're seeing it picked over some very strong options. But this is going to be a melee-centric comp, right? With Fine Vintage tend to trend towards, Reaper's Duelists. Like, those are the kind of the main 2 options. So we'll see if that ends up being the case and using the Spite there. But with that, take a look. Sox end up winning. Wet Jungler denies the full loss streak. Or actually, no. Tianlong denies the full loss streak to Sox. Wet Jungler also just losing to Grea. And then Ning and Grea being able to keep their win streaks into the Krugs.
Yeah, Ningli, we have to recognize he's in a win streak, and he's the only player, one of the few players that came directly from the mobile tournament. So, fight for the Golden Spatula here for him, and actually migrating. The meta is actually a little different in the mobile version of CN server, but he has been able to adapt perfectly to this. Mainly the Kane that is not working so
ถ้า
much.
จะไปทาง
Now
Duel
he has
List
to
หรือ
use
ไป
it.
ทางโยน
Yeah,
นี้
I
มี
mean,
ไอเทม
came
ก็
to
ดี
the
อยู่ปะ
JOC, went into the
มี BT
Chinese
Titan
qualifier, right? The final qualifier where the TOC and the JOC met up, and
Seems
Ningli
good,
won
ว่ะ
the entire event. He won the qualifier, taking out names like 60-second and Flancy, who we see in this tournament as well. So I think he's proved he can compete even if the meta might be a little bit different than it is in the JOC.
ดอกนี่น่าจะ
Ningli
เล่นลัก
starting
ห
off
รือ
this
เปล่า
game
มี
really
โช
hot.
จินแล้วก็มีสแลม
And
ส
we're
ปาร์ก
jumping
แล้ว
on
ด้วยครับ
board with Sox
ถ้า
now.
แสดง
First
โช
time
จิน
we've
ตรงนี้
seen
ก็
it, but we
ชัด
did
เล
see
ย
that he was running the Exalted from a
ใช่
very
หรือเปล่า
early stage. Looks like kind of setting up towards a
โชจิน
Lux
เจจี
Brewer
เล่นลักได้
having
เลย
that
เนี่ย
on board already. However, still room
โช
to go
จิน
into
เจ
any
จี
comp
แล้วก็
from this
เบลรอนา
situation.
ชอ
We'll see where he
แล้ว
goes
ก็
as
โช
he's
จิน
pivoting
แล้วก็แบบ
towards win
ทำ
streak
โม
now,
เร
but
โล
I
ก็ยัง
think
ได้
he won kind of not on purpose. He wanted to keep
ส่วน
the
บอร์ด
full
นี้
loss
ก็
streak, so he's not
เสร็
quite
จหน้า
ready to
ขา
pivot
สอง
into full
ตั
win.
ว
Ningli goes deep a little. He roll, I think, here.
อัพ
on
เวล8ก็ได้แล้ว
so he's level 6.
อัพเวล
20
8ก็ได้
gold.
เซน
He
หน้า
knows
แล้วป่ะ
it's
วะ
easy to go for the Senna. I think he wants to
อัพ
get
เวล 8
one
เซนหน้า
more,
3 ดาวแล้ว
and
อะ
then with the level up, he will get it
แต่ว่า
instantly with the take
โอ้
here.
เขาลงไป
Take
เยอะอยู่นะ
care,
1
take.
It makes sense, right? If
โหล
you
ดอั
can
พเวล
maintain that win
อาจจะ
streak,
อัพเว
you
ลนะ
will
อาจจะกด
make
เวล6
more money by winning every
Hold on,
round
hold on,
and
hold on.
maintaining your streak. But
แต่
even
ก็
if
ไม่
you
ต้องโล
have
ต่อ
to
แล้ว
spend
ล่ะ
a lot of gold in
ก็
your
เก็บ
interest,
เงิน
then
เรื่อย
you
ๆ
will by losing. So Ningli recognizes that he's in a strong position to maintain that streak. Ultimately, does miss that final Senna, so we'll have to see where his econ ends at the end of the stage.
Yeah, there's 2 options, right? You either keep rolling and find one, or you just push to 8, right? You just start
Yep.
pushing immediately, and
Yeah.
you get it. Being 1 away feels sad,
มี
but
คน
you
ได้
might
กิ
just
ม
natural
ฮา
it.
เวสครับข้างบน
Anyways, we're
ซ้า
gonna
ย
jump in here with
Grea.
these augment
Grea.
selections. This is the 3-2, so we
Kim
think the
Harvey
prismatic
นะครับ
one sneaking its way in
เปล่า
too early. We'll see if there's any very interesting decisions coming through.
เล่นครับ
Grim
กิม
Harvest
ฮาเวส
Regret
ครับโดน
admitting
นี้
to
แล้ว
the
1
Reapers
คน
makes
นะ
sense with the itemization.
Yeah, we see him with the Even Shroud as well. It's, you know, there's kind of two schools of thoughts on the Reaper, some with the Even Shroud, some with the Last Whisper. We see a couple options come through all the way. I saw the Stand United on that Mythic board as well. And Sox, who's been playing this Exalted all game long, gets the Combat Caster, has a lot of money, I would say,
ทำโชจินเจจีใส่ไซล่าครับไม่ทำใส่ลักซ์ด้วย อันนี้เป็นคอกมอริโลครับฮิตโชแกตแล้วฮิตคอกมอแล้วนะ
And Jinlong being able to
แล้วมี
actually
แพนโน
hit
ไล
the
เทมด้วยครับ
Kog'Maw
เปลี่
pretty
ยนข
quick.
องได้
3-2 is great considering he was at 2 Kog'Maws earlier on. We knew this Cho'Gath was going to be here, but the fact is 3-2 getting Kog'Maw online for lost 10 gold. I think this is a really solid spot to play the reroll line, and maybe we'll actually see some success out of this. It wasn't the most successful comp in the Americas, but we've heard other regions still liking it a decent amount.
Yeah, and Tidal going for the Fortune. This will be a good cash out. It will be interesting to see when is the cash out, how much can he enable this, and what he can get. He wants to play against with the Kaisa. The additional resources will be great for him. So again, Fortune didn't work in the first game for Michael. Let's see how it goes for Tidal.
Well, it's super interesting to see Tidal going for it because we know Wet Jungler is also on Fortune right now, so we could see them contest each other,
ผมชอบการเล่นของไตเติลในตอนเซต9มากเลย
possibility, oftentimes they have to take a lot more
ผม
damage.
เชียร์ดิสโซฟกับไตเติล2 คน
They have to make their boards exceptionally weak. They want to make sure they can secure that loss, but sometimes in doing so, you end up taking too much damage, and that's the razor's edge that you have to live on, because if you can maintain enough HP to survive your cash out, you'll do great, but you need to have more than one life to secure a strong transition on stage 4.
And now we see Solo Hesan and the confirmation that the caretaker is a Quillana. He already has 6, if I'm not mistaken. He has 5, 6. So good for him. He will go for the reroll Quillana. Getting the Crash Dummies also as an additional front line for this duelist composition is not enough to go against the Kog'Maw still. But I think he will get a good ramp up, waiting for the last augment. Maybe Prismatic is not the best for the duelist comp.
สเตจนี้ก็ต้องให้เขาอะสเตจของฮ
What's
อก
in the
มอ
water at this Tactician's Crown? We had
3 ดาว
another
แล้วโช
7
กัด
win
3 ดาว
streak
แล้ว
potentially
สเตจ
going
นี้
for
ก็ไม่
another
น่าแพ้ใคร
big long haul, but Ingli finally actually loses the round just as we wanted to comment on it. But of course, this is still a massive win streak all the way to 3-4. A lot of players finding that high tempo and pushing the lobbies.
Yeah, 62nd, very high in gold. He started losing a little, and he hasn't rolled still, going still for the fine vintage. Normally, there's 2 ways to play it. He can roll now on 3-6 and try to stabilize, or he can be very greedy and wait for the next additional items, and then on 4-1, he will need to stabilize. So a strong and difficult position for him.
Okay, I think great recognition from Wet Jungler. Sees there's another Fortune player and was like, you know what, I'm not going to push my life. I'll take a small
ก็คือถอดออกแค่นั้น
He's got a lot of resources that he can play. He
ก็คือเอาออกไปเลยอะ ไม่เล่น
the Combat Caster, and lots of pieces of this Reaper's comp in
ฟอ
play.
ร์จงฟอร์จูน
Gives him a
ไม่
good
สน
position for on that
ขึ้น
4-1
6 มาก็ไป
or 4-2 roll
จะ
down
เป็นโย
to
นี้
stay
ครับ
ahead of
จะเป็น
Kotem,
โยนี้
ahead
อั
of
ม
the
บาว
game
หรือ
to
เปล่า
the rest of the lobby, and maybe hit that 2-star cane first.
ไม่
the
น่า
extra
เพ
is
ราะผม
definitely
ว่า
nice
ยังไง
to try and
เล่น
push
4
a
ลิป
little
เปอ
bit
ร์ก็เก่ง
ahead of
กว่า
everyone else's economy. However, Wet Jungler did give up a lot of HP for this very middling cash out, and so we'll have to see if it pays off having that extra kind of breakpoint of gold, being able to push to 740 gold at 3-5. I think this is earlier than everyone else, but it's not so far ahead that I feel good about how low he already is.
Also, it's very interesting that Solo Hesan, even though he's committed, I want to quote it in terms of Quillana, he's holding Kane. So there's a possibility that maybe he gets Kane's giving, maybe he goes for a Kane heavily, that he can use also the Quillana and the Kane. So there are some options there.
All right, now we've got Nautilus coming out for an encounter.
Every player has the option to choose 50% chance of 1 gold on kill or on death. So the players here taking a look at their board, looking at their pool and saying, do I have a better chance of winning this next fight, or am I going to lose? Anyone can benefit, but I think the players who have boards that have been a bit win-lose are going to have a hard time. They're going to have to really think
ผ
about
ม
their
งง
matchups
ว่า
and
ทำไม
figure out what they have
ถึ
the
งเลือก
best chance
คำของให้
of
ใส่
doing
ล่ามาก
2
ก
out
ว่า
of the
ลัก
next 3 rounds.
เพราะว่า
Okay,
กะ
Sox
ว่า
once
ไม่เล่น
again,
ลักรีโหล
for
หรอก
now, the
ไอ้
game
ที่
is
แต่ลัก
giving
มัน
him
ขนาดนี้เลยนะเว้ย
Saya. She will be the holder, and he
เก็บ
wants
แจ
to
น
go
หน้าด้วย
for the locks.
แต่ทำไม
So that
ทำของ
will
ใส่
be
ล่า
the
วะไม่เข้าใจ
angle
ว่ะ
for him. Good front, good items for now,
คือ
but
อันนี้
he
ผม
needs to
ไม่
roll.
เข้าใจ
He
จริง
doesn't have much gold yet, Cass, but he will get there.
Yeah, I mean, and Sox is keeping the tempo, right? He's got the full win streak in stage 3, so being a little bit lower gold is definitely worthwhile.
หรือว่าแบบ
Rolling a little
ใส่
bit
ไป
more
ก่อนแล้วแบบ
aggressively to put
ค่อย
this
ดู
board
ว่า
together.
จะเอาไปใส่
We
ให้
saw
ลักหรือ
just
แจ
how
นหน้า
powerful
ดี
this board can get. You know,
แบบ
Fancy in the
แจ
last
นหน้า
game,
ฮิตก่อน
taking
ก็
it
คือ
all the way to
ขายไซ
second
ล่า
place
ของไม่ให้
against
แจน
Dish.
หน้า
So
อย่างนี้บอกว่า
Sox preserving a lot of HP, and it doesn't
เพราะ
feel
สุด
like
ท้าย
this
คอ
comp
ม
is
นี้
nearly as
ถ้าจะเล่น
contested
ค
as
อ
it
ม
was in
รัก
that
ไอ้
previous
รัก
lobby.
แจนหน้ารีโลมันไม่ได้มานั่งทำไซล่าหรอกไซล่าเป็นแบบเป็น priority ท้ายๆเลยที่จะทำอะ priority แรกๆมันคือรักแจนหน้าเอามู
That's right. They're growing. So
พวก
Tidal
นั้น
going
น่ะ
to just
มาก
be
มาก
looking
กว่า
for
ไซ
a
ล่าแน่
small bump in resources. I want
ๆ
to
อาจ
call
จะ
out
แค่
this
แบบ
very
รอดูว่า
interesting
ตัวไหน
board,
ฮิต
right?
ก่อน
One
แล้ว
of the
ค่อย
things
เอาไอ
about
เทมไป
Lux
ใส่
Jana is
ใส่
that
ตัวที่มัน
it
ฮิต
fits
3
with
ดา
a
ว
handful of
เนี่ยเอา
pretty
ไซล่า
unique
ออกแล้วปะ
exalted boards, and I don't know for certain that Sox is going to
บอร์ดนี้น่าจะเป็น
maintain
ไคซ่า
the
นะครับไต
exalted
เติล
for the
หรือเป
rest
ล่า
of the game, or if he's going to pivot into that Lux and get rid
น่า
of
จะไคซ่า
Zyra,
เก็
which
บ
I
ไซ
think
รัสด้วย
a
นะครับ
lot of
แล้วก็มี
people would
อ
rather
ร์
play around
มี
the Lux than
เ
the Zyra.
เดด
But it's a really great
มี
heads up play
ที
for
โม่
stage
2 ดาว
3. Allowed him to get additional econ
น่าจะเป็น
and
ไค
some
ซ่า
additional board strength with the units that he had actually hit on his roll down.
Yeah, Tidal has the chance to roll here. He dies against it. He needs actually a lot of gold. He never get the upgrade, so the CV1 was the holder until now. He will wait for 4-2, make a deep roll down, and then stabilize with the Kai'Sa browser comp.
Yeah, really has to hit this Kai'Sa 2 on the roll down to actually turn things around. I think he's going to start plummeting if he levels to 8, rolls down, and whiffs. I mean, this is game over for Tidal. It's do or die.
70 gold feels like a lot until you hit level 8 and start rolling, and once you're there, you realize how fast it goes, and if he doesn't have the 2-star Galio, the 2-star Kai'Sa, maybe can even high roll a Xayah. Yeah, like you said, Cass, it'll be downhill extremely fast.
There's no augment, so the next augment won't be on stage 4, at least on stage 5. It could be even later, so that will
ลิง
delay
ลี่
the
ก็
power of the
เซ
rest.
นน่าจะ
Let's see
3 นะครับ
who
ขาด
gets
ตัว
maybe
เดียว
a benefit out
จ
of
ริง
this.
เขาอัพ
I
เวล
think
8 เซนน่าเขาก็
the
3 แล้ว
bruiser,
ปะ
the melee lines are good with this because that prismatic normally doesn't help them so much unless it's ideal.
Yeah, and we're looking at some of these, melee players, right? Like Wet Jungler as Keeper's combat caster. Like some of them have very good early augments. They're like, you know what? We can stop here. That's fine with me. I don't need any more than that. Like, everybody else, you might want a prismatic. I don't. We're okay.
Roll downs coming in. You can see on the right hand side, players figuring out what they want to do
แต่
with
เค
their
นอะ
gold.
เดี๋ยวมันไม่เจอเคนไง
Rolling coming in
เค
for
น
Ning
อะ
Lee.
บอร์ดนี้ก็
Big
เวล
roll
8 ครับ
down
ตามนั้นเลย
as
เว
the
ล
set
8
of
เอาเวล
three
8 มา
in
เซนห
place
น้า 3
already. Gets to decide whether he wants to play the 5 Ink Shadow or maybe
เขาจะเล่น
Force
ตอนนี้
Sniper
เล่นเป็น
or
ฟอนต์ไลน์
Warden.
เป็นวอร์เด
You
น
know,
ครับ
now
เฟก
you're
ฟอนต์
playing
ไลน์
a
นะ
board that's very similar to the Ash
คือ
composition,
แครี่
right?
มัน
Instead
หา
of
ได้
playing
จาก
2-star
การที่
Ash,
เขา
you
มี
got
อั
a
พเมนต์
3-star
อยู่
Senna.
แล้ว
That
เพราะ
sounds
มัน
pretty
ก็
good to
เฟ
me.
กฟ
We
อนต์ไลน์ไป
almost
เลย
never see this,
Like,
but it is
I
kind
len
of like a
season
benefit of
4
characters
Warden
as
ครับ
ally because you're not rolling that much, so you just kind
ก็
of
คือจากที่
get
ปก
the
ติแล้ว
Senna
เราจะ
for
แบบ
free, and
ฟาส
you
8
can
ไป
push
หา
levels
แอ
because
ช
it
อันนี้เขาก็คือแบบ
incentivizes it to get more
ไม่
copies of the
ไม่ต้อง
Senna.
ทำแอช
So
2 ดาว
playing the
เร็ว
Ash
ก็
board,
ได้
I think I kind of
เพ
like
ราะว่ามี
out
เซ
of
นหน้า
this
มา
caretaker's
แบก
Senna.
แล้ว
And what's important is that he doesn't only need the Senna. The Senna will help, but he will need an additional carry. Senna is not enough in the late game if he doesn't have the vertical, so that's why he went for the big grab. He wants additional item to be able to stabilize the front and then go back. Bad news, he already
คือด้วย
has
ซัพพอร์
the
ต
Garing
ด้วย
as the
ด้วยซัพ
front
พอร์ตของ
besides
เขา
the
คือแบบ
Amumu. He didn't
เขา
get an
แบบมี
Nautilus
เซน
in
ห
the
น้า
roll
แบบ
Okay, you know,
อัพเวล 8 แล้ว
traditionally,
เซนหน้า
I
ฮิต
think
พอ
it's
ดี
worth
อะ
kind of pointing
เพราะ
out
งั้น
when
เขาไม่ต้องมานั่งโลเวล
play
6 อะไร
the
แบบ
Senna
นั้น
line. A lot of times we're going to be playing it with
ได้ไอเทม
the
ครับ
ghostly board.
ต้อง
the
การอะไรต้องการ
vertical
LW
ghostly,
ครับ
right? That's the most optimized, I guess, so to speak, way.
โอ้มัน
of
ดู
playing
ยาก
the
อะดิหน้า
line.
เนี้ย
Playing
ดูไอ
like
เทม
a
ยากอะ
suboptimal
แต่
line
บอร์ด
based
เมื่อ
on
กี้
the
ถ้าได้
units
ธ
you
นูมา
pick,
ผมว่ายังไง
to
ก็
me,
เอา
it
แหละ
actually says a lot
ได้
about
LW
Ning Lee
ให้
as
เซ
a
นห
player.
น้า
He says, I'm not going to roll deeper than I need to in order to play the
ไต
traditional
เติล
board.
ไคซ่า 2
Instead,
ดาว
I'm
แล้ว
going
ค
to
รับ
play what
ไซ
is
รัส
cheap and what
2
is
ดาวแล้ว
available and in front of me.
Yeah,
มี
this
อูเดีย
Aphelios is such
มี
a
ซา
great
โอ้โห
example for Ning Lee
ไอ้
as
เชี่ย
well.
บอร์ด
He's
ไต
just
เติล
saying
โหด
he
จัด
needs
โหด
items,
จี
needs item as a second carry.
มีซาย่า
And
แล้ว
using
ไคซ่า
true
2
item
แล้วไซรัส
anvils
2 แล้วมี
to
คาว
go
กาด
alongside a glove and a rock.
กาลิโอ
He needs
ตัวเดียว
bones. He
มี
needs to
อู
find
เดีย
ways
มา
to
รอ
turn those into the items he wants. And if he can
ที
find
โม
them, I
มี
mean, that's
6
massive
ตัว
for Ning Lee.
โหบอร์ดไต
Yeah, he
เติล
went
โหด
for
มาก
double sword, so there's
Oh wow.
the death
Maybe no
play.
bows.
Yeah, he wants burst damage, so
Yeah.
he's
กลับ
not
มาที่
thinking
บอร์ด
about the
ของ
scaling.
60
He
second
wants
ครับ
first to give the 3
ก็
items
เป็
to
น
Senna,
6ดูอลิส
be
นะ
able to kill some
เล่น
units
ฝ่าย
here
Vintage
and
นะครับ
preserve HP, and then go for the cap out with the Ash.
We missed the
ฝ่าย
title
Vintage
roll down,
บวก
but we said
Keepers
he had to hit Kai'Sa
เจอกับ
2 if he was going to have a chance, and Tidal was able to find it. His front
แล้ว
line
ไคซ่า
even
2
finding
ไง
the Silas 2.
แรงอะ
Tidal kind of found everything he needed to stabilize, and now he can actually scale up with this comp.
It goes back to the decision he made on 4-1, whether or not to level to 8 on 4-1, get ahead of the cadence, get ahead of the tempo, or sack one more round, go down to, what is it, 48 HP, and that little bit of gold might have just been enough to get him the board that he needed.
And 62nd, playing Fine Vintage, playing the Duelist, going for the Irelia, so great news for him. He's not well in HP, but now is when he has the power. Now he has has the rest of the Fine Fintian's artifact, the support items that will help him so much, and now he needs to step up. He needs Irelia, he needs the Lee Sin too, and now that power spike will help him, but he's not in a great position.
He even found keepers to go alongside like Randuin's and Knight's Value. He found a lot of ways to like stack up power, but he's on like 1, maybe 2 lives. So 60-second, while this board is really insane, it is kind of a matter of if he can hold on against anybody else finding something big and taking him out.
Doesn't have too many itemized carries. I think when I look at this board,
offense, right?
Yeah, he's got no offense. Even the Thieves Gloves on the Lee Sin, you see it's rolling Warmogs and Bramble Vest. You don't have the DPS, even though you have a lot of value in your front line.
Yeah, and even all the support items, none of them are providing DPS, right? It's no Zeeks, it's a bunch of defensive support items. So actually, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Like, look at this Galio. I wonder how long it's going to take to actually kill this thing.
Yeah, let's see if it's enough. He goes for the Thieves Gloves in the Lee Sin. At least that's something. Normally, you want 3 items on Lee Sin. You want the rest of supporting items, and then on the late game, you go for the Irelia. Let's see if it's enough. He faces off against the Kayn. Kayn is only 1 star yet for Greya. Remember him, so it looks good. Lee Sin making some CC there. Mana ribbon for him. And good stuff for him.
So the bad news is it did take a very long time to kill this Galio. It looked a little bit minimal the damage. The good news is none of his units can die. They just are so incredibly tanky.
Well, I
ส่วน
think
ซ็อกนี่ก็ยังไม่ฮิตสักตัวนะ
we have to also call out Greya's not hit the Kina too, right?
It is
And
just
so
gain 1.
we have to see how this 60-second board's going to handle playing against boards that have the high DPS. I think that's going to be a very different tale than the fight we just saw.
Okay, now the final 4. Wet Jungler, he was celebrating completely there, getting the Kayn too. So now he's in a great position. I love to see the celebration. I'm so glad that we finally have camera here to see the way they are reacting to the roll down. The rest of them are not very happy for now, or I think it's just cold-minded. But that celebration from Wet Jungler is good to see.
Oh, I mean, they're playing live in Madrid right now too, right? Well, imagine playing in front of the crowd. You hit your 4 cost, everybody's cheering. The energy just starts to go electric for Wet Jungler.
Socks, level 6, 50 gold. I was like, oh, he hasn't even rolled down yet. No. He's like 1 Lux off, 3 Jannas off. He's going to hit everything, and he's still very high in HP, 48. Yes, the lobby is pretty squished, right? A lot of them in the middle are very close together, but still, he's got plenty of life to work with. As we see Solo Gazong versus Wet Jungler. Wet Jungler did just get that hit, and you can see the Kayn just eviscerating these duelists, but it is just a matter, can the Lee Sin get the targeting? Not going to happen. Wet Jungler
แล้ว เคนมันมากกว่าดิ เคนมันมากกว่าลีซินเลยเดี๋ยวไป
He's 1 off.
แล้ว
So
ซิตี้
not in the power spike, and he needs it. He has 3 items
ใกล้
committed
ไป
to
แล้ว
her,
หรือเปล่า
and that's his power spike.
HP is looking a little tough for Greya right now, sitting at 7 HP.
โหแล้วบอร์ดเคนครับที่ยังไม่ฮิตเคนนะ
And the tough part about it is, you know, you look at 60-second 50 HP, but it's
ซ็อกก็ยังไม่ฮิต
35
อะไรเลยครับแต่ยังเก็บตังค์อยู่นะครับ
Greya can get
เลือด
to a
ยังมีเล่นอยู่
stabilization
นะ
point. It is an uphill battle to even try and scrape out a 6-place
I mean, big
finish.
thing. Wet Jungler hit, he did not, right? Like, that is, you know, that's the Kayn difference. You know that you are going to be
ได้
contested
เทีย
in
มา
this
ครับ
line,
ขอ
and
โชดกินให้
sometimes
ลักอีก
you're
1
just not
อัน
going to get there.
Still the
ได้หรือไม่
Exalted for Socks. So
ได้หรือเปล่า
he's been grinding the Exalted from the start, and
โอ้
there
แล้วเป็นพิกมาติครับ
5-1. That's where we're going to get our thanks, Lux.
จะมีใครได้
Oh
ดี
wow,
ๆ
60-second. Oh, never mind. I
โซ
thought it
โล่
was a
มี
piece
ส
to
แปด
pick
ดู
up.
ลิส
Looks
นะ
like he has the option. Did he open a component anvil right now? Actually,
Yeah, it might
เว
just
ท
be
จังเกอร์เลือก
bubble.
เป็น
there we
ไอ
go.
เทมแฝง
Now we got it. Okay,
There's his
okay.
pick.
Solo Hesans has
Coming
the
up.
possibility of Duelist Crown and also stationary support, so both good possibilities for him. Anyone will serve.
ส่วน
Greya
ซ็อก
finds
นี่คือ
new
นั่งโลละ
recruit.
ฮิต
Says
หมดแล้ว
if
ค
I
รับ
roll
ซ็อก
down right now, maybe I can find
ซ็
a
อก
way to
ฮิตลัก
stabilize
แล้ว
my
ฮิต
board
จันหน้า
even more.
แล้วครับ
Socks find a lot for his board. Looks at the Janna 3, the Lux 3, both coming in, and has 2 Amumu 2 alongside this Exalted board.
But
Socks
boom, the
in a good
pickup
spot.
with it.
Oh my
it's pretty
goodness.
crazy.
Huge
Pretty
hit.
nasty. And I think I love that from Greya, though. You were saying, you know, new recruit, you get to add something to the board, but also just guaranteeing that he gets the Kayn too. It's the most likely way he can outlive 60 seconds.
This doesn't feel good, though. I
No,
mean,
it
he
doesn't.
added it's a 0-1, and then it's a Kayn 2, which you're already expected to hit because Wet Jungler's got
Wet
it.
Jungler got Radiant Refractor. Look at the Break of
Wow.
Dawn being added. This is the way better Kayn on the side of Wet Jungler.
Kayn already in the back line of Greya. He's going to start to fall. He starts to wrap now to the front line. This Galio is going to be able to tank up a little bit, but I mean, you can already see Wet Jungler's units are not falling. He's got the Kayn and the Yone. The aggro toggling is not going to be enough. Greya's going to fall here. Will be an 8th place finish for the American player.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough to see. He actually hit the comp at the end. The items were good for preserving SP, a lot of healing, but not enough damage for him. So I think the fact that he didn't get a great prismatic in the end. I don't think the new recruit like did so much for
ซิตี้ก็เหลือเลือดแค่
he
3
needed
นะครับ
power. He needed that consistent power to keep improving his board.
ไต
And
เติล
now
นี่
Ningli
5 วินสตีก
with
แล้
the
วเลือด
possibility of getting the Naughty 2. Good edge.
Ningli
And he
ตอน
has
นี้
the
ก็
Tiger Deadly,
โอ้หยิบ
so
มา
a
เป็น
lot more power for the rest of the units. This is great for snipers. They need that additional damage to multiply with the range.
Yeah, I mean, finding the Udyr
โห
for
แล้ว
the
บอร์ด
Ink
โคตร
Shadow
เฟล็ก
being able to come in is massive. Being able to get, it's actually an
ซิ
offensive
ตี้ครับเลือด
tattoo as
3
well
เท่า
that
กับ
can
บอร์ด
go
ดูลิ
on
ส
to
ไฟ
the
วินเทจ
Ash.
ของ
So
เขา
now you got 2 items on Ash.
จะไหว
Very
หรือ
solid.
เปล่า
See that Title hasn't lost
เจอกับ
since
ไต
that big
เติลครับ
cooldown. Able to
เฮ้ยแล้ว
massively
ลีซินมัน
stabilize
เข้าไปข้าง
around
หลัง
this, and
ใครสะ
this
ตาย
time maybe gonna lose that streak because Lee Sin wraps and just
ไม่ไหว
takes
ครับ
out
ใคร
that
สะ
Kai'Sa
ตาย
immediately
ไตเติล
60
เสียเลือด
second.
ไป
Still able to hold
City
on
ยังรอด
a
อยู่
little
ครับ
bit longer.
Man, we were talking about 60 second not having any damage. I mean, he gets
got it now.
Looks like he got the TG off of the Lee Sin, right? And that's a big part of it. Now he's got the Infinity Edge, the Bloodthirster, the Guard Breaker. 3-item damage. Lee Sin is going to make his damage infinitely higher than we saw in the middle of the game. 60-second.
ตัวเลข8ตรงชื่อคือแต้ม
Yeah, 3HP is actually
Don't
a
shoot.
very
ใช่ครับ
risky
ใช่ครับ
position, but he's strong. He's trying to roll down. He has the pair of Irelia. He needs to hit it 2-star.
ใช่ป่าววะ
It will depend on
ใช่
the
ดิ
face-off. He
ใช่
cannot
ใช่ใช่
move,
ใช่
so the position is actually very free for the rest of the
ใช่เหรอ
lobby.
วะ
So this will be very
เพราะว่า
important
แต้
to
ม
see
คือตรง
that
นี้
Lee
อย่าง
Sin
ไตเติล
once
เนี่ยมี
again
1 แต้
is
ม
able to go to the back lane.
Yeah, but I love that he's able to just push 9 and play a Heavenly because even just adding that
ว่ะ
is giving stats to the entire board. It's going to help out.
อ๋อเลเวล
quite a bit.
เลเวล
Just trying to get every
ไม่
ounce
ใช่
of
ไม่
power
ใช่
he can
ไม่ใช่
squeeze
แต้
out
ม
of this is
แต้ม
Title.
แต้ม
Going
มัน
up
คือ
against
เดี๋ยวมันจะขึ้น
Sologos
ตรง
on
นี้
Title since that last fight.
Back-
Found
back-
the Udyr
ตรงนี้คือ
to go
level
alongside this as well. Playing the 4-trick shot, and it's just such a sick unit. This
Solo
Udyr.
with the Kiana 2 as well, and 3 Exalted means this board's significantly stronger than we saw before.
Here comes Udyr!
Oh, the
Big
3-item
boy
Udyr!
Udyr!
เฮ้ยอูเดีย เฮ้ยอูเดีย
Wow, what looked like a really
เชี่ย
good
อูเดีย
fight
ยังไง
towards the Loga song. In the end, the Udyr does clutch it out, and Title sitting pretty.
Yeah, Title needing a big game, right? You don't want to take the 8th
มี
and
ส
then
แป
immediately
ป
go bot
ส
4
ไน
again,
เปอ
so
ร์
turn that around. Even if you
มัน
can't
มี
find
คน
the
เล่น
first
ส
two,
ไน
just
เปอ
find
ร์
the
อยู่
top 4. Definitely going to feel a lot better going into the rest of the day.
ใช่ไหม
So you have quite a few emblems here. Sniper emblem potentially
For Ningli.
for
Ningli
Ningli.
อ่ะ
And
Ningli
then
อ่ะ
also just
Ningli
Dragon
ต้อง
Lord
การ
is
อ่ะ
very
สแปป
good.
สไน
60
เนี่ย
second actually gets that to add to the
แล้วได้ไง
Dragon Lord.
แล้วมันถึงไง
Dragon Lord.
I think there's a lot of people who
ถึ
got
ง
to
ไง
pick up things
เรีย
that
บ
they
ร้อย
wanted very much. Ningli gets the
Ningli
sniper
ยิ้มละ
press,
ไอ้สัต
Sox
ว์
gets
ต
the
อนนี้
gargoyle, stone plate for the Lux and
ได้สแปป
Moo
สไน
Moo
ละ
comp. I think of many people that went into this carousel getting the exact item that they wanted.
Yeah, let's see it now. Sox looking for
Sox
the
อยู่เป็น
additional
กากอย
items
ครั
here
บแล้วก็
for the Lux.
ต้อง
Has
โล
a
ปะ
lot of front lane now. The third
โล
item
หา
for the
อา
Lulu
มู
will be the
มู
Gargoyles
3 ดาว
rolling
นะ
again.
แต่ว่า
He
โล
decides
แค่
not to
50
cross the 50. Yeah, he said
เชียร์หลง
that's
ก็
very
ได้
interesting.
ลิเลีย
Lots of
2
patience
แล้วครับ
Yeah, only 33. I mean, he's up there in HP, but actually 33 is not that much.
Well, he's also on a 3-win. I think that's
บอล
part
ตอน
of
นี้
it.
เป็น
So
5
he's
เมตริก 3
recognizing
เฮเวน
that,
ลี่
hey,
นะ
you know, I am still kind of
ส่วนเวส
ahead
จั
of
ง
the
เกอร์ตอนนี้ก็
lobby
4
as
ริป
far
เปอร์
as
4 บู
power,
เซอร์
and
ครับปอดปกติ
I think just deciding that he needs to greed out a little bit more to ensure that he actually hits. We'll see if it actually pays off because, you know, now Wet Jungler 60 second falling very low. Wet Jungler actually lost the last 2 fights even with this Radiant item Kane. He's going up against Solo Gasong and immediately Lee Sin is on the Kane. We've already seen the brink of Dawn proc, but that does mean Lee Sin will go down soon. It's up to the Kiana.
Kiana turns on
She's
Kane.
it, and there's
The
a big hit
Wukong.
from the Wukong. Takes out the Kane. I think Wet Jungler going
Hey.
down here. Solo Gasong gonna take him
แล้ว
out.
เว
Even
ส
with
จัง
that
เกอร์
strong Kane position.
ตายปะวะน่ะ
Wet Jungler going to fall.
ตายเลย
7th, a 60-second barely lives, just holding on with the one Aurelia with just a sliver of HP.
Sox takes a
ซ็อก
loss.
ยังไงครับซ็อก
He's
Stevie
not,
rolls.
ซ็อกขาดอามู
he's
2
not
ตัวครับ
rolling. 20 HP in a lobby like this where everybody from, what is
Waiting
this,
for neutrals.
5th
ขาดไอเท
to
มลักเลย
2nd
นะ
is
ไอ
only
เทมลักขาด
12
ทั้ง 2
HP
ชิ้น
lead.
เลย
To be honest, this feels a little too greedy to me. It could be though that he
เมื่อกี้ซ็อก
sees
หยิ
his
บ
pool,
กากอย
right?
มา
He
จาก
can
ใน
see
วง
who he's up against, and if he thinks he's confident about the options he has to fight, maybe there's a reason to greed.
Everyone level 9 except for Sox. He's on level 7, so he's got a big level disadvantage.
Oh, man.
Even with these 3 stars, I think it's very likely he takes a lot of damages. We see 60 second facing off against Title. Look at the Udyr creating all kinds of problems on the backline, already resetting into the offensive form, and he's not targeted too heavily yet, but finally goes down. It's just the Kai'Sa, and wow, 60 second has really scaled up with that
ไต
fine
เติล
vintage.
โดน
Yeah,
ว่ะ
the keeper doing the
ไอลิเลีย
the push
2 ไง
right?
ไอ้
Irelia is in the
ซิตี้
front,
ก็
but
คือ
she
แบบ
gets the
ฝืน
shield.
อ่ะ
It is not enough to
ซ็อกจะตายอยู่แล้วเฮ้ย
kill her directly. So
ซ็อก
great
โลยังอ่ะ
position for him, and now
Sox is at
ซ็อกโล
2
แล้ว
HP.
You
We
think
said
he
it
will roll now?
before.
ซอกคือเก็บเงินไว้จนจะตายอ่ะตอนเนี้ย
No,
Yeah,
this,
no.
This is
เหลือเลือด
extremely
2 อ่ะ
scary for Sox.
เลือด
This is
2
what I
เงิ
was
น
talking about
50 อ่ะ
before.
ซอกอ่ะ
The health is so close that winning
Little
that
jet.
fight on 5-6 is really important. I'm not exactly sure if Sox thought even if I hit a Mumu 3, it's not going to be enough, or maybe he actually thought that one of those matchups was winnable. I'm surprised to see him not roll. Certainly now, though, he's going to have to, I mean, I'm sure he's going to try and hit a Mumu 3, gets the Morgana 2 as well, and then maybe go level 8 and try and cap there.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe he wants level 8, actually. He's actually, yeah, he does. He wants level 8, and this is why he's been holding.
แล้วก็โลครับโลครับ
He's not 8.
I think he's rolling down on 7 to hit, and
มา
then
ห
he's
น้า
going to
อา
push.
มูมูครับขาด
He
1
doesn't
ตัว
know,
ครับ
I think.
ฮิตครับ
There's the Amumu.
โอเค
And there it is.
Oh, he
ฮิต
knew.
ได้ทันเวลาครับผม
Yeah, he knew.
Just in case.
He
Yeah.
knew.
ที่แต่มันจะเข้าตามหลักสูตร
You
เทียบ
roll
ทีบอกว่า
You roll first, you count how much you need to
TFT
level
มัน
up.
ชอบ
He
มี
did it
ตอน
the other
ตาย
way.
Oh my goodness.
แล้วเข้าหลักสูตร
Because
เขา
I think he decided even if he misses, he pushes the level regardless. So he wanted
Exactly.
he didn't
Yeah.
want to overroll and not have the money to push. So he
That's
pushes
amazing.
until
จะ
it's
เปิด
one.
3 x
I
2
think
เลย
it's
นะ
really smart. Socks in it. Oh, it's 60 seconds. This is the one person
แล้ว
you
เจอ
probably did not want
60 ไอ
to
ริ
beat.
เลีย
Pay
2
attention to the wrap here. We want to see
ไหว
the
ไหม
position
ว่า
of these duelists. If they break through on that left side and make it onto the Lux, I don't think that it's going to be enough because
แต่
the
ลีซิน
Amumu is
มัน
no
มัน
longer
จะมาแล้วนะ
tanking. This Alawi though.
ลีซินอ่ะมัน
Latasa!
โอ้ย อุ้ย
One more shield comes
เฮ้ย
out. Amumu can
Oh,
test
and he
That's
got
it.
it.
60
นี่
seconds.
ไปครับ
Takes him out, and if he didn't greed for that long, he never beat 60 second. He never beat 60 second if he doesn't greed.
แล้วซอกยังรอดเว้ยแต่เติ้ลเหลือ 3 แทนแล้วอ่ะ
Oh my
That was
goodness.
such a huge gap for him. Latasa, the teapot, making the
ไตเติ้ล
difference
คือ
there.
หนักเฉย
And now 60 second
ตอนแรกบอร์ด
losing,
ไตเติ้ลมาโคตรดี
getting
เลย
the
นะเว้ย
final placement that he didn't need to. And now we see the 5 rest of the players going for it. No one with hold. Everyone have used all resources, so this is the cap of all of them.
If Sox doesn't hold the line and hold his gold for that long to get as strong as he did, 60 second might win this lobby.
Oh, yeah.
He was beating everybody, and Sox having the Amumu, it's a great counter to those duelists sitting
Soccer
there
goal,
and holding the line for
soccer
so
goal.
long. And now we've got Title seeing if he can find an elimination here against Solo Gasong. It's
Title
just
หน่อย
gonna be that
เว้ย
Kiana, but the Udyr is so
ไอ้เนี่ยโดน
powerful.
เคลียร์หน้าอยู่
Trying to find the CC,
ใคร
it's
สะ
a little
ยิง
too much. Title
โอเค
staying alive. Gonna take
Look
out
at
Solo
Solo.
Gasong.
Look at Solo. Look at the expression, yeah. He knows.
Tough loss. I mean, listen, so many boards are
หลงครับ
extremely strong right now. 60 second, we saw it go out last round. Zolo Gasong and Tianlong both fall. We've got our top 3 secured. 2 of them with 3 HP or less.
Yeah, Sox and Title both incredibly low, but Title turning things around on that big roll down. Sox holding the line, knowing he needed to get even stronger to make this happen. But Ning Lee quietly able to get up to 6 sniper due to that sniper emblem on the carousel. Also a massive threat to win this.
Look at the QSS there on the Senna 3 as well. Allows him to play into the corner if he does line up against Sox. Sox does have his Lux on the other side of the board, so it's not going to target that Senna. But even if he did great heads-up play from Ning Lee. Probably makes this matchup significantly easier.
Yeah, let's see if the Amumu can stay alive, taking a ton of damage. I mean, this 6 sniper duo of Ash and Senna just tearing him apart. He goes down. It's just one more cast, though, from the Janna. It's not there. Sox will fall. Title. Double kill for Ning Lee. So who was able to find second? Who was able to find third? We'll have to find out in a bit because Ning Lee is the winner of that lobby.
Wow, Ning Lee coming through the Chinese qualifier through the JOC, beats 62nd in the qualifier, beats Flancy, wins the entire
เขาบอกว่านิงลี่นี่มาจาก JOC ด้วยนะ
and we saw him do it again,
JOC
taking out 62nd, outplacing him in the second
คือ
game of the day.
คัด
We
จากใน
didn't
โม
expect
บาย
to see Sniper, but now he got the emblem. He went for the 6, and that's the cap you want to see. That's when Sniper works a lot for him. So great performance by Ning Lee.
And a really creative path too, right? Not playing the vertical ghostly variation. Instead, we got to see him play the Ash variation, the 4 Warden, 4 Sniper into a first place finish.
And Ning Lee went back-to-back first, but now we're taking a quick look here at Lobby 4 going on still. As we've got a lot of players left alive. We've got a Senna reroll in this game as well. Just trying to catch up here as it's Moji on a 2-cost reroll, potentially through Ink Shadow line. Yep, it's going to be Moji playing the Senna reroll alongside the Shen.
Moji playing 2-cost reroll. This is one of the players that I know Clement was highlighting at the top of the show. An expert 2-cost reroller from the APAC region. Very thoughtful and careful when playing on stages 2 and 3 to understand the tempo of the lobby and when you're capable of playing these 2-cost games.
Aoihao playing also Syndra, and now we see Kiyuan going for also the Reaper. So again, the Kane with good performance here. So far, Arso is the one who's going for the rest. 6 win streak for Arso, 34 HP, so very good for him. And now let's see if the Kane has access to the backline. Let's talk about a little about the players. We have Cambis here, also one of the representatives for EMEA. He did a great performance. You talk about Moji again. Any other highlights you want to mention?
Oh, I mean, you got to talk about Ahae, right?
Yeah.
Ahae,
the
only two-time winner of the TOC
ชื่อไม่คุ้นเลยว่ะล็อบบี้เนี้ย
This is a fan favorite. I think public perception.
อ๋อ
We've got
มี
some
เอหาวอ่ะ
analysts
เอ
saying
หาว
Sexy Seconds is
คุ้น
one of the best representatives. Public
ที่
perception.
เหลือ
I
ผม
think
ไม่
a
คุ้น
lot of
ชื่อ
people
เลย
look
ว่ะ
at Ahae and see the most decorated player, regionally speaking, in China. They have him as a favorite for this event.
Well, he is the highest
อาจจะ
earnings
เพราะ
of
แบบ
any
ฝั่ง
player in
EMEA
TFT
เยอะมั้ง
because of
ฝั่ง
those two
EMEA
TFC
ผมไม่ค่อยได้ดู
victories.
อ่ะ
Even, you would think
ไม่คุ้น
Malala, but
ชื่อ
no,
เล
no,
ย
no, it is Ahawe. And he's coming here to continue to add on to that stack.
ฝั่ง
We
จีน
continue to
เนี่ย
go
รู้
band
จัก
for
คน
band
เดียว
with
คือ
any
เอ
player
หาว
in TFT.
Yeah, also we were seeing Lucas just now, not in a good spot. Ken was talking about him, saying that he also plays a lot of AP, but now the rest. The possibility of the Kijuan of getting the Kane 3, he's one off. I don't know if someone is holding one for him.
Man.
It could be for the pick'ems. This is important.
Yeah,
Oh, but
it really is.
he's also very low. If he wins this fight and gets to the carousel, could be a Kane.
Yeah.
And he would be
Oh.
first pick, but he goes up against the 3-star Kindred on this Syndra Dryad board. That's a pretty terrifying board.
And it's really all about whether the front line can hold up,
They
right?
can. The Syndra's just hitting the
แต่
Kane
เมตา
immediately.
มันแอบ
Kane's
มัน
just
แอบดูน่า
gone.
เบื่ออยู่
Or
นะ
it holds true, the Cinder can just refire. Now there's
รู้สึก
no
ว่า
more
มันเม
damage
ตา
in
แบบมัน
Qiyuan. Oh, unfortunately, does not get an opportunity
dice.
to make that Kane 3
มันเหมือน
will
เดิมเลย
fall.
อะ
Also Lucas, let's see if we get him also. Oh, Emoji also eliminated.
Wow.
So now we see there the confirmation.
Oh,
The two
Lucas
countries-
as
and
well.
Lucas as well.
All three.
And you know what, Amia, coming up short on some of the lobbies we had otherwise, but in this lobby, they're sitting pretty. First and fourth place going into the Stage 5 carousel.
And with Arzu, I mean, it's an 8-win streak. I mean, let's look at this board a little bit. He's playing around the Lilia, but he's got everything together as well as having that way 2. I think that's a massive addition. The level 9 being so important.
No, exactly. And this is kind of the style we've seen from Amia even in the Rising Legend finals, right? You see the stim pack, the balanced budget. They're playing for these resources that allow them to cap. And when the lobby does not pressure them enough, and when they're actually able to hit their units on 8 and ladder themselves to level 9, this is the effect. Arzu, 8 streaking through Stage 5, now in a very prime spot to take a top 2 finish.
Yeah, Lituchuan, I want to mention that he's playing 5 in shadow. We always talk about normally you play only 3 and go for the ghostly vertical line, or you play 7 with the emblem. He decides to play 5, he's buff, so it's actually a very good performance, but normally it's not the cap of the order. So very good flexible play from him and actually performing so far.
This might be Arzu's board. It very well be. I didn't notice the Hui
That is
2 in that
Arzu.
little picture before, but yeah, I think that Hui 2 is certainly one of the reasons why Arzu is able to maintain this streak. There's so much damage, but the front line was displaced. The Nautilus in the back line now, and that Kaisa was actually able to target the corner there. Wow.
Yeah, that is a big pickup, able to find this win against Arzu, who was on the full streak. And Arzu was pretty low already, so actually being able to find wins is massive.
Okay, once again, let's see again a little of Arzu, 19 HP. The possibility here, Aoi, he's very capped. He's amazing because he already has the set, so the 3 items on will enable him to get items to the rest of his champion. So he's chilling here. He wants to go to level 9. He still has some life. Not many gold gangly, so maybe he cannot get to that level 9, but he doesn't have another way to cap this war. He has to go there, trying to improve, getting maybe a Annie in, or maybe make only invokers and the Asir.
It's an awkward inflection point because you don't have enough gold to be able to go level 9 on 6-1, right? And some other boards are going to be able to cap themselves out or try and power spike there. So the question is, does Ahae have enough HP to sack 1 additional round? He might have enough gold on 6-2. Problem is, he's up against his Arzu board, which has a ton of damage.
Yeah, it really just depends if he wins this, and the Orin is kind of holding it, so should be able to make it happen. It's a very, very close fight, but Ahae finds it, and I think that will buy the space to actually be able to sack 1 round.
All of a sudden, Arzu sitting at 7 HP from a spot that we thought looked very good on this level 9 Mythic board. Could actually go bot 4 from a position I thought was kind of blocked for a top 2 or 3.
Yeah, he's strong. He's making a lot of damage, but he doesn't have the
เอา
burst
เว้ย
damage. So
เฮ้ย
now thinking about
He
it.
has 71 gold.
เอาเวยออกเลยเหรอ
You know what? He's kind of chill. I think he was just being brave. He was saying, I can sacrifice this
Ah.
HP. And what I can do instead
Hello?
is maybe
Hello?
I can try and preserve gold, preserve time,
เฮ้ยเอาเวยออกเลยเหรอ
and go for a true win out and lock in that first
อาจ
place
จะออก
finish.
ไว้
Yeah, he
เฉ
will
ย
look
ๆ
for
มั้ง
the
ผมว่า
legendaries. He gets the Wukong
Nah,
2-star,
don't
the
worry,
Rakan
you
2-star, and then the additional verticals. That's the way
ถ้า
you
เวย
want
มัน
to
จะ
play
ก๊อป
the
เสร็จแล้ว
Lilia
นะตัว 5 บา
on
ท
his cap level. He's going to get there with enough gold to do it, and also having the weight
Up will.
means the possibility of getting those legendaries also
On
faster.
2.
Yeah, Champion Conference giving a Recon, immediately gets the Recon too. It's massive for Arzu to be able to just continue to
Yung ball ko
upgrade this
nakuha.
board, getting the Ultrist online. So we'll see as Canbiz also capping out a Lilia board on both sides of the Zamia players,
That's
playing
the
around the
European
Lilia. It
special.
seems like Amia has been loving this Lilia, and while it wasn't successful in some of the lobbies we saw earlier, both Arzu and Canbiz are finding decent spots.
Canbid's one of the favorites from EMEA. Lots of players hyping him up. I've heard him be called the best player from EMEA right now going into this player. Didn't have the set that I think some people would have expected from him. 4.2 AVP across the set is not the Canbids many know, but he's showing up in a way many people have seen before in game number 2 right now.
Yeah, now it's AoE from Canbiz versus focus damage, so let's see what is enough here. And this is the problem now for Canbiz. He doesn't have like the strength to actually kill the front line as soon as possible, so he's going to go down. He still has HP, so it's not an elimination for him. In danger is Lituchuan and Arzu.
Yeah, let's see if Arzu was able to get the win. He was. Arzu holding on 7 HP. Let's see Chuan as well, going to be on 7. Very, very close between these two players. Actually, this whole lobby, I mean, Canbiz, the Tichuan, and Arzu all very close.
You hear the noise? You hear the music there? Yeah, that's the tension of the moment. And now Arzu going again for the possibility. There's not much like positioning he can make. Maybe in the Nautilus to get a good line for the ulti, and maybe this will be the face-off. So the locks, very important to try to avoid. He positions everything in the middle, so the main carries are in the middle, and it's good position to avoid the lock CC.
Kade versus Canbiz right now. Kade playing the Lux Janna. Pay attention to whether this Lux can stay alive and whether she targets that Lilia right now. Even though she targets the Lilia, she might fall to the whale, and she does. Even though he does break through, though, now
it's the Mumu, though.
The front lines on the back line. Pure attrition coming in. The question is, do you actually have enough to break through? Because the Amumu and the Annie have some damage. I don't know if it's going to be exactly enough, though.
I mean, he is in range for this Ionic to actually start dealing damage, which I think is helpful. And
over time.
Annie, this is Porcelain Annie, so it's incredibly tanky.
Oh, they're just not dying.
They just can't
And
take enough damage here, and they do get through the soldiers eventually, and Canbiz
เฮ้ยอันนี้ตายเป็นเปล่าวะ
so does Arzu, and as much as we were just talking them up, the Lilias fall once again, and it's 4-5 for our EMEA players.
Okay, we saw in the Americas, Lilia not perform all that well unless you had the high roll positions.
Yeah.
However, in EMEA, it was the most popular comp across the entire tournament. I'm surprised. I mean, obviously, in our case, this is a little bit more of what we saw. Even when you hit the cap, you're so far behind in tempo, you sacrifice so much HP that you still don't get that cap. I'm just surprised to see the EMEA players who, this is in their comfort zone, still fall in 4th and 5th place with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a comp that you need double cap. You need to hit early and start to punish in the lobby in the level 8, and then you need to go to level 9 for the rest. But actually, I think they play it flexible, and even if the post wasn't perfect, they actually did a good place because they got to level 9 and they got to cap their board at least in some way. It wasn't enough against this cap board. We have Kindred 3, we have the Look 3 on the other end, and let's see if it's enough here. Kindred trying to access the backline, still finding it out against Latasa, who is there, and is too strong. Annie, Porcelain making the difference. So now we see also the elimination.
Everybody's gone. Kade
that was a double kill. Yeah.
You know, it's very possible that the fight that we saw maybe said more about Kade as Mace is screaming in the wings right now. It might actually say more about the strength of Kade than it did about Canbiz and Arzu. And that, though, is the importance of HP preservation and being able to deal damage in those later stages before you're just one life.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was just huge. Kade being able to have that powerful of a board. We're seeing, you know, multiple times Sox also nearly able to get to the top position with that reroll composition, and we knew that it would be the best one out of all of them. So with that, we'll be able to get it to the analyst desk so they can break it down even more. We're going to a short break, but the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown returns right after this. Ascending augments, so that's the prismatic.
Oh!
So just there's a prismatic augment just gonna pop up.
พักกันสักครู่นะครับรอเกม3
That's fine with me. I don't need any more than that. Double kill for Ning Lee. So who was able to find second? Who was able to find third? We'll have to find out in a bit because Ning Lee is the winner of that lot.
คำถามเลยเพลงเนี้ยกูโดนหรือเปล่า ช่างมันแล้วกันนะถ้าโดนมันก็คงโดนไปแล้วล่ะ ถ้าโดนมันก็คงไม่ทันอะไรแล้วแหละไอ้เหี้ยมันคงโดนไปแล้วอะช่างมัน16 แต้ม16 แต้มก็คือที่ 1-2 เกมเที่ยมเก่งแบบเปล่า16 แต้มในที่ 1-2 เกมเลยนิงลี่อ่ะไอ้บ้าลิโซที่1ไปเกมหนึ่งแม่งยังไม่อยู่ตรงนี้เลยยังไม่อยู่ในท็อป 8เลยJOC ก็คัดจากในโมบายอ่ะแล้วไงอ่ะคัดจากในโมบายแล้วไงอ่ะก็ซ่าได้อ่ะเฮียในโมบายก็ไม่สนอ่ะ
Born Fable's Tactician's Crown, so what better way to keep the party going by discussing what happened in that game. Now, I think something that's really interesting about this meta right now is that augments can really make or break your game. And in one of our players' augment choices, we got Fine Vintage, which feels like a throwback, a blast from the past.
Yeah, 60 Second really pulled out a save right there for Fine Vintage. I'm going to take you on a journey through his thought process. He actually lowered at the start, getting spiked
คนไทยไม่ผ่านรอบAPAC ครับ APAC ที่คัดตอนสัปดาห์ที่แล้วอ่ะเขาเอา4 คนอ่ะคนไทยอยู่อันดับคนไทยไม่ได้อยู่ในท็อป 4ก็เลยไม่มีคนไทยเลยแต่ว่ามีแชมป์เก่านะมีแชมป์เก่าเซต 9นะครับ
secure himself stage 4 and then he knew the item prismatic augments always drop with a reforger, so with a remover, so you can take those off, and then he put back his IE to cling back a 6. That should have been an 8th. I always want to celebrate when good players make good saves.
Yeah, that's really exciting to see, but I think there are also options and opportunities where the augments actually can really help you out.
Yeah, talk about defining a game plan, right? Both Ning Lee and Solo
ผมชอบเกมแพลน Ning Lee มากเลยนะเว้ย
Caretaker's ally right out of the gate
แบบว่าเขาหยิบไอ้นี่มาใช่ป่ะแล้วได้เซนหน้าคือถ้าเป็นคนทั่วไปจะทำยังไงก็เล่นเซนหน้าแล้วก็รีโหลดเชนป่ะถูกไหมแบบก็คือไปเล่นเซนหน้าโกสลี่แล้วก็แบบรีโหลดเชนเพราะว่าเซนหน้าได้มาเยอะแต่ว่าแพนเกมของเขาอ่ะคืออาจจะเพราะว่าเชนเขามาน้อยมั้งเชนไม่มาเลยเขาก็แค่แบบก็แค่ฟาสต์8แล้วคือจังหวะตอนเลเวล 6อ่ะเขามีเซนหน้าอยู่แล้ว7 ตัว เพราะงั้นเขาแค่ขึ้นเลเวล8เขาก็จะมีเซนหน้า9ตัวก็คือได้เซนหน้า3ดาวที่เลเวล8เลยแล้วเขาก็กลายเป็นว่าเขาก็ไปเล่นฟาส8แล้วก็ไปตั้งบอร์ดเป็น4วอร์เดนแล้วก็มีเซนหน้ามาถือไอเทมแทนที่จะเป็นแบบไปฟาส8แล้วก็โลหะแอชอย่างเดียวก็คือมีแครี่ละแล้วก็ไปขึ้นฟาส8เล่น4สไนด์4วอร์เดนผมชอบแผนเกมนะแผนเกมแบบเฟกดิ
but instead goes for a Lux Janna reroll, sees a great spot for it, ends up getting good augments as well with Combat Caster as well as Baboom to really make that board super strong. So reroll right now was in a great spot in this lobby.
Talking about reroll, 4th place, Tian Long from CN, my man bringing out the Kabuko, or rather Kabuko, the Kog'Maw reroll. I got too excited there. I want Kabuko as well.
That's half. China was dancing backstage.
Kog'Maw reroll, my favorite comp. Anyone in the US knows I was a bit of a one-trick start of the set, and it's just such a fun comp, especially when you have the conditions that are met. Pandora's first augment, you get to play for that BIS, which Kog'Maw absolutely needs with the blue buff, the Nashers, and then a damage item. And you have the team-wide combat augments that are so important. Stand United so strong in the late game, especially once you scale into that stage 4 and 5, and Jewel Lotus to get that extra bit of damage to make sure Kog'Maw is deleting units once he gets the extra range. A 4th place, I think a solid game plan. Missed out on the Hui, missed out on the Nautilus too, so could still have that next bit of cap.
I just quickly want to mention that at the bottom of our leaderboard, we did have 2 Reaper players not making it, unfortunately, despite stuff like the Harvest coming through. But here are our standings after those first 2 games.
And just to set the stage a little, in previous Worlds, you typically needed 62 points to be safe and about 61 in tiebreaker to make it in most times. Another thing to mention is that the most someone has ever came back from was 26 points. So if you're got 26, you can rest assured you have a chance.
Okay, we're gonna have to keep tallying up all the math as we get closer towards the last couple of games for the final of the day. But yeah, we've got Kade up there. That was a player that you were very excited about. Mix.
Yeah, so whenever Kade actually got locked in for the global championship, I messaged him and I congratulated, of course. And he took it with like a little bit of humor and said, well, I can't be worse than last time, right? So I think he's living up to the promise. 2 first places, you're going to be in a great mental state.
I have to say, we're only 2 MEA casters on the broadcast team this weekend, and Makes has already jumped ship after 2 games. I want to, is a red card available here?
It's a tactical change, so I'm not caster cursing. Don't spoil it.
I believe in the comeback, guys.
Well, this is just 2 games, so don't you worry. There's a lot of comeback potential to be had. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have the 3rd game in our group stage for the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. Told you it'd be a short break. We're already back to continue the action for day number 1. Excited to be on the desk with both of you to go through this next game.
It's a rerun of the last champs as well. We started things off games 3 and 4 on that day 1. We're back here again. Very different set of players though. A lot of returning players, but still the mix-up and especially the, I think, expectations coming to game 3, very different.
Yeah, we've seen how the compositions are playing out. We've seen how the lobbies are going. And I'm glad that in the end, CN is on top in this lobby as well with Ahao A trying to prove he's not only a domestic champion, but maybe a world champion as well.
We have reseeded the lobbies. That is an important thing to know. For now, for games 3 and 4, we have new lobbies for our players, which might shift the tempo a little bit. Where do you think that these players might go? Are they going to try to stick to some of the strategies that work for them, or do they have to feel things out?
Less so about the lobby tempo with the players, about the comps and what they've played already in the first 2 games, and they've gotten that direct feedback of, hey, what isn't working? We've seen Lilia played a lot from EMEA players. It's not working out for maybe low roll reasons, just unlucky games where you just didn't have the resources of the wrong roll down. But do they shift into, hey, let's contest Reapers, let's join the party, 4 or 5 players every lobby?
Yeah, I expect the tempo to speed up as we go through the days right here. We've seen a lot of these high board caps, you know, dreaming EMEA players with their heads in the sky, but not realizing that, wait a minute, these CN players or these APAC players are going with most of the rerolls. We saw Kade AP reroll, and we saw Ming Lee also winning with a reroll-centric line as well.
Yeah, I think reroll, it definitely has to be on the menu, because even in just that last game, we saw that contesting for the Kayn and the Reapers, there's so many units that just come out of the pool naturally with a lot of these compositions that it's way harder to actually hit these 4-cost carries.
And there's a consideration of seeing maybe less Kai'Sa because it is hard to play Fortune for some players with a higher ping, being able to have those huge APM cash out rounds. You don't have that guarantee. If it's a smaller cash out like you saw from Michael in that game 1, it's much easier. You cash out at Wolves, you're able to get a few units, a little bit of extra gold, and have that little bit of extra resource to push for Lilia or Kai'Sa. But I'd love to see Kai'Sa played a little bit more often. I think it's a very strong comp if you have enough gold to actually make it to the point where you are level 9, you have the Udi or 2, causing so much disruption on your opponent's boards.
We had a shot to get Crab Rave. I just, that's maybe on
that's where we're going,
bingo card. We get Crab Rave for at least 1 game. 1 game, please.
It's very duelist or Reapers focused for Crab Brave, so a lot of people, they don't want to contest their comps early on, and I think that's why players tend to avoid it a little bit. I like the sort of, what the spicy one I like is the artifact portals right there, because they open up a lot of different
พักนานมากนานจริงแม่งพักนานจริง
Silvermere Dawn sometimes. He's playing the Story Weaver, Exodia, Lissandra in his comp sometimes.
รู้สึกว่าเกม 2 แม่งจบไปนานแล้ว
If you
เนี่ย
want to see unique comps, artifacts are the way to go. They open up maybe Nar reroll, Riven reroll, Bard reroll with Wit's End could be a thing. The Big Frog comp can't also works really well with things like Forbidden Idol, for example. We did see some potential maybe hero augments coming out as well. We haven't seen yet on broadcast things like Garen hero augment, things like Kabuko that I slipped up a little bit. I read the script, you know, maybe this game 3.
It's coming. It's going to be
Is that a promise, Necro? Can you guarantee it?
Can't.
Our viewers will be very disappointed if we don't have Kabuko.
I would love to give you that as a birthday present. Truly.
I would love to receive that as a birthday present. So we're on the same page, Necro. Thank you.
I think overall, though, Story Champion is still my pick for the hero augment. It's very strong, 6 Warden. It's easy to itemize for all of you out there. You don't need your Bloodthirster. Dragon's Claw is good enough of a regen item. And especially with someone that's leading the top of the table, Kade, he actually got it twice when the day closed out to get to the position he is now.
And I would say as well that Irelia is slightly less contested on this patch compared to the Duelist patch, so it's a little bit easier to hit that high cap with the Garen, with that damage the backline carry.
Well, don't forget that if you might not see something that's on your bingo card, well, hey, the other lobbies might be able to show you that. We have 3 alternative lobbies that'll be covering all of the extra games that we have, so make sure that you don't miss any of that action. I'm sure it's going to be spicy as we continue on the day.
Especially for, I think, the top level of those casters, Kenobi and Memo, challenger level players in the US, a lot of analytical insight in their commentary. So for me personally, I would love to listen to them. Can't do everything, unfortunately, but for anyone at home, multi-stream, you have all your options. You can check out all the different players on this big stage as we move into this game 3 of day 1.
Whoa.
We talked about reroll, and this is basically forcing you to play reroll. The Yorick augment at the start, all the reroll costs down by 1. You should expect a lot of Janna Lux, a lot of these AP rerolls to really bring themselves to the forefront.
Yeah, and in this lobby as well, we actually have a lot of players that are very used to being able to play these reroll lines, especially when you take a look at the North America roster. We have Weijin Iverson, Greya, and Dish Soap that are all here that know how to play these reroll lines.
And I would say look at the narrative, the big picture of this lobby complexion. A big contrast between, I think, players who are very talented, but they still have to prove themselves that tiny bit. Looking at Dish Soap, looking at Ahao, who in China has been fantastic regionally, but on the big stage has faltered a tiny bit, not ever making it past that top 20 mark in the placements at the end of his championship berths. And looking at the opposite side, we have these newcomers. BapZero, we have Greya, who just really popped off this set in NA, winning that championship. And Steppy as well, who is not a newcomer per se, but he is a newcomer to the international stage. But I think you, Clement, have a lot of confidence in this player.
I've seen him play so many interesting boards right here. He really is super creative, never goes bot 4, and I want to see what his reroll lines are going to be. He is mainly a Ghostly Zoe type of player, but I wonder...
The game is spoken. You don't have to wonder any longer, Clement. Kog'Maw is on the menu, baby.
You are very excited about the Kog'Maw reroll.
10 แต้ม
I mean, you have the tier.
แสดงว่าจบ 1 จบ 7 เกมแรกจบ 1 เกม 2 จบ 7
Say no more.
แต้ม
You know, the dream start is if you get 5 items on stage 1, you can actually repeat items and just get a blue buff directly.
เกมแรกมาอย่าง
Rarely
เข้มเลย
happens, but sometimes you can hope.
There's 2 players who seem to be angling this Kog'Maw right now. Greya is also in the running for that potential Kog'Maw reroll. As you mentioned, I think this game more than any other, you're really forced to reroll. It is very low EV to do anything else for most players.
Oh, and we see BapZero with the Porcelain Crown already. Another couple of big reroll lines that we could see is the Ghostly Crown coming in from Dish Soap. That's a very clear line. Also, the most important thing is a lot of people will be holding on to their augments to find those uncontested pathways into their routes.
We have Steppy on Living's Forge, does pick up first of his artifacts. A few distinct options here. Wits End could open up the Bard reroll line. Could start off with a Kog'Maw reroll for now for stage 2 and then maybe move into that Mythic line with Bard.
We do have the Wits End already selected here.
We have 2 other players that have picked out that Living Forge as well. So there's a lot of artifacts that are going to be on the table for this game.
I think overall it's kind of a fan favorite augment. It creates very exciting games. You're not forced to go down these lines where you're contested. It's, I think, a little bit less pressure where the more pressure's on the game, giving you the right artifacts for your game plan.
That's true. There's currently 32 artifacts in the game, and if you have to find what you want to hit, it's only a 1 in 8 chance. So you really want to look for these compositions that can basically digest a lot of different of these artifacts. And we have Li Tuchuan with coming in with the Zhonya's. I think this is something that is very, very flexible. Frontline, backline, even with Reaper comps, we do see this being used.
A Dish Soap, though, that's going to end up with a Ghostly emblem. So that's going to help out just to be able to give an extra stat on the board. But you also have this Story Weaver, so something that ends up being a little bit flexible to start branching out from.
Yeah, could move into Zoe reroll / Zyra reroll with Ghostly. It's something that we've seen. We talked about 62nd at the top of show, the player that had 6 games of Ghostly, Zyra, Zoe in the CN regional. So definitely a comp that I think is a little bit undervalued from some competitors coming into this weekend.
Very curious what BapZero is going to do here because he does have the pumping up augment. It's really good for things like Kaisa and snipers, but those are not typically associated with the reroll lines. So we'll have to see where he goes.
Yeah, I feel like whenever we see a pumping up, you have an opportunity to actually be able to go vertical Story Weaver. So that's a really great augment to be able to help out your Kale if you want to make sure that she can get that 7 Story Weaver online. But you can also go with an Aurelia later that will also get a lot of value from the pumping up.
I have the answer to your question, Clement.
Oh, let's go.
It's Sivir reroll.
Oh, I've heard about this.
Trust. If anyone can do it, it's the Brazilian magic.
You're cooking.
It's actually,
I've cooked
actually
already,
really good with first play.
Dinner served. Sivir reroll.
Oh,
Enjoy.
The pizza delivery.
With just 1 Sivir, I cannot wait to see this. On the other hand, I think Li Tuchuan has found a very comfortable position for himself. He's known to play melee-centric compositions, and he's actually found, I believe, the Corrupt Vampiric Scepter, which is usually hinting towards a Gnar reroll line.
Gnar would be great. I'm in for some Gnar, honestly. I miss that composition a lot.
Yep, there's only 2 lines I've seen with it. One is Golden Remover onto Kayn. You wait until Kayn transforms, and then you put the scepter back onto him so you get the additional damage of the spins. The other one is just your good old for Druid, for Ghostly, Gnar, reroll board.
Curious to see for Arzu as well with Tiniest Titan, what kind of game plan he goes for. With a mix of Yorick and Tiniest Titan, he's going to go for a heavy Lost Streak or not. For now, just the Story Weaver starts. Not really indicating too much. Has the items, which are really the key indicator for what direction they're going for. And a key skill to have in TFT, especially this weekend, where I think many players already send the signal to everyone else what they're playing in stage 2 already with their augment pickups or their item slams. So important to be able to scout and identify very quickly where everyone is going in stage 4.
Now, there are a couple people that I think are converging on the same compositions. We have Ahao A with the Triforce, which is typically going into melee comps, and you have Weijin coming in with the reroll Duelist. So we will see if they try to part ways or if we're going to have a collision.
Get the Heavenly in now, though, and maybe he's already getting the Volley Bear online is really nice to be able to either have that or maybe you can even transition that item onto a Sylas later. So I guess it depends on where you're actually going to land with maybe some of these units that you can upgrade.
And Nard is a player who I talked a lot with during this entire set in EMEA. He's someone that mentioned he really enjoys playing Fortune, not necessarily for these massive, YouTube-worthy cash outs, but rather just for that little bit of extra resource, extra little bit push in stage 3, not playing that massive loss, just a tiny bit, and we're seeing him do it here now as well.
But look at the opposite side of the board. This is bad news for the EMEA because Greya has removed most of the units on his board, and excuse me, it was actually Greya with the corrupted Vampire Acceptor.
I know we have a rivalry here, but come on, Greya, really?
มีการพัฒนา
Game 3 already?
เนี่ยคือมันขึ้นเทรดด้านข้างให้ดูเลยว่าแบบ บอร์ดล่างเทรดอะไรบอร์ดบนเทรดอะไร
Game hate the
ก็ดีนะดูง่าย
Don't hate the player.
Just hate everything, Necros. Her emo phase. It's not emo Mumu anymore, okay? It's a different trait now.
I miss my Lulu. What can I say?
ชื่ออะไรวะลิททูชวน
Wonder if he can come back from that fortune spot for Arzu. He hasn't picked his composition, and he could go for something 4-cost. Nobody's going to contest him there. Meanwhile, Babzera definitely going to go for something like the backline 80 carries here.
We're on 2 servers now, Clement. You're still not believing, I see, from your facial expression, but...
I know it's your birthday, man, but not everything has to go your way.
I'm asking too much. I got it. I'll tone it down, don't worry. Big win streak for Dish Soap and Babzera as we move into the very last fight. Babzera up against Li Tuxuan. For now, this should be relatively an easy win. 79 HP for Tuxuan. He is trying to go for that 5 loss streak, so really play by the book here. Easy win and easy loss for both players.
Yeah, and when you have so many win streaker and so many full loss streakers, it's everyone in the middle that needs to start worrying. That means they're not going to have enough econ. That means they're not going to cap high enough. How they're going to bring that back with the second augment, it's going to be very important.
ดูแข่ง TFT แบบช่วงต้นเกมมันง่วงดีนะ
If you don't have enough gold, then you might not be able
ช่วง
to
แบบ
get
ช่ว
your
ง
units,
ช่วง
and
ต้น
then
ส
kind
เต
of
จอะ
where do you go from
TFT เป็นเกมที่ง่วง
The
ช่วง
one good
ต้น
thing is
ส
that
เตจ
because
เว้ย
everyone is contesting,
ช่วงที่
if
แบบ
you are going down into an
กำลัง
open
กำลัง
line,
ตั้ง
it is that
คอม
much more
ใช่
likely
ปะ
to hit because there's so many more
แต่ละ
1
คน
and
ก็
2
คือยัง
costs
ไม่ได้
out
ค
of
อม
the
มิต
pool as you do roll down. So
ยัง
each
ไม่ได้สแลม
roll
ไอเทม ยัง
has
ไม่ได้
way
ซัด
higher
กันอะ
quality shops in general.
A very important thing about prismatic starts is that your second augment is 50% to be silver. So that is something for players to think about. You don't want to tailor your board necessarily. Your chances of hitting an emblem are also lower. So you want to keep that in mind and be focused on the damage power, combat power augments.
Looking at the components here for
ต้องรอช่วง
very
สเตจ
important
3 สเตจ
considering he has wits
4
and
เป็นช่วง
considering he
มั
has
น
Tom
ๆ
Kent already with a stone plate. Might be looking towards that Bard reroll. Has to hope for, well, a lot more bows and 1 more rod. Ideally, 1 wits and 2 rage blades is the BIS for Bard, and at least at the very least, Bard does show up in this natural shop.
This is going to be a little bit rough. I think in this spot it might be correct
แอด 2 ตัวที่โตเฮ้ย
get your items online. You know, the silver augment's not really
แต่
going
ไม่
to
ได้เล่น
get
นะ
you
ดิ
there. Wow, what a deep
Soap เล่นเป็น
roll down from Dish Soap. He's bringing the
เป็น
tempo
โก
up.
สลี่โซอี้นะโซอี้มา
Looks
แล้ว
like maybe a
4
little
ตัว
bit
ค
more
รับ
locked in to a Ghostly Zoe comp here.
แต่ว่าไอเทมโซอี้ยังบอกมีเลย
Sell off the Garen, try and upgrade that front line, have a better quality unit overall. Items have to be slammed here. Went for the adaptive, just full frontline items for now, hoping that just the frontline buys enough time with ghostly damage coming in to help out.
Yeah, he was on a 5-win streak, so wants to preserve that towards this end. Unfortunately, doesn't find any of his frontline upgrades here. So I would say Dissoap is still in a bit of a precarious situation. He is up against Liu Tuchuan, who wants to lose. You know, I think we'll have to look at his next shop. Dissoap is a person that is willing to press the D button once or twice to try and hit those lucky upgrades.
Here's another augment. So we had the prismatic to start. Now we're going to get a gold So what are you ideally looking for here? A lot of players had opted into items for their prismatic.
Because you're so locked in already to reroll comps for the most part, you're just looking for that BIS augment. There usually are 3 or 4 for each comp that really elevates that next level. You say, oh, I high rolled, I found this specific augment for my comp. And that's the key here. Tailoring, as you mentioned, Clement, is going to be super important throughout the entire weekend, but especially with rerolls.
For sure, you're getting that +1 can be very beneficial to your comp. A couple of the high roll augments I see right now is Steppy getting the lucky ricochet. Actually, 2 players going into this line with Arzu also potentially going for, I would believe, the Kaisa
เล่น
line.
ไคสะแล้วอย่างนี้
For Steppy, though, we mentioned it. Items are the important thing to look at. If he's going to be playing for the Bard reroll, needs to find a bow and needs to hopefully, in some ways, lose the next 2 fights to make sure he has priority over the bow. That could be so relevant for so many different comps, as we've seen across every single set of TFT.
Another win-out condition is he could go for the Blighting Jewel right here. He has the perfect items on blue
เพิ่ง
buff
เห็น
for
ว่ามีวิด
Teemo.
เอ็น
Honestly, even on a 2-star Teemo, Blighting Jewel is so powerful, it
จะ
could
ได้เห็น
just
แล้วว่าบาท
stabilize
ดี
you
โล
through
อ่ะ
even stage 4.
บาทดีโลวิดเอ็นอ่ะ
He does have the Living Forge, so he just needs to wait for 8 combats to get it further down the line. I believe it's like 3-5 or 3-6. Not 100% sure, but we'll see on this stage if that line is open.
Ahao is actually going to start taking a couple of losses here.
ไม่มีสปอตไหนน่าเล่นบาทดีโลไปมากกว่านี้แล้วของ
lost
ส
the
ปี
fight before this one. Is
มี
not
ทั้
up
ง
to
อัพเมน
92,
มี
but
ทั้งไอ
America
เท
is
ม
looking
นะ
pretty strong right now in the current lobby. 3 players holding out,
บอร์ดนี้
preserving
น่า
a
จะเป็น
ton of
รัก
their
แจนหน้า
HP
รีโหล
halfway
นะครับ
through stage 3.
หยิบฮีโร่
Really
กับแบ็
important
กมา
carousel
แบบ
coming
นี้
up
ก็
very soon, though.
เอามาทำ3 ดาวนะ
How does Dishop high roll every game we watch? He's been multiple win streak, 18+ win streak in game 1.
เฮ้ยเราที่โซ
Let's
เลือด
see if
ร้อย
he
อีก
can
แล้วว่ะ
do it again. I was talking about the front line sort of compositions here, but you know he's got
คือแบบถือว่าดิโซแบบโล
very
ตอน
solid
โล
at
ดาว
this point.
3-2 เมื่อกี้ดิโซแบบโลเจอเย
Seems
อะ
like
มาก
so
นะ
many players are
โล
one
แบบดูดิ
component off away
โล
from
ฮิ
a
โซอี้
really
อ่ะ
important
ฮิโซอี้
item
ที่ใส่
for
ล่า
most
ฮิต
of
เอ
their
ทอ
carries.
ฮิโซอี้ที่เวล
He
6
found
เนี่ย
the big
ค่อน
grab
ข้าง
back
แบ
to
บ
make sure
ค่อ
that
น
he
ข้าง
continues
ไอ้
his
นี่เลย
win streak,
ส
builds
ไป
to
อ
the
ยู่
Nashers for his Zoe 2. Down on the streak,
He
and now
hit
we
Chen
finally see
ด้วยนี่ก็
Ahao
สไปร์
A
พอดี
is
Hit
going
Chen
for
ที่เรา
maybe, I think most likely the Reaper line, and does actually find a pretty good support item here. The Randuin's is going to keep his entire front line topped up, and it really works with the Bruiser
แล้
tree.
วใครจะไปเอาลงอ่ะโซอี้3 ส
Grand
เต
Rings
จ
will
นี้
be, I think, especially
Sorry,
impactful
so
now
E2
in stage 3, stage 4, where there isn't really the punish
Lang
of
ah.
the AoEs, but
Ni
later in the
na
game, you're going to
chora.
have to lose some value. You're going to have
ฮ้ย
that hard
now.
decision making of where to lose your
ฮ้ย
value.
เก
And Greya
เกเล่นนา
looks
ว
to be going down the one of the
Nah,
lines you
Lilo.
mentioned, which is
มีกุนซู
our reroll
What?
with Vampiric Scepter, with Rage Blade, and it's just funny because
What
Greya
the
told
fuck?
me, I asked him a few questions yesterday, he said, I am not a creative player. I'm sticking to the metacomps. I'm not doing anything crazy. And already he has lied to me. He's going down the crazy line.
I feel like he must be forced into this situation, but I want to talk about the items is that you have to get the Quicksilver to round out that Gnar, because he's always in the front line, always auto.
If there is one player, though, that can roll with these druids, or dryads, it's definitely going to be Greya, though. Played a lot of Syndra Dryad during his run at the America's Golden Spatula, which he won. And even though he says he's not playing creative, he knew a lot of creative routes to actually get to those high-end cap boards.
โอ้ถ้ามี learning ชนะไป
This
เถ
second
อะ
artifact, very
ถ้ามี
important
learning
here.
คือ
Let's
มึง
see
ที่
what he
1 ไป
gets.
เลย
Death's Defiance could go back onto the
ถ้ามี
Gnar, but
learning
he's
ก็
going
คือโซ
double
อี้เลดเกม
Vampiric.
ยิงตายหมดอ่ะ
Wait.
แม่งชิงชึบ
I've
จุ๊บ
never
จุ๊บ
had
จุ๊
a
บ
player
ตาย
lie
หมด
to
อ่ะ
me so much.
ในเกม
Double corrupted.
ได้ไวขนาด
Makes
นี้
so much
Gnar
sense.
นี่แล้วนะ
reroll. Yeah,
โอ้ย
the augments, Silvermere Darn as well.
2 อันเลยเหรอ
Really benefit from the
เฮ้ยขอดูบอร์ดนี้
Double situation. They don't actually very
เฮ้ย
rare
อย่า
to
เปลี่ยน
play for.
อยากดู
Happens
บอร์ด
once
เมื่อ
in
กี้
every
ไอ้เหี้ย
1,000 games really.
สอง
But
อั
down
น
to
เลย
the
เมื่อ
stage,
กี้
game 3 of this
อยากดูบอร์ดเมื่อ
global
กี้จัดเลยว่ะ
championship.
เปลี่ยนทำไม
And
วะ
we have Wits and Bard as well coming online. So maybe one of the most exciting games of the
บอร์ดเมื่อกี้
entire
น่าดูจัดอะ
weekend. Looking
เปลี่
at
ยน
this
เฉย
How
combination
did
of
he get
artifacts.
it? He
Yeah,
got
nah,
the
nah,
forbidden
song
idol.
artifact,
Those
yeah.
are the best artifacts for this composition. We talked about it. It's only a 1 in 8 chance to find what you need, and
โอ้
Steppy
แล้วบาท
has
ไม่ไหว
got
วะยังไม่ไหว
the best draw.
Ooh. The lucky
Senna
ricochet
nga
as
bit item
well. Fortunately, not going to be quite enough this time, but I mean, Steppy is just a couple of units away from being able to have a great board.
And I do think we need to explain what some of these artifacts do here. For the corrupt Vampiric Scepter, it means your units cannot no longer use their abilities, but they get a ton of AD and sustain.
And for Wits End, it kind of replaces Gunblade in the build for Bard and really elevates Bard to, in my opinion, a playable comp. because the extra Omni Knife is so big with the double Rage Blade. Bard is, of course, one of the rare mixed carries that scales off of both AD and AP. And overall, I think playing Bard without Wits End is a bit of a troll, especially on the big stage where you have such strong players building incredibly strong boards. But with Wits End, all of a sudden that door is open, and you can please us, casters and viewers as well, because it's a very fun comp to watch.
Arzu looks like he knows he's kind of beat off that sort of low-cost re-roll of the trick shot line. He is going to go for the Fortune once again. We have to be paying close attention to his cash outs as the game goes on. 21 means he only started stage 2. Usually when you start stage 3, you want that 50 cash out. My personal favorite is going to be that blacksmith's gloves for your Sylas.
Is it time to maybe talk about the elephant in the room? Dishope is once again head streaking to start things off.
The perfect
Game
player.
1 maybe was a high roll. This game now, I think maybe he's just a player that has finally risen up, finally hoping to make that day 3, making a deep run, which I think everyone expected of him back when he first came to Champs. It was a 21st place position in the end, disappointing for him, but I think a chance of redemption.
Absolutely.
I think he staked out his position beautifully. He had a Zoe to start the game off on stage 2. Ghostly emblem locked in, and nobody really wants to move into that direction. The only worry I have here is actually Greya's composition, which typically does play with 4 Ghostly as well with the Gnar reroll.
Might be harder then for Dishope to try to 3-star any of these units, but you also have a Kayn that's kind of sitting and waiting to get an opportunity to actually move in, so you could get 6 Ghostly online.
Bapzera as well is on center reroll, it looks like, so that's another player contesting that, at least the frontline units as well. And overall, I think everyone knows hitting a Laoi 3 is almost impossible in pretty much every patch of this set because of how contested she is. She's part of so many different comps, reroll comps, 4-cost comps as well.
It's been a while since we've seen Li Tuchuan, and we have to take a look at his artifacts here. Innervating Locket in the front line, not exactly the best one since these units, don't really cast that frequently. But we'll see on Wajan Iverson's side, rerolled and still has 20 gold, already has found that Triss 3.
And a big part of that is hitting raining gold, where each singular piece of gold with Prismatic Ticket is worth that much more, so a great combo. The only worry for me is that's 2 econ augments. Do you have enough combat strength power with just on a 3 right now? Are you able to scale to the late game when everyone else hits their boards naturally in stage 4?
Depends on what that final type of augment is going to be then, and whether or not you can actually find it.
Definitely needs a combat to round out here, preferably keepers whenever you're playing duelist. That usually is the best one. Ahao A has not re-rolled that much yet. Oh, he's actually down to 30 gold.
It's prismatic.
Whoa.
That's perfect.
This could make up for a lot of the combat power you've lost on your other 2 augments. As long as you find the right fit, I think duelists are a little bit picky in terms of what they really want this late into the game as well.
He does find the overwhelming force, so that is typically, you look at the combat augment, that's usually a very good one here. I would expect them to leave that on the board and re-roll the other ones. For Dishope, he has Prismatic Ticket to actually get ahead of the other Ghostly players in the field.
And almost guarantee a great position with the HP he has. If he rolls down and hits everything, he's not going bot for it. It's quite literally impossible. You do maybe lose a little bit of cap where once everyone else does hit, you don't have that crazy strength to work with on a Prismatic Augment. And already, talking about hitting, players are starting to come online. Greya is maybe the first one to do so. Triple item, Gnar 3 already here at 4-2.
And he could also avoid the Ghostly line here because he did find the Dryad emblem, so it does give him an extra Titan. It's a little bit hard to use for his composition, but it means he can play the 6th Dryad really early on if he can hit that Azir.
Definitely seen it done before, so I feel like Greya is just a Dryad magnet.
It's a little bit of a worry with his composition is that usually this build really needs the quick silver to avoid the crowd control coming in. You only have auto attacks. You don't have any mana regeneration from being hit. So if there is crowd control that can be chained up, he still could be in a precarious position.
But Clement, you have a lot of auto attacks. Does that make up for the lack of crowd? Maybe we'll see. We'll have to see. Kindred 3 as well could be a big hit, especially if you find that 3rd item, maybe some mana regen on this Kindred as well.
Oh, even more auto attack.
Right. We get an Udyr encounter, so we are getting our players getting a support item, and it looks like it's going to be a Zeke's Herald here for Greya, but we'll have to check in on what everybody else has picked as well.
quite a few players did hit up that prismatic ticket at the end of
เป็น
trying
ตี
and
สองคนอ่ะ
guarantee
เป็นตี
they
สอง
hit
ค
all
น
of
อ่ะ
their
แล้วมี
upgrades.
ดิโซ
Steppy,
กับบาเชียน
How as well, trying to have the 3 charge come online. Not quite the case just yet, it looks like. Bard 3
เมื่อ
has
ไหร่
been
เมื่อไหร่
from
จะมี
Steppy,
ทีม
but
ไทย
Tom
ท
Ken just still 2
ำ
stars.
TFT บ้างวะ
A lot of 3 costs being taken away from the pool right here. Bard already hit
เมื่อไหร่วะ
online and ready to go. But on the other side, we have Ahae was just not being able to find most of his
อยากเห็น
Yones.
ทีมไทย
Just
ทำ
one
TFT
off,
บ้างอะ
has rolled a lot of gold, still has more to go.
I mean, he's broke though, right? It was a 6 loss streak up until this point and at 0 gold.
And we saw for Steppy there, the lack of Tom Kench 3, the front line melted a bit too early, and again, the Bard could not do it. Very similar to the Lilia matchup, I think it's quite the case there. And Timo as well, 1 off of the 3-star.
A couple of those bards are out of the pool though, because we did see Gray actually have the Tom Kench in order to fit it onto the board.
Oh, Arzu does get a big hit here with the Xayah. He's the only non-reroll player that we have in the lobby in this Yorick encounter. So we'll see if he could stabilize here.
Look at the upgrades on the front line for Arzu. It was really missing, right? He has a Galio one still, a Silas one. We just talked about the front line issue. He has a stone plate still on Kabuko. Not sure what kind of dancing Kabuko is doing to still keep an item at this point in stage 4, but the item switch has to happen now. We have to pivot into the final board for that Kaisa comp and hope to find those last few upgrades. Not much gold to work with, though.
Ooh, there's the Yone 3.
Yep, Aho actually could have had a Yone 3 last round, but he's saving up that Nico to get the Kindred 3 alongside as well. And he also manages to pop off the Even Shroud correctly. Good attention to detail right there.
Tap Zero potentially 1 off of his key upgrade. No gold for Steppy and very little HP to work with. 2 lives potentially still in stage 4. Needs to find the Tom Kench 3. Looking at Arzu, he finds an upgrade. It's a naked Silas. No items yet, but there they go. Stoneplate and Bramble, and finds the Xayah as well. Oh, baby.
Uses the new recruit to get immediate combat power. This is already stage 4. If he loses by 5 units, he is out. He should be fine for now, though.
Yone could be problematic. A lot of Omnivamp, a lot of stats overall, but isn't quite able to get into the right corner. The Xayah and the Kaisa entirely untouched throughout that fight, and Silas standing strong.
Yeah, and I think he also has some exalted stacks right there into the composition. So AB able to flex into the Janna and give him even more
อาซูเลือด
combat.
เหลือ 13
That
ดิ
Janna
โซฟกูยังคงเลือด
should be
81
the Archangel.
That was a lot
เก
of
มนี้ยังไง
fun.
ก็ได้ท็อปโฟดิโซฟ
That's a lot of stacks.
This reminds me of kind of the OG Janna reroll builds where it was all about Rage Blade and Archangels and just having these incredibly stalled out fights with their shielding.
I have never seen such a juiced up board. He has 1 Radiant item, 1 support item, and 2 extra artifacts.
Oh no, Steppy, okay, thank God. He had the Sivert
get it, get it.
had that one little bit of extra gold.
เต
and
ป
had
ปี้
the Tom
กำลังจะ
Kench
คัมแบ็ก
3.
หรือเปล่า
You can't ask
ไม่ใช่
for
สะบาด
much
ไอเทม
more,
นี้
at
หรอ
least you've hit despite it being I think late stage 4 instead of early stage 4.
บาด
There's
แบบ
a lot of HP in the process.
LW
Down
อ่ะ
to 1 life for Steppy.
I really hope he doesn't hit
ไหวปะวะ
something like the Reapers. That's usually the
บาด
worst matchup
LW
because
กุนซู
your
ชิ้น
flanks
เดียว
are so exposed.
บวก
He
กับ
gets
ดิสเอ็น
Dish Soap and his Tom Catch is on the right
มัน
side.
จะตีไวพอไหม
Very important for those ghostly stacks to not kill the target very quickly initially. Can his Tom Catch survive? He gets the shielding. He's going up. No.
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย โอ้โห
That backline is just
เรียบ
so
ร้อย
vulnerable.
ครับผม
So the part
บาดรีโหลด
was not able to actually dish out
ไม่
enough
ไหว
damage
มัน
to
ตี
Shen
ไว
finish
ไม่
up
พ
the
อ
job. Steppy's out, by the way, as
Steppy
well. Got
ที่แปดไปเลย
eliminated
ครับ
in 8th place.
A demoralizing defeat for APAC, for SCA, for Singapore, considering that Steppy, coming into this game 3, only had 5 points, was already in this kind of comeback mentality, thinking about that 60, 61, 62 point cutoff tomorrow. All of a sudden, going to have to really mount a Herculean comeback to try and get back into it.
Just didn't find the right items there. Had to have a Last Whisper on his Bard, which I can tell you is not ideal. Also low rolled a little bit. Hopefully he can come back from that.
Just a lot of people that were using the Tom Kench, though, to fill out that Exalted tree, so it was much harder to actually hit the Tom Kench 3, so it just unfortunately happened a little too late. But as we ended up getting our PvE round, we get a chance to take more stock of what is happening around our board. Dish Soap is 1 Shen away from being able to get a Shen 3 online, a couple of Zyras away from being able to upgrade that unit fully as well, and you also have the opportunity to slot in this Kayn and Morgana later to get the 6 Ghostly.
This is where the benefits of everyone rolling 2 costs comes in. We're seeing Dish Soap hitting all his units, Nichuan hitting all his units with a Lux Janna reroll. We have the Senna reroll as well, the Nara reroll. So many 2 costs out of the pool. AP on top for now, though. Dish Soap said, you know what? I'm done dominating the lobby. I'm done win streaking. I'll pass the baton on to 2nd place here. Nichuan on a 9 win streak now in stage 5.
But we will take a look at Arzu's board first here, the only non-reroll player, and it looks like even without I don't think he had a big Fortune cash out, is still able to snowball a lot of the lobby away. We don't see any artifacts here, so it wasn't, I believe it wasn't a 50.
Ahao taking a big hit here.
Ahao เริ่มหนักแล้ว
Asian as well with that duelist board took a big loss. We saw there a massive loss with so many units now dropping down to that 5th place position.
And we can take a look at the new breed of duelist being played. Reroll duelist with the Volibear and Tristana. You could call it a bit of throwback, but basically you try to play full tank Volibear in this iteration. Still looking to round out his composition. He has 2 Lee Sins on board here.
โลหะอะไรวะไอริเลียมาแล้วนั่งไงต่อเอ้ยจะทำดีซิน3เฮ้ย
Yeah, skip my mind for a moment. Let's see how he does.
Babsetter with the Senna 3 is going up against the Nar reroll.
เช่นนารีโลอ่ะดูไอเทมดี
We'll see now the other artifact combination we haven't talked too much about. Suspicious trench coat on Silas, so effective with Titans here as well. Both mini Silases wrapping onto the back line, almost soloing the Senna all by themselves. Nar comes in and says, "You know what, guys? I got this."
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for the Udyr. Didn't actually get the bear form to
ดูดเลือดอย่างแรงดูดเลือดแรงจริง
Unfortunately as well, Ahao A is going to go down in 7th place.
Did find the Kindred in the end, but wasn't enough against the rest of the board. He didn't have any solid 4-cost front lines there, and that's usually what is missing. You need the Silas and you need the Galio.
Well, talking about Alawi 3 being impossible to find, apparently not for someone who has an 11 win streak and a lot of gold to work with.
เฮ้ยเราลักมีโฟกัส
Almost the Amumu as well.
รอดูลักนะลักที่มีฮอริซอนโฟกัสอ่ะเผื่อใครไม่เคยดู
Just one away. I mean that's wild.
เผื่อใครไม่เคยดูลักที่มีฮอริซอนโฟกัสเว้ย
Boom! I do want to talk about this attack speed focus.
ไอ้เหี้ยโคตรแรง
the horizon focus, so every time
แต่มันไม่มีมานาเว้ยมันแคสช้าไปหน่อยบูม
30% of their max HP. If you're not
บูม
positioning against
ไอ้เหี้ยมันแรงนะเว้ยแต่มันมานาไม่มีเว้ยมันแคสช้า
I'm gonna say
แคสช้าไปหน่อยดิโหถ้าแคสไวกว่านี้เอามันเลยทำไมแบบนี้ไม่มีคนเล่นเฟดต้องโดนเนิร์ฟมา
We talk about Step being on 5 points. Babzero's on 3 points coming into this game 3. Needed a massive result for now. At the very least, he's still alive, fighting for the top 4.
Couple big options here coming in,
especially
for Wasian. Does find the extra Aurelia to round out the rest of his composition. He also has the Reforger as well. For Lee Tuchuan, he's looking for a bit of tank items into the front. He wanted to go for that tank item, doesn't get it. Does actually find it, sorry.
Saw Gray actually able to pick up the Thieves' Gloves as well, maybe looking to round out another champion in the front line. Ended up getting the set, so that might not be too bad to be able to put that item on. Wasian has 6 copies of Lee Sin.
Don't say it so loud, Necro. The other players will hear you.
Oh, you're right.
Especially if it's an America's player. You have to be biased and whisper.
So many Lee Sin.
There we go. Much better.
I thought you needed to ping it out. That was better a little bit. Use the VP.
The other side of the spectrum.
Right.
We're trying to do the whisper part.
Okay.
Yeah. Low key.
Copy. I got the game plan from you guys now. This typically is in favor of the Senna reroll. He has a couple ghostly stacks right there, and starting on the weak side of the board does mean she gets to concentrate all of the ghostly specters onto the Volibear, take him down early. Unfortunate for Wasian, it really was a positioning diff in that one.
So much HP to chew through as well, with all the reroll options being upgraded on the opponent side of the board, and the Sox tech unfortunately not working out for Wasian. A bottom 4 for the Fnatic player, and Arzu, a player who we thought was out very early in stage 4, was on 10 HP, didn't play reroll, had a very unique game plan for this specific Yorick portal, is still alive and kicking, and has hit all the upgrades he needed that we talked about. He was missing at the start of stage 4 carousel. The Galleons upgraded the Silas as well, and more than anything, the Zaya is really impactful here.
True, and he's also able to flex in the Exalted with the new recruits, which is the best use of this augment, and why it's the most prismatic. Arzu, I'm so impressed by this game.
แต่ที่พีคคืออะไรรู้ป่ะสายา2ตรงเนี้ยไอ้ยาสายา2ตรงเนี้ยเป็นเรื่องแน่ๆ
The fact that you also are able to get
แรงอะ
this trick shot online even when we
มี
had a lucky
IEGS อะ
ricochet player in this lobby.
ปึ๊บ
It's great to see these high value
ดึง
units
ขนกับ
and it's
ที
giving
นึง
him so much power to be able to make it into the late game.
โอ้ยแล้ว
I
ฟอน
also
ไล
want
น์
to
แน่น
point
จั
out
ด
his
เลยว่ะ
positioning. This is anti-Lux
โอ้โหแน่นจัด
positioning. He's
เฮ้ยเอามู
putting
แน่น
all
ไป
his players into the middle of the board, but it
ฟอน
might
ไลน์
not be enough.
One Janna has a lot of
แบม
items,
เบิ้ล
one Janna has no
แล้ว
items
อาซู
at
โดน
all.
เลยเฮ้ย
Unfortunately, we're at the end
ผ
of
มบอร์ด
stage
อาซู
five.
แม่ง
That's
เก่ง
just
มากอะ
enough
นะเว้ย
units to eliminate Arzu
บอร์ด
here
อาซู
in what
ผม
looks
ผมว่า
like
บ
a
อร์ดอา
fifth
ซูมัน
place
เวอร์เลยนะ
position.
เว้ย
Dish Soap has fallen
ไม่ไหว
from
อะ
the reign of terror in that first
ฆ่า
place
อามูไม่
with
ตาย
so
อะ
much
เจออามู
HP
สาม
coming
ดาว
to
แบม
stage
เบิ้ล
4
อะ
now, potentially on chopping block for a fourth
เจาะ
place.
ไม่เข้า
And it still comes down to that front line. He has no
เหมือนจะไม่มีเจาะเกาะด้วยปะ
He has no
might not positioning. He's
Get into the late
ไม่มี
game.
เจาะเกาะด้วยในเนี้ยประเด็นเลยเห็นปะ
Units and it's giving
LW ไม่มี
Ricochet
เว้ย
our
อันเนี้ยเจาะเกาะไม่ได้ไง
so impressed by this
Yeah.
game. He's proving
เจาะเกาะไม่ได้เว้ยไม่โนเจาะเกาะมีแค่ GS อะเจาะไม่เข้าไงเจออามู
or
แบมเบิ้ล
more in all of these categories because there's going to be a lot of reroll
Going back.
on this weekend, especially with a York encounter.
I have a feeling Lee Tuchuan is probably favored to win this lobby right here. The Nar can only auto attack, and look at what that Amumu has. This is one of the rare situations where you actually want, I think it's a Thornmail? Yep.
Yeah, the Radiant Bramble
The Radiant Bramble.
is the easier way
Okay.
to say it.
That's how I remember all of the Radiant items. It's just Radiant this or Radiant that. There's already too many new artifacts to have to remember.
Last minute positioning from Dish Soap, having Zoe now in the middle, but swaps her back to the left side. We'll see how this fight fares. We'll see how this Lux is going to fare really into that massive left side clump for Dish Soap.
It's going to be very hard for him to take down that Ilaoi. His front line is already collapsing. He finally found the Shen 3, but if you look at his ghosts, it's so dispersed across the entire front line. They're not able to get the Zoe resets, and unfortunately, Dish Soap is going to take another loss.
And the great combination of items on that Janna as well, where it's just the inevitability of you have this scaling monster with both the Rage Blade and the Archangel. You finally get to her, the Zanya's proc, she buys even more time and has that last 1 or 2 casts that can blow you out of the water.
Seems like the Fortunes of Americas is going to rest on Greya here. Let's see if he has the 6th Dryad online yet. Nope. Still waiting for a couple more turns. That gives you a massive boost in HP.
But once again, Exalted seems to be the name of the game for a lot of the players who are overperforming with their comps, of course, from Greya. Hard to really judge how strong Nar reroll is because we don't see it that often, especially this specific build with double Corrupt Scepter.
Babsera doesn't have the Exalted though. It's going to be the 5 Ink Shadow, not able to hit the like big cap of that 7, but still strong enough to be able to make it into the 6th stage.
The damage that's coming out is a little bit too slow on his side though. However, the Udi are rushing in onto the back line. Ghost finally goes into the back, and Babzera does take a huge hit, is knocked out. This is great for Disso because now all of those ghostly units go back into the pool.
Love the baton passing with the win streak. First Dish Soap, then we get CM with Chuan now.
He had Nati
with Nar, who seems unstoppable unless, as you mentioned, there's a big chain of crowd control that can somehow stop him in his tracks, stop the scaling from the Rage Blade, just overall stop the auto attack damage especially.
A couple things we're going to have to be looking for when the fight does come down is, what is that Annie going to roll? Does she actually want to win the fight or not? That stun's going to be huge into this matchup. I think, honestly, right now it's a contest between Lee Tuchuan and Greya. Can the crowd control find the target on the side of that Nar?
I think Greya just leveled up as well to level 9, so looking for an opportunity to try to continue to upgrade this board. Still has some gold to work with as well, so you will be able to buy the Azir once it shows up in the shop.
Dish Soap rolled all of his gold, was not able to get additional upgrades onto the Aatrox and Riven. Those were the two we were finding for. Let's see if it's enough to actually fight through. His front line is going down first, and the stuns just hit like a truck.
It's always the case with the positioning when the front line melts and your backline units move up, depending on how they end up staggered. One Luxo could delete 2 or sometimes 3 units all at once, and that's what happened there for Dish Soap.
Well, it was pretty unfortunate. Let's take a look at the emblems. Ghostly there, just kind of taunting Dish Soap into the distance. Lee Tuchuan probably looking for some extra tank items into the front line, and he does get it there. Finds the Crown Guard.
รีโลมันคัมแบ็กแล้ว
We
เว้ย
have our final 2 though. We have a little bit more health coming out from
Set
Greya,
2
but you are able
Set
to
2
find
มี
the
ดิฟปะวะ
set 2 in the front, so that's a really big hit here.
แต่ผมว่า
Also
บอร์ด
finds the Azir,
บอร์ด
so
เกร
now
เนี่ย
is
มัน
where you're
มัน
able to actually
มัน
try
เจาะ
to
เอา
get
หมู
the
มู
6
ไม่
Triad
เข้า
in, and
ไหม
that's
นะ
where you see the instant pop to get the 6.
The massive HP online and positioning is going to be difficult for Lee Tu-Tran.
แต่
Usually
ว่า
you
หา
only
ไซรัส
have
3 อยู่ครับ
your
วิน
flanks
คอนแล้วล่ะ
completely exposed here, so there
ไซ
are
รัส 3 น่าจะเป็น
rapid
วินคอน
potential here.
ตอนนี้
See what this Nar can do. If this Lux can potentially stop him in his tracks if he moves up, but looking at this position right now, the Nar, the moment this Annie's taken down,
หน้ามันตีไวมากอะ
so all of a sudden we talk about the staggered position, the diagonal for the Lux to
เอ้ย
feast on,
เอามู
but
ตาย
all
เว้
of
ย
a sudden Lux turn around, they're coming
เรียบ
for
ร้
you,
อย
and all of a sudden Udyr out of nowhere
เรีย
from
บ
the
ร้
top
อย
rope lifts her, slams her down. The Zhonya's
เม
cannot
ตา
buy
ใหม่
enough
ครับไอ้
time,
เหี้ยนาตี
and
ไว
Janna takes a big hit.
นา
Too
ตีไว
much
เมตาใหม่
HP
เว้ย
to work with on the 6th Dryad side, and he's going to get another artifact
ตี
here.
โค
This
ตรไว
is why we have Living Forge as the most picked prismatic augments when we're looking at the Golden Spatula scrims. It's just so
หน้ามัน
powerful
ตีไว
and it
มากอะ
continues to ramp you up.
เฮ้ยแล้วไซรัสจะ3หรือว่าขาด2 ตัว
Ooh, we have an Everfrost on the side for Lee Tu-Tran. This is
แต่เลือดยัง
exactly what
เลือด
he
ยังมี
needs
ให้
to
เล่นนะ
find.
ครับ
Can
เกร
stop
เนี่ยเลือด
those
ยังมีให้เล่นอยู่
auto attacks from
ถ้าเกิด
coming
ว่า
out
ลาว
on
ห
the
น้า
Nar.
แพ้ยัง
But
มี
can
โอ
he
กาสนะ
position the Amumu here? I think it
มี
might
โอกาส
be
อีก
correct
2 ลาว
to
แพ้
have
ได้
that
2 ลาว
Amumu on the side. There he goes.
Be final fight here though, because Lee Tu-Tran is going to be sitting at 7 HP and could get knocked out if Greya is going to take this fight.
Can this Amumu buy enough time? The Lux ults are starting to come through. Janna completely untouched on the left side, buying time, scaling into the later stages of this fight with the Archangel and the Rage Blade. The Nar still stuck on the Amumu. His tears are healing him. He's fighting for his player to do it. And look at this Nar go. He's still stuck on the tank. Lux is starting to get chunkier and chunkier with her ults. One last cast could take down the Nar. That could be the end of the road for Greya, at least in this fight, and that will be the case. The positioning definitely mattered here.
What an incredible artifact drop there. Everfrost was probably the best one to look for, and he recognizes I don't need the Amumu healing on everyone. I just need to move him to the side, so Everfrost is going to proc at
ไอ้
least
เหี้ย
twice
เกรก็
onto
คือ
the
แบ
Nar.
บต้องเอาแล้วอ่ะไซรัสขาด1 ตัวไซรัสขาด1 ตัวนี่ดูเฉยก็ต้องโรตัดอ่ะต้องโรตัดอ่ะต้องโรตัดให้ได้อ่ะไอ้เหี้ยไม่เจอโลยับอ่ะตอนนี้โรตัดแล้วอ่ะต้องตัดอ่ะไม่ตัดก็คือแพ้อ่ะไม่เจอว่ะไม่เจอว่ะเอาต่างคนต่างโลเอาไอ้เหี้ยต่างคนต่างโลอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยคนหนึ่งโลตัดคนหนึ่งโลเพื่อเอาวินคอนน่ะคนหนึ่งโลเพื่อวินอ่ะคนหนึ่งโลเพื่อตัดได้เวลาครับโลครับใครเจอก่อนกันใครเจอก่อนกันนี่ไซรัสตัวนี้ใครเจอก่อนกันใครไอ้เหี้ยฝั่งขวาไม่เจอขวาไม่เจอซ้ายอ่ะซ้ายเจอไหมยังไงขายทำเค้น2 ดาวเพื่อเอาเงินยังไงขายอาเซียแม่งเลยปะวันออฟ
The Nar could potentially move on to the Janna right away, pop the Zhonya's early, stop the scaling, and then wrap all the way back to the Lux to clean it up at the end.
Yeah, and he does have the perfect positioning for the Kindred, actually dodging out on the Lux ultimates here too. And Laui is dead, but Nar's moving in the wrong direction over towards the Amumu.
เฮ้ยข้าวอามูมูได้แล้วก็เอ้ยนะยังไง
And she does the scaling matters so much there. Rek'Sai is good, but she's not that good. Big win for the CN player, and now both players on 7 HP.
โลต่อน้องโลต่อเว้ย
Silas 3 and the final
ไซรัส
positioning. How much of the board is Greya willing to sell right
ไซ
there?
รัส
Even when he was
ยั
in
งไง
a great
ไอ้
position,
เหี้ยฮิต
probably
อา
the
เซีย
best
แทน
position you could
โอ้
find.
ฟัก
Didn't
โอ้
win.
ฟัก
Now he finds his zero.
โอ้ฟักมันต้องเลือกอะดิมันต้องเลือกอะดิว่าจะฮิตอาเซียหรือว่าจะลุ้นไซรัสอ่ะเลือกฮิตอาเซียครับเพย์เซฟ
sell of that 2-star Kha'Zix in order to be able to get enough gold.
It's the same one. It's the same one.
เจอปลาไข่ปักเจอปู
I was so close to being able to get there, but
Positioning Greya.
knows that this Azir is so important.
He has to get the long distance pale correct, finds it on his 2 main carries. And this time, it's a similar positioning, but he actually could move down directly to the Lux, which is actually dealing the most damage on the board due to the percentage now.
We're going to see now where the Gnar is going. It's already onto the Lux. Can the Lux take down the Gnar in time? The answer is no. Gnar is stunned, but he's not killed off just yet. The Janna's still scaling. The Zhonya still has not been procced.
Gnar's down.
Gnar's has been popped. It's down to Kindred 3 and Azir 2, the recent upgrade. Could that swing the fight in Greya's favor? Could he come back up into the standings? Only 7 points right now. But this win could be so big. The Amumu still holding strong. The Janna still scaling.
320 AP, 360 AP.
Onto her. The Zonya's proc. Is it by side? No! I think the Janna cast came off in time. Azir was taken off right before the cast. The animation actually so relevant for Azir's damage. And Li Tuchuan takes the win in the end.
Oh, what an exciting game. He clinches first place as Azir has the wand in the air, unable to get his final cast of magic and mayhem. And we see Li Tuchuan take it away.
You see the excitement in the player cam as well. Just so close when it came down to that final fight, and what exciting finish there. And
it goes to show the read from Greya as well, thinking, I'm going to go for the Azir upgrade. I think it's enough. And it wasn't enough by this much, so just almost able to predict the outcome of that fight with that last-minute fast swap.
I think it was really interesting in the last second we saw the positioning difference, actually putting the Janna behind the Amumu, switching it up a little bit and confusing on the other side for Greya.
There is so much to be able to break down for this third game, so we're going to make sure that our analysts get enough time to do that. So we'll send you all to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have that breakdown.
This global championship, and we have Wits and Bard as well coming online, so maybe the most exciting games of the entire weekend, looking at this combination of artifacts.
He got the Forbidden Idol. Those are the best artifacts for this composition.
Prague is it by side? No! I think the Janna cast came off in time. Azir was taken off right before the cast. The animation actually so relevant for Azir's damage.
พักกันต่อครับผม Day 1 ท็อป 32 Day 2 ก็ท็อป 32 น่าได้มาละ6 เกมอ่ะ
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown. Now, we did have a game full of players from the Americas, and so we decided to have an analyst desk full of people from the Americas as well. Now, in this game, I will say right out of the gate, Prismatic being picked up, we were sitting back there, and I was like, I want to talk about the Living Forge being picked up by not one, not two, but 3 players, Gangly. Talk to me about why players might be more inclined to go down this route.
Now, there are a lot of possible lines in TFT right now. The thing is, a lot of them are kind of gated behind very specific circumstances. One of those is Ornn artifacts, and we saw it right off the bat. We saw players like Greya get offered that corrupt Vamp Scepter and build this really cool Gnar reroll board that otherwise the itemization does not work unless you have. So he has the Ginsu's Rage Blade to constantly stack up autos, the corrupt Vampiric Scepter to keep him alive, and the other really cool thing about that, he was not only enabled by the Ornn artifacts, but also by a really cool Exalted board that was the Kha'Zix, Tahm Kench, and Gnar. So heads up play. We also saw, of course, the Horizon Focus from Li Tuchuan, enabling that Lux Janna reroll to be even stronger than normal.
Yeah, same for Steffi. Steffi tried to go for the Witsend. He find the Forbidden Idol, but then because he didn't get a combat augment, he got the Prismatic ticket as the 3rd augment. He wasn't able to close up the board. So it was a reroll lobby, but it didn't work out for him.
Yeah, we actually saw the Prismatic tickets go 6th, 7th, and 8th in that lobby, really struggling. And you would think, oh, it's a reroll lobby. That's got to be good. But the problem is because so many people were rerolling, it led to everybody hitting. When you have a couple people rolling for 2 costs, it means that the 2 costs you're looking for come out of the pool, and you're able to just go for them. Same with the 3 costs. We even saw players who weren't initially looking at reroll lines pivoting in and saying, you know what, I'm going to reroll my 3 costs, right? We saw Ahae being able to reroll for Yone 3 when normally this is like, oh, it's a Reaper's line, but everyone's rerolling 3 costs. So he's like, okay, I should hit my Yone as well.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone's rerolling, these reroll augments just become so much less effectful, so much less valuable, and suddenly you're back against the wall. And my dear, dear Bard, with all of these perfect artifacts, you even had Teemo 3, of course, because of the ticket, but still, like, that was a heartbreaker for me.
Yeah, also Babsera. Babsera is one of the other ones that was trying to reroll. He was going for the Senna. He got the Ghostly. And again, we expect the reroll to go well when everyone is going for it, but it actually didn't perform.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when so many people were hitting their comps, what we saw, I think, more so than anything else, was the critical mass of the average board in this game was beyond that of most average games of TFT, right? Everybody towards the end of that game was so strong, and we really saw by the end where there's multiple Living Forge players getting their final artifact, capping higher than anybody else could have even asked for.
I really liked that ending between Li Tuchuan and Greya that we saw there. I know you got really excited about, Gangly, kind of playing around the LDP.
It was, so man, Greya had this really heads-up play, right? He's got the long-distance pals, which locks in his positioning. And what he does at 7-1, he's got health to spare, is he sacks the long-distance pals value. He has both the Kindred and the Gnar on the same size. And so he says to Li Tuchuan, I don't even care about this augment. I'm willing to sacrifice it for better positioning. And what he does the next round on 7-2 is he does the same thing, but he swaps back. And he breaks the ankles of Li Tuchuan. However, at the end of the day, Li Tuchuan so strong wasn't enough.
Yeah, and that's the other side of Living Forge that we didn't talk about too much, right? It's very strong because it opens up these additional lines, but the other thing it's very strong at doing is just giving you that late game power by giving you so many extra artifacts.
And we are going to be taking a look at our standings here, halfway point of today. Of course, a quick reminder, no points reset at the end of today. Unfortunately, we'll put Michael at the lower end, but we know Michael, he's very confident. Do you think he's going to come back from it?
The most that he has improved is his mental and his melee play. So the team has helped him a lot with the Yone, with the angle of Cain, and I'm sure he can get away with it, but it's actually a very tough start.
And I mean, as we continue on, I'm seeing, you know, a couple more America's names starting to pop up, but a lot missing as we get towards the top of the standings. And Weijin in 11th doing really well already.
I'm excited to see Josh Latte show up in right here. I'm sure that's something Clement can appreciate. One of the most known APAC players, I would say, very, very famous and popular within the region. But let's see those top 8.
Oh man, there is a name from this
ท็อป
list
ครับ
that
ดิ
has
สโซ
been
ฟครับ
mentioned
ดิ
in
สโซฟ
these
กลับ
right
เข้ามาอยู่
there
ท็อป
in
8 แล้วครับ
seventh
16 แต้มเหมือนกัน
New York Zone, the king of New York, Pokegom sitting in 7th place right now at
21 แต้มเลยเหรอ
17
วะพวก
points.
นี้
This is
นิ
a
งลี่
guy
มึงเอ้ยนิง
many
ลี่เข้ม
players
จัด
are
อะ
underrating him. He is among
จีน
the
มาจัด
most
เลยแบบ
elite,
3
and
คน
it
อยู่
feels
ท็อป
so
5
good to see him in the top 8 after 3 games.
Okay, just
กับ
looking at the
โห
mega
ก็คือ
regions here, we have 3 CN
เฮ้ย
players,
APAC มา
3
อยู่
America players, and 2 APAC
APAC 2
players.
คนในท็อป 8 นะ
Where's
ครับ
our team
No.
guy? What's
EMEA
going
ไม่มี
on?
ท็อป 8 เลยตอน
Did
นี้
we not get invited to the
ฝั่ง
party?
NA เนี่ยมี
It's
3
actually
คน
not
ท็อป
fair
8 ฝั่ง
for the
จีน
three of
3
us
คน
to
ท็อป
punch
8
down.
ฝั่ง
Yeah, it's
APAC
actually
2 คน
just
ท็อป
bullying.
8
You know what we actually
ส่วน
do,
ฝั่ง
though?
EMEA ยังไม่มี
Make fun of us because Kade is in first.
That's
Your
right.
Osway is at the top. You can make fun of us all you want for that right now.
See, I've been gloating the entire previous analyst desk already. I'm very happy to see that there, but of course, EMEA should be showing up as well. However, our casters are eager to get back into the games, and they're ready over there, so we're going to throw it back to get right into the action here at Necra, and Patches Panda and Clement for you guys. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Did Gangly just throw us a kiss? Is that what happened?
He's in that mood today.
Oh, that was so nice of you. Oh, well, we'll right back at you. That was a great breakdown of what happened in that third game, and especially because we did have a ton of those artifacts. So I love that we got a little bit more analysis on how that actually impacted the later parts of that game.
My only concern coming into Game 4 is how do we live up to what we just saw? Maybe the most unique game we'll be seeing. Maybe not all weekend, but definitely day 1 and 2. It's hard to have 3 living forges, have those living forges bring out artifacts that open up new comps that are unplayable otherwise. We saw the Bard come out. We saw, of course, the Gnar come out in a big way from Greya.
Double prismatic, that's definitely really good. What I would want to see next is a very slow Ari Kissy lobby where you have a lot of fortunes and high caps. That is how you top it.
EMEA, high caps, Lilia, okay. I'll
Where
buy
was
it from you,
EMEA?
They're coming in right now. We have a lobby here, and we have the EMEA fan favorite, Double 61, past global champion all the way back in Galaxies, and hell, his cousin as well, Canvas, is here.
Ooh.
Wow. So a little bit of a family feud actually happening right now. That can always be a little bit difficult. But as we get into our portal selection, we've got Pot of Gold, Larger Legends, and Ascending Augments. So Ari, like, actually not on the table here in a different way.
I think Ascending Augments is what most players are going to come on to. This is already 2 APAC players, Kade and Moji. Selecting that, we have to pay very close attention to the great silver augments that we're going to see. Typically, it's going to be Keeper's Silver, which gives you the most direction, but never mind, Pot of Gold it is.
Clement is trying to make sure we don't get hero augments at
Lobby
2-1, but
ni
no,
Kaiwan.
gold augments are back on the
Ah.
menu. I'm a believer once again, maybe finally a
Bin,
chance to see
Michael,
Garen or
Canvas,
that Kabuko hero augment come into
Kade,
play in this game.
Double,
Number 4.
โม
We're
จิ
on
จิ
screen
ก็
with Asta, a player, Clement, that you
ก็
mentioned
เป็น
is
APAC
a
2 คน
very
นะ
high risk, high reward player who
ไม่สา
can
เอ้ย
do a lot, but was a big
1
surprise to see him make
2
it all the way
3
into the
4
group
คน
stage.
He's the only Vietnamese player here in our largest region of APAC.
คือ
He is
APAC
known
อ่ะ
for being a puck
สล็อตของ
stopper.
APAC
On
คือ
day
4 คน
one,
ใช่ปะ
he had an
APAC มี
80%
4 สล็อต
first
เว้ย
place rate in one of
4
the
คนอยู่
cups.
ล็อบบี้
He's
เดียว
known to
กันแล้ว
play
ตอน
for
นี้
ultra high cap, and the way he qualified
อะไร
for
วะ
Worlds is he played every single 5 cost
เหี้ย
in
APAC
the
4 คนอยู่ล็อบบี้
pool
เดียวกันครับ
with
ตอน
9
นี้
fortune to make it.
มา
Disclaimer,
4
no
ก็คืออยู่
ties
ด้วยกัน
home.
4 คน
Pot of gold to make it there.
New version of Legendary
EMEA
Soup.
3
I'm
คน
here
ครับ
for it.
ENA 1 คนนะไมเคิล
He's already holding his fortune. I'm just pointing it out. He knows what he has to do. But Asta really is a bit of a dark horse. I really want him to show up for one of our largest regions right here. And currently he's doing pretty well in the standings at 13 points.
Okay, well, you're able to get this Storyweaver online first, but the hardest part of this Fortune start is being able to get one of those 3 costs. So who knows when that's going to show up, but you at least have a little bit of a chance to get that in Stage 2.
He's one of those players that will go for the Arcanist emblem just to play Fortune. So I have trust. I have trust.
We also have another player from SEA, from APAC in this lobby. Moji, player who you've talked to us about quite a bit, Clement, and I'm actually very excited to finally see him play in this broadcast while we're casting because he loves rerolling. He loves rerolling. 2 costs, we just saw 2 cost reroll be the dominant force in that last game, and he's, according to some analysts, wonder who, the best 2 cost reroll on the planet right now.
Yeah.
11 Inkborn Fables.
No joke, a lot of players actually consider him, go to him for advice, and these Exalted are great for Janna Lux reroll, as we have the Diana here, but a Story Champion did show up. It's almost an
Story
auto
Champion
top 4
ด้วยว่ะ
if you pick that
ของ
one.
Mock อะ
So he's considering his options right now between 1 and 3.
It's a little early to call out our story champion. We're still day one, but we'll allow it just for this game.
Well, take a look at some of the other augments that are coming through. We have a Story Weaver. We've got a Grim Harvest. A lot of AP-oriented augments as well, with Learning to Spell, as well as the Magic Wand. And we also have a couple of Econ traits and just generic good traits.
Oh, I have to say, Learning to Spell, at least in my region, is considered the top tier. You get 18 AP off the bat, the same as Magic Wand, and it scales even further.
Start of the set, completely different story, but now where it's all about these scaling AP carries you can have online in Stage 2, in Stage 3, it's just so strong, so consistent as well. So many different options to play for from it.
See the shock treatment coming through here as well from Kade, and I think that's another one of those augments that can have a lot of power in the early game. You get that static shiv really early, so you don't have to necessarily worry about some of those big frontline items that these players might slam.
Going back to Kade, a player that we haven't really delved too deep into why we're talking so much about him, why Makes is such a fan. He's one of the big players from OCE. He's been at champs before, but it was a 32nd place position back then, so obviously very disappointing for him as a player. He's a huge AP player, and that championship, there was a meta shift, there was no AP viability. He wasn't able to adapt in time. In this case, different story. AP is all over the place in many different forms. You have the 4-cost carries with Lilia, with Cinder to some extent. You have the rerolls as well. So Kade, I have to imagine, very much comfortable on the meta, and it's showing with his point tally rate.
There's a lot of players going for AP here, as we have Mochi on the opposite side going for Magic Wand. So 3 players locked inside. And I was just talking about the Exalted. If you look at the Annie, the Lux, and the Diana, that's exactly the Janna Lux combo you want to go for. Mochi looks like he's going to be sacking Stage 2 to get a leg up on starting the reroll race.
Yeah, but that means that a lot of these champions are probably going to be hotly contested, and so trying to build out those front lines is going to be super important. But yeah, Cambiz was sitting on a pretty good number of champions there that could have been nice there for an AP line, but you know,
he's already
at least they're contesting them out of the hero pool, right? He knows that those are going to be big hot commodities.
He's in the Melee Bruiser line already, because he is on the Edge of Night, he is on the Grim Harvest, but I have to imagine he has to feel bad. Right as Clement was saying how strong this line would be, he's looking at a Lux and a Diana in his shop. Unfortunately, can't really go down that line, can't mix and match both the AD and AP.
Ooh, Kubik-san also going for a reroll line here. This is very interesting to me because he actually has a chance to go something akin to the Teemo here. He does have a 2-1 Fortune. So most of the time when you see this, it's going to be the Kaisa line, I would expect. His items are pretty good with it. Already has the sword and the physical attack damage items here.
Kubi was talked and called a one-trick when it comes to Kaisa specifically at the very start of the set, when Kaisa was maybe a little bit too strong as a 4-cost carry, and he's just very familiar with the comp, all the different variations, especially the Exalted variation where Kaisa is Exalted here as well. We could see something wacky going on with Rek'Sai and Annie added in.
นะครับทูสตาร์ทูคอร์สครับ
And the rerollers arm up in the air rejoicing.
คนรีโหลดคือยิ้มดิ
He saw the
ม็อกเป็นไงอ่ะ
carousel and he's like, you know guys, I'm just sacking.
แล้วม็อกได้เจนหน้าไปไง
Every region is getting what they want.
แคนบิด
Bintam even gets a Shen 2.
แคนบิดได้เคลียร์หน้าไปเมื่อกี้ได้เคลียร์หน้าไปเคลียร์หน้าถือดาบด้วยเราเล่นกิมฮาเวสได้เคลียร์หน้าไปถือของครับแคนบิดโอ้โอเคนะ
That's just a bit of a field bad for the tempo players in this lobby, especially if they are missing interest intervals. We're going to take a look at Moji's board right here. Rek'Sai is one of the champions in 1-cost that, at least in the eastern regions, we consider the best 1-cost overall. 5 seconds of extra resistances really just blows Jax out of the water.
I think one of the biggest indicators of skill moving into the middle part of this set was seeing players very high up on ladder, really relying on Rek'Sai, especially with stone play builds, once Yasuo was nerfed, to be that main solo tank carry and buy so much time, just so effective when it comes to AoE, which is a very rare thing to find in the early game.
I think he's the Darius of the second half of the split. You pick him, you get a good early game.
Wait, Darius was a little bit too much. I would not compare to Darius. Darius is a league of his own, the S+ tier.
Sit higher up. Mochi going to continue to lose streak. Even with that Janna 2 right here, he's going up against a very strong board from Cambiz. He has the perfect transitional unit on the Kiana. And of course, we know he's going into the Reaper line with Grim Harvest already locked in.
Kiana is just a great item holder until you are able to get that Kayn online. So have to see when that Kayn actually decides to show up. especially because you're looking at the Kindred on the bench too to try to get that 4 Reaper in very early.
I'm wondering, did Kubi put in Fortune 1 round late? Because he's on a 3-loss streak now. Not sure if he won that last fight or not. He was a player trying to angle Fortune and trying to angle a big cash out as well.
Final round here. There's a lot of players that are going to be very worried about their position because we have 2 4-loss streak players. If Moji goes into a full open Bintum, which Bintum is trying to lose. Ooh.
6 เกม
He's gonna end up
ตามนั้น
this one. That's like 6
3-2 คนแข่งวันละ 6 เกมก็คือ 2 วันทั้งหมด 12 เกมท็อป 8 สกอร์ได้ไปแข่งต่อวันอาทิตย์
This is the EMEA special apparently.
รอบท็อป
Both times we've seen it already.
8 ก็คือจะเป็นวันสุดท้ายแกรนด์ไฟนอลเนี่ยจะเป็นเช็คเมทฟอร์แมต
The loss streak hurts, the goal generation hurts, but there is, I believe, Clement, an argument around having not having Fortune every single fight in stage 2 to have better cash out intervals.
Yes, this is a secret tech from my study group
was I not supposed to say it out loud?
You already said it. No, it's fine, it's fine. Everyone knows it, but basically you want to hit 15 stacks on 3-1, and what that does is it aligns all of your lose streaks with a different breakpoint for Fortune. So you can get the 40 stack, you can get the 50 stack, the 70 stack, and it doesn't end up like if you start on 2-1, where you might end up on the 39 stack or the 56 stack, which gets very awkward.
Well, after the next one, that's when Kubixen's going to get the first cash out.
Kade comes into the lobby as a dominant player in the standings, remains the dominant player as we move out of this stage 2. 5-win streak for the OS player, the player representing the APAC region after the major regional changes coming into the set. And he's on a line that has been strong the entire set, the very high-tempo Story Weaver opener for Kubixen. Has to now re-get into that loss streak. We'll see what items he wants to go for. Has a lot of components to work with.
I do think this was a huge PvE round save because this line needs items. It has so many carries and tanks to fill out, and he also has the trade sector, so he's most likely angling for that level 8 Teemo 3 game plan.
All right. Well, looking at Asta's board, has 97 HP, still on a 4-win streak as well, so not as healthy as Kade, but still able to find some really good value here with that Story Weaver in the back line. Going up into Bintum. Bintum does have the snipers online with the Phelios and the Caitlyn, but they are both 1-star.
I do really want to watch Bintum on this big roll down. 3-2, he wants to bring these lose streaks into a win streak right here. He's purposely sacking, having a lot of gold onto his bench, making sure to break some streaks, and this is where he's going to go wild. Silver.
Good time to do it, matching the high tempo of the prismatic augments as well. We'll have to see what options these players want to go for. 2 for 1 is big for both Bintum and Moji.
Camp is actually his Freaky Friday as well, following up the Grim Harvest.
Sounds like a game we saw earlier. We're missing the 100 HP until stage 4, unfortunately.
Team Harvest ได้ Freaky Friday.
Maybe is still pretty healthy though. I think he has 83 HP right now.
Really interesting play coming in from Bintum. He skips the 2 for 1 because he knows he has to roll now. Goes for tempo, wants to go into win streak. Already hit his Shen 3 on the board. But his backline is what is a little bit puzzling here. He's actually angling more towards snipers.
Not just that, but I think 2 for 1 loses a tiny bit of value because of how accelerated the upgrade levels are with the Gnar carousel. You're not going to get that much value from the augment. It is a bit slower to come online as well. I think it's an augment that is kind of a win more augment where you're already in a good position, you have a lot of goals to work with, and you have time as well, which is what 2 for 1 really relies on. You can't really have that massive spike until maybe 8 or 9 rounds later.
Yeah, but Bintum found this to Shen 3, but not really a whole lot else right now. You've got a Phelios pair, you're still have a Caitlyn 1 with no extra copies on the bench, and then a Senna 1 and a Kog'Maw pair.
I have not really seen this sniper line, to be honest. I think it's a very non-traditional line. I wonder if he's going to pivot back into the Senna, which would make a little bit more sense. You get the Aatrox that has both the Ghostly and the Ink Shadow trait to round everything out. But right now, I don't really think he has the option to go for the stock standard 4 Sniper, 4 Warden.
Maybe he just says, hey, I have so much frontline, I might as well just try and add just massive backline. I think it's very rare to make a board composition like this one, but when you have a Shen 3 at 3-2 with a Warmog and a Stone Plate, it might be the right play, but as you mentioned, it's considered buys the Aatrox, is still open to the idea of slotting an Ink Shadow.
เชนมัน3 ไวจังเฮ้ย
So I think that already is indicating why he might be
เชนมัน3 ไวไปเปล่าวะ
less standard line.
3-3 นะ
pull off a win in less standard lines, it's going to be
3-3 มีคนมีเชน 3 นะ
He's our lowest 8th rate place player in the
แล้วคนอื่นใน
entirety
ห้อง
of
เล่นไง
APAC always finds a way.
3 มีคนได้เชน 3 เนี่ย
as well. We saw him game 1 playing for Blue
Sniper
Kill, playing for
Behe.
7 story with that clump keepers line that we saw very early on today. He's once again back on
น่า
what
นะ
looks
ผม
like
น่า
a
เป็น
vertical
Ghostly
story
มาก
weaver
กว่า
once again.
But that's going to be tough because Michael had actually locked into this call to adventure really early on with that gold augment, and
น่าจะ
now
เป็น
has also
เซน
found
หน้ากด
that
ลีมาก
story
กว่า
weaver crest. So 2 vertical story weavers in this lobby. They're going to contest each other.
I just want to say the big thing is if there's a Galio here, because there's 4 players that need Galio
หมายถึ
in
ง
their
บอด
front
Gen
line, from
3
the
ใช่ไหม
Bruiser Kaisa to the Story Weavers to the Reapers. It doesn't show up, but there's a big win here coming in as we have the
บอด Gen
Mochi
3 บอดนั้น
taking
ผม
the
ว่ามันน่า
tier
เป็นเซนหน้า
and
กดลีนะ
also potentially bad matchup here
แค่แบบ
in
มั
the
น
Reapers
ฮิ
away.
ตยอริก
Fortunate
อะไร
for
มา
Cam,
ก็
there's just
เล่นไป
one
ก่อน
pick too late to pick up that Kane pair, which would have been fantastic to try and find an early Kane 2. Obviously, a huge stability point as we
แต่จ
move
ริง
into
เชน 3
maybe
ไว
even
ไม่เล่น
stage
ก็ได้
3. If you find a Kane 2, that would be absolutely fantastic on 6 or 7.
เชน 3 ได้ยังไงวะ
Would be nice.
3 คิด 3
Not quite meant to be though, but Canvas still has a lot of gold to work with, so you are going to end up seeing that Kindred 2 bought from the shop will help get that board upgrade. Kubikson though still on fortune.
We'll see how
แล้วบอ
much
ร์ด
he
นี้
has
ก็
to
จะ
cash
เป็น
up, but he's in a great spot. He has the perfect Silas
รัก
items with
เจ
the
นน่า
Radiant
ไอ้เหี้ยที่เจอทุก
DG
เก
that
ม
he can throw onto
เฮ้ยมันแอบ
and
น่า
already
เบื่อ
sitting
จริง
on
นะเว้ย
6
เนี่ย
teamos, I believe 7
ผม
actually.
ดูมา
So
เนี่ย
I'm not
รู้
worried
สึก
about
มี
him
ใครรู้สึกเหมือน
whatsoever.
ผมไหมวะว่า
I think the real worry is whoever just
ว่า
faced
ว่าแบบ
their key 2 cost in the stage 2
แข่ง
carousel,
เซตเนี้ย
seems
มัน
like
ดู
everyone's
น่า
making
เบื่อ
the
ยัง
spike
ไม่รู้
so
วะ
much earlier, really just
มีใครพอ
4-1
จะรู้
once
สึกเหมือน
players
กัน
start
ไหม
rolling down. For Kubikson's case, once that cash out comes through and he rolls down on 8. Looking at Camis, we'll see what this Kane can do. Still a 1-star Kane, still
แบบมัน
relatively
รู้สึกว่าทำไมคอมมัน
when it comes to
เดิม
the
ๆอ่ะแบบ
damage
มัน
you
ไม่
can
ค่อย
tolerate.
มี
We're
การ
seeing
อะแด
why
ป
here the
อะไรเท่าไหร่
Zyra
เลย
doing
ปะ
so much work.
เทียบ
Michael
กับ
maintains
แข่งเวอร์ของตอน
HP
เซต 10 อ่ะ
lead
ผม
fast
ว่า
as
ตอน
well.
เซต
Both
10
story
เวอร์สนุก
players at
มาก
the
นะ
very tippity top of the HP standings.
จริงครับพี่ถึง
Story
เอ
Weavers
ดิเฟ
were
ก
actually our second most
ผม
played
ว่า
comp
เวอร์
in
เซต
the
10 มันดู
APAC
สนุก
Open
มากเลยนะเว้ย
spatula, and the
สนุก
reason
กว่า
for
นี้
that is
แน่
when we're
ๆอัน
going
นี้แบบ
into it, it
มอง
really
ไปทางไหน
counters
มันก็เจอบอร์ดเลย
quite
บอร์ดที่แบบ
easily.
เป็นเซ
You
นด้า
have
เช
the
น
Reapers
ใช่
not
ป่ะ
spread out.
กด
They're
ลี่อ่ะ
usually
กดลี่บวก
bunched
อะไร
around
ก็
the
ได้
Galio and
ก
one
ดลี่
shot to
บวก
take out
เซน
the
หน้า
entire
หรือว่าจะเป็น
line.
กดลี่บวกโซยี่
Especially
ก็
when
คือ
you've got
ตาม
the
ไอเทมว่าเป็น
tail
AD หรือ
with
AP
the
ใช่ไหม
purple, it's gonna be
แล้วก็
hitting
จะ
a
เป็นบอร์ด
wider
รัก
area
เจน
of
หน้า
the
รี
map,
โล
so you're definitely gonna make sure that you're getting
อีก
that
บอร์ด
damage
หนึ่ง
down
ก็เป็นอะไร
onto those
เป็น
units.
เคน
Exalted though picked up from
Reaper
double 61, able
ไอ้
to
เหี้ย
get
บอร์ด
back
มันมี
into
แค่นี้
his
เองนะเว้ย
lineup, looking right now for those Luxes and those Jannas, try to round out this board as 5 copies of the Amumu as well.
เนี่ยอันนี้ก็แจนหน้า3ไปแล้ว
Roll down did not look too hot for double. Unfortunately, 0 gold to work with, and we're starting to
ไอ้เหี้ยบอร์ดนี้คือแจนห
understand
น้า
why.
3แล้วแล้วบอร์ดแจนหน้ารักเมื่อกี้ทำไงอีกบอร์ด
Has
เมื่อ
already
กี้
hit his
ทำไง
upgrade. It's a 3-star.
Yeah, they're both contesting for
แล้ว
the
บอร์ดนี้
same
ก็เล่นเคน
composition, but 2 for 1 just gives him such a great leg up. He finally gets his Exalted onto the board as well. Was missing the Diana for a very long time. I expect him to be able to win streak at least until the middle stages of stage 4 off
เวอ
of
ร์เซต
this.
นี้แบบไม่หนุกอ่ะถ้าถามผม
He buys 1 KC Cousins units and takes some HP away from the other in this last fight of stage 3.
I have a feeling he might not be welcomed in EMEA.
Well, he's slowly becoming enemy number 1, but I think as a 2-cost reroller by, birth almost, it seems like that's going to be the case for many players. The cash out comes through for Kubikson. He finds a tome.
This is the
And a
worst
little bit of
one.
gold to work with. At least you get a Teemo 3.
There's very few tomes that you can actually use here. Bruiser is probably the best one, and then you could go to Ghostly. Maybe sometimes even the
ผมว่า
Altruist, but
ตอนนั่งดูเซต
typically
10
you
ส
don't
นุก
want
ก
to
ว่า
see
นี้เย
this.
อะเล
You
ย
just want to see more gold or more items.
จริง
I mean, you still have quite a bit though. You're gonna try to pre-level as much as you can before you're able to get to this level 7.
Still so far away econ-wise as well, but he finds a Zaya, so the game
Okay.
slowly trying to get back.
Right.
Slowly
เฮ้ยแล้วซาย่ามาไงวะ
the shop he kind of wants.
Hey.
He needs the Teemo.
Oh,
เดี๋ยวเฮ้ย
Ink Shadow Emblem is
อิงชาโดว์เอ็มเบม
He hit
ด้วย
3 out of 4. That's crazy, actually.
เอาอยู่แล้วเราไปเล่น7อิงชาโดมีซาย่า
Pick.
ไอ้
He did
เหี้ย
not tailor for them and still got 3 usable emblems.
Ôi,
Okay,
ê
you
ba.
can't say that
Just
Mordog
built it.
does not like
ไอ้เหี้ยอันนี้บ้าเกินอันนี้บ้าเกินอันนี้บ้าเกิน
okay,
เพิ่งฮิต
okay.
ที
Just
โม
go
มา
there.
แล้วแบบมาเจอซาย่าเลเวล7อ่ะ
That's just, you know,
Oh,
the
shit.
karma coming back here for
exactly
Dixon with the
for a good
positive
mental. Look,
attitude.
completely unfazed by the
See?
tome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
ni
like,
ba
okay,
gun.
I've got this locked in.
Kabuko
Teemo 3.
standing
คนในห้องเล่น
strong,
ไงเนี่ย
dancing, celebrating the small high rolls.
Well, you might want to look at the small low rolls as well as double 61 is going to start bleeding out with that 1-star
เทสติ
Janna
คือ the
still
best มาก
holding on
ใช่
to
ครับ
3
เทสติ
items
แม่ง
there.
แม่ง
He
ทำ
has
ไว้
a
ดี
lot of
มาก
items, but doesn't have the quality of units to put it on.
จนเซต11จะหมดเซตแล้วมันก็ยังเทียบเท่าเซต10ไม่ได้เลยนะครับผมจะหมดเซตแล้วเนี่ยสิ้นเดือนนี้ก็หมดเซตแล้วสิ้นเดือนนี้เซต2ก็มาแล้วยังรู้สึกว่าแบบมันยังทำให้แบบเทียบเท่าไม่ได้เลยว่ะยังไม่ใกล้เคียงกับเซต10เลยความสนุกทั้งการเล่นเองทั้งการดูนะผมว่าแบบเซต10เล่นเองก็สนุกเว้ยนั่งดูคนอื่นเล่นก็สนุก
Ambi's on Combat Caster. Great last combat augment for the Reapers, for the Kane. It's still a Kane 1 though, so that upgrade we're now in stage 4 needs to come through for Cambiz if he wants to stay relevant and preserve his HP down to 50 HP already.
And I'm going to bring in your Galio forecast. So far, only Asta has found it, and Cambiz as well. So 2 out of our 4 players able to hit a critical piece. That's going to give him 7-story Weaver to potentially stabilize
ความที่
this
ได้
round.
มันน้อยกว่าไหมมันจริงๆมันก็ไม่ได้น้อยกว่าเยอะนะครับเท่าแบบจำนวนคอมอะแต่อาจจะเป็นที่ตัวคอมมันแบบมันเหมือนแบบเล่นคอมเนี้ยมันก็คือล็อกไปเลยมันเติมตัวนั้นใส่ตัวนี้ยากอ่ะมันก็เลยดูเป็นคอมเดิมๆอ่ะอย่างเจนน่ารักรีโลเงี้ยมันก็เหมือนล็อกตัวในคอมไปแล้วว่าตัวมันต้องเป็นตัวแบบนี้มันจะไม่เหมือนเซต10ที่แบบเราเห็นว่าตัวนั้นไม่มาแม่งใส่ตัวนี้แทนตัวนี้ฮิตก่อนแม่งใส่ตัวนั้นแทนมันเล่นตามฮิตได้ง่ายกว่าแบบตัวอะไรฮิตมาก็เล่นอะไรเงี้ยแต่คือเซตนี้มันทำค่อนข้างยากอะฮิตตัวอะไรก็เล่นอะไรเงี้ย
Bintum really becoming enemy number 1 in this lobby for EMEA at the very least. Breaks Kubiksen's win streak and then holds his Kai'Sa's as well. Of course, you have to. It's a free-for-all. You're trying to min-max your own chances of going for that top 4.
เทรดของเซตนี้มันค่อนข้างล็อกอะ
really pays attention to all the very small details.
And I have to say, this is how you prevent yourself from going 8th. You have to drag someone down and for you. That is actually a lot of what
เราสังเกตดีแบบแต่ละบอร์ดเราจะเห็นว่าแบบแม่งก็เป็นแบบตัวละครหน้าเดิมๆใช่ปะเทียบกันกับตอนเซต10อย่างเงี้ยแบบบางคนเล่นเอสเรียวไม่เจอหาเอสเรียวไม่ได้แม่งเล่นเคทลินบางทีแบบอยู่ดีเจอจินแม่งก็เล่นจินอะไรเงี้ยตัว5 บาทมาลูเซียนมาเล่นลูเซียนแล้วบอร์ดฟอนไลน์ก็ฟอนไลน์ก็คือแบบเป็นแบบฟอนไลน์แบบเป็นบูเซอร์เป็นอะไรก็ว่าไปเราจะเห็นหน้าตาบอร์ดที่แบบดูหลากหลายกว่าแต่จริงๆมันคือคอมเดิมนั่นแหละแต่ว่าเซตนี้มันไม่ค่อยเห็นอย่างนั้นเซตนี้คือแบบเห็นคอมนี้ก็คือหน้าตาแบบนี้ไปเลยคุณเห็นรักแกนหน้าก็แม่งก็คือรักแกนหน้าแบบนี้เลยมันไม่สามารถแบบไปเปลี่ยนนั่นเปลี่ยนนี้ได้เห็นไคสะมันก็เป็นหน้าตาไคสะแบบนั้นเลยเราจะไม่ค่อยได้เห็นแบบไคสะแบบเปลี่ยนฟอนต์ไลน์เป็นตัวนั้นตัวนี้อาจจะเพราะว่าตัว5 บาทอ่ะมันไม่มีตัวแทงแบบฟูลแทงเลยเว้ย5 บาทเซตนี้ไม่มีฟูลแทงปะใช่ไหม5 บาทเซตนี้มีฟูลแทงปะเซตไม่ใช่เดือนที่แล้วมันมีอีลาวอีกพอ5 บาทมันไม่มีฟูลแทงอะแล้วแบบตัวแทง4 บาทแม่งก็เล่นยากเพราะเป็นกาลิโอที่มีสตอรี่มีเวอร์มีบูเซอร์ตัวแทงหลักก็เลยเป็นตัว3 บาทก็คือเป็นอามูมูเป็นพอจูนก็ไม่ถูกฮาร์ติวโอ้ฮาร์ติวแม่งทำดีว่ะผมว่าฮาร์ติวเป็นเทรดคือเทรดรวยเทรดแบบเทรดรวยของ TFT มันจะมีมาทุกเซตแหละผมมองว่าฮาร์ดติวเป็นเทรดรวยที่ทำมาเล่นสนุกที่สุดแล้วตั้งแต่มีมาคือเทรดรวยของฮาร์ดติวมันเป็นเทรดที่แบบคือกูชนะก็ได้กูแพ้ก็ได้อะแบบว่าแบบกูชนะกูก็ยังได้แบบกูก็ยังได้เงินกูยังได้อะไรบ้างเทรดรวยปกติมันต้องแพ้รวย
counter here from Senna, so you have to choose whether or not you want a loss streak or a win streak. So maybe a bit of extra gold on the table here for our players that can
ให้การแพ้มันก็ยังพอได้เบเนฟิตคืออย่างฟอร์จูนเนี่ยถ้าเกิดเล่นแพ้แบบชนะแบบแพ้แล้วมันสลับชนะเนี่ยแพ้แล้วมันสลับชนะมาเนี่ยหนักนะเว้ย
No, you just want to die on a win.
No. You have to go for
Go
the
bigger,
win out.
คือไอ้
Especially if we have
ใบ
assets
ไอ้
on it.
ต้นไม้ที่เราเก็บมาก็คือแบบแม่งหายอะเก็บสแต็กมาตั้งหลายราวเนี่ยแพ้ติดต่อมา5ราวแล้วมันมาชนะราว6กูต้องมานั่งเก็บใหม่
Really sure what he's trying to play for. These
แม่งนับศูนย์
these
ใหม่
traits do not look very welcoming to me. 4 mythic, 3 invoker. Maybe a little much too much cooking.
The problem comes down to just how contested AP was. Kade had a very strong Story Weaver start. Suddenly there's 2 players heavily on Story Weaver locked in because of their augments with Asta and with Michael. And Kade's like, now where do I go? He starts scouting. He sees there's 2 players on Lux Diana, Moji and Double. Now where do I go? He really doesn't have much of a line to go into except for Lilia potentially, which I think he's trying to get to, but it might be too little too late. We talked about the danger zone for Lilia between levels 7 and 8.
Doesn't have enough gold to get there and actually hit the Lily as required. Like, you're missing those big break points like Mythic 5 as well as the Invoker 4. So it's going to be really tough if you also don't have the levels to be able to round out those traits.
This is a torturous game from Kade. No one is playing Lilia on all of the 8 boards, and he still can't find a single one. So I'm not going to blame him too much. This is just a drafting game. Sometimes it's going to happen. But I'm really, really impressed with how Bintum salvaged this game. He was going into the Ghostly, I believe, the Zyra Zoe line, and then swapped out after that big level 6 roll down. Now he's moving into the Ink Shadows with that 2-star Kaisa, and potentially taking
ชอบตัว
Kubik's
5 บาท
along with
ติด
him.
มากไม่ถึง
Hey,
ตั
well,
ว
don't
เลย
you worry.
จริงครับ
Kubikson is actually on a 7-win streak right now and has been able to find the
แบบ
Zaya
ยอริก
as
ก็เก่ง
well
ลาว
as
อีก
at
ก็เก่ง
least
โซ
one
น่าก็
Kaisa.
เก่ง
So, hey,
Jin
there
ก็
is a
เก่ง
little bit of hope.
ลูเซียนก็
You're
เก่
like
ง
the EMEA
I had to
cheerleader
take
now. You're
Makes'
suddenly.
place. I mean,
Thank
come
you.
on, Makes it jump ship. So
Thank you, Necra. I really appreciate this on my birthday.
Kiana ก็เก่ง
especially. We're gonna look now at
Happy
Mozi who
birthday.
finds the second item, or first item on his Lux, second carry online. Almost Lux 3, but still 2 copies away. And Kade fighting for his life. 10
รอดู
HP
เท
up
ป
against
2 อ่ะ
Kubikson,
ผม
who
คิดว่า
has
เทป 2 มันน่าต้อง
a
ดี
huge
ขึ้
win
น
streak on a huge loss streak for Kade.
Yeah, I think.
stuns.
Oh, but the front line might be doing it. Silas, I didn't see the Radiant items right there, is still going to be hold on for a long time. He still has his Teemo 3, and only Nullis can take him down. Nope, not going to happen.
I mean, even just that Kaisa 1 was able to burst down those tanks at such low HP. And so, unfortunately, Kade is going to get eliminated in that 8th place.
He was our lobby leader. He probably did high roll in a couple of games before, and this is his low roll game to take. Everything does even out in the end.
What goes up must come down. I think the saying still holds true for the OC region. Maybe it's reversed. Not entirely sure on the physics there. But we're going to look at Canvas, who is alone on Reapers and somehow not really doing too hot. He's uncontested. So many players went down the AP lines. Found the Kane 2, I think, quite late. Doesn't have necessarily BIS items on
ตัวหน้า
side.
เป็นดาเมจก็ได้
Utility
ซับก็
silos
ดี
in this
ใช่ครับ
case.
Yeah, but as Clement was bringing up before, there are not only just a lot of AP players, but there are also 2 vertical story Reaper players that have started to really hit their units. So it's always going to be difficult for these Reapers to actually survive long enough to try to wrap onto the back line. You do
จุด
end
ที่
up
ทำให้
getting
เซ
a
ตติมันสนุ
favorable
กมันคือ
matchup
แบบ
right
มัน
now,
เฟล็กอะไร
though.
ได้เยอะ
If
นะ
you're able to take out this
เซตนี้มัน
Janna, you are going to
ให้
stay
เราแบบนั้นไม่ได้
alive. And so Canvas buys himself
เซตนี้แบบ
another
เหมือน
shot.
เล่นอะไรก็เล่นอย่างนั้น
Almost
ไป
an impactful timing there.
ตั้ง
where
คอมนี้มาก็
no
เป็น
unit
คอมนั้น
assaults
ไปเลย
attack. Again, the Kane had to
ไม่ได้มี
move
ความ
onto
รู้
the
สึกว่า
right.
ได้
And
เฟล็ก
if the
อะไร
Janet
เท่าไหร่
had cast one more time when the Archangel stacking, it could have potentially killed off the Kane there.
Yeah, and a
ตา
lot
ม
of
เซตดี
these
ไซน์เราอะ
Janna reroll players now sitting very
ก็
low
ได้
on the
ระหวังว่า
lobby.
เซตน่าจะดีกว่านี้
Double, I believe, might have hit his Amumu 3 here, as we see Moji already sold.
นี่
I
เขาก็
think
เปิด
he
เทคนิค
sold
ทู
some of
ดู
his
เลยนะไม่ได้
copies.
เห็นปะเมื่อกี้
Not looking
จอง
very
ข้าง
good for
เปิด
the APAC
เปิดเว็บ
player.
ดูอะ
And indeed,
เปิ
it
ดเว็บ
is
ดู
the
สแตทไป
Amumu
ด้วย
on the other side, which eliminates the possibility for Amumu 3 for Moji.
Moji and Michael both on their last lives. Moji up against Bintum, who has, gonna be. Not Bintum, it's gonna be. Wait, it's double.
Double,
right?
yeah.
Okay, the contest. It's gonna be double, and we'll see if double can now take revenge for all these Jannas who were taken out of the pool very early in stage 3. The Janna's so low now. The 2-for-1 helped Moji initially, but now he's not really scaling as easily into the late game compared to learning to spell, compared to the boiling
เซต
point.
หน้าคนทำ
Do
เซ
we
ต
see
เดียวกัน
one
กับ
more
เซต
Lux
ไหน
ult come off? No, the
ไม่รู้
Jan
เหมือนกัน
is
นะครับ
up
แต่
all
ไม่
by
ใช่เซตนี้
herself.
แน่
Amumu is the last standing unit on the board, and that's gonna be Moji taken down. I'll be honest, I was really scared for EMEA start of stage 4. We got all 3 players in the 6th, 7th, and 8th positions, but massive comebacks for all of our players.
And it has to feel bad to lose the reroll battle when you were playing with that 2-for-1. And Ink Shadow now offered. This could be huge for Bintum as he heads beelines for it.
Yeah, that's a really big grab. I think that puts 5 Ink Shadow on the board here for that comp.
Absolutely, and actually 5 is the biggest jump because you get the 11% damage reduction and the damage amplification as well.
There we haven't talked about
really
too much just
from
yet.
Michael.
It's going to be Michael who is trying to stay alive. We're seeing the low roller and the high roller when it comes to the Story Weaver line. Asta at the very top, very healthy. No pressure on him to perform in these last 2 fights of Stage 5, whereas Michael is fighting for his life. This is a player we talked about. He's coming into Game 4 with only 5 points. This is a player that I hyped up at the top of the show as a big favorite to make it to Day 3. Has not had the best start to this day.
This is going to be so good for Kubik-san. He's coming in as one of the youngest players in the field. You know, getting that stage nerves out on Day 1 and making your mark, if he can find a comeback win, will be massive. But let's see if he can get past Bintum's board, which is playing 7 Ink Shadow already. This is the boogeyman we talked about.
Teemo's not doing quite enough. Azaya stunned as well. Azaya's taken down. Kubik takes a big hit. Is it big enough? It is taken down at the very end of Stage 5. Unfortunately, it looks like he was mounting a comeback there. The cash out maybe just not strong enough with the tome.
That felt so personal from Bintum, honestly. You know, breaking the cash out and also taking the Kaisas, then pivoting back into 7 Ink Shadow to finish him off. Just very brutal gameplay.
He's the raid boss without the augment.
He has no mercy. This is exactly what Bintum's known for. If he can make you just pad his placements, he will do it.
And Michael as well has to feel a little bit of frustration. We remember the Game 1, the 8th place because Double was also contesting the Lilia line. We're moving into this Game 4. Goes in the bottom 4 once again because Asta was contesting the Story Weaver line, despite Michael being the first to indicate he's going down that guarantee tree because of the augment.
ง่วงเลยว่ะ
Good positioning from Bintum. He's solo tanking his Shen, so at most, only one part of his tank line is going to get hit when he has 3 right there. The next big step is if he can find that Udyr too. If he can, even though he's lowest HP right now, I have him as a favorite to mount a comeback.
Yeah, doubles ward as well, taking down his cousin. The Kayn gets deleted, evaporated by the Lux and the Janna. The combo in the backline DPS, the Kindred dodges 1 Lux ult, but can't do much more. Kanbei should still be alive. The EMEA dreams are still here for both of the Carmine Core cousins, but Asta and Bintum from APAC are trying to throw a wrench in those plans.
Gotta be cognizant of the portal choice at the beginning of the game as well. Pot of gold. That cash out is coming.
You could have caught us. We both had forgotten. You could have done the gotcha moment, but thank you for once again helping us out, making sure we don't forget. Hopefully the players don't forget either.
I hope they're not forgetting.
And
How
this is,
much
of course,
would that help?
Something that warps their game plans a lot when it comes to those final roll downs, when it comes to your planning around being able to reach the next level. You have to remember you have this big influx of gold coming through.
I think what you have to pay attention to is if someone is going to start going for those 3-star 4 costs to round out their boards right now. Kubik-san's already down, and we have Bintum going for the Kaisas and the Ashe, both which are uncontested as of now.
Level 9 for the bottom screen players. Asta moves all the way up to level 10. Double decides to continue rolling on 8 instead. Needed still to find
แต่บอร์ดที่น่าสนใจนี่คือบอร์ดพี่บินนะพี่บินนี่คือบอร์ดแบบ7 Ink Shadow แล้วอะ7 Ink Shadow ที่มีเชน3อะ
Found a second Udyr here for Bintum, still missing out
เล่น
that third one to be
healthy ด้วย
able to actually boost up this Udyr. This is going to be Bintum versus Double on the right side. Asta versus Canvas. Canvas is going to be on that final life. As you end up seeing this Kayn try to do its best into the front line, but it can't get to the back. And so, Canvas hoping that this Kindred is going to be enough. It's going to be able to hopefully take down 1 more, but it cannot. And so, Canvas is going to go out in 4th place in this lobby. But it's a pretty good 4th place, knowing where he was at the beginning of this game.
That was a heartbreak there for Canvas, but very good position by Asta. He moved the Kale to be right in front of the Kayn, so he got the Edge of Night off very early on. Second blast, you could see Canvas having his head in his hands as he knew that unit core carry was taken off the map.
And that Kindred playing with my hope at the very least, surviving for so long, made me think maybe there's a chance he can stay alive and clutch up, but too hard to win out that fight. This could be a pivotal last fight for Asta if he's able to eliminate Double, but we'll be facing Bintum instead. We'll see how the positioning works out. We'll see how this kill works out. It's going to be the big solo frontline with the Annie holding down the fort for Bintum.
Oh, and I think that Udyr actually got a stun onto the Kale. He was trying to do with the Sage Kale. Gets taken out, but it still works in the end.
Oh, Bintum is going to be eliminated there. And
Doubles
against
trying to stay alive. It's just the Amumu and the Morgana. The Morgana definitely does not have the clutch factor. Double 61 taken down in what could be third place.
จบครับ
And
เป็น
Asta
แอส
back
ตา
in this
ครับ
comfort comp we saw in game 1.
แอ
Vertical
สตา
Story
จาก
River
APAC
level
ครับ
10
ได้แชมป์ไปใน
tapped
เกม
out
นี้
the board and won with confidence.
I am so happy for Vietnam. They only
Yeah,
sent
Koboko.
one player here, despite being the
เพิ่งเห็น
biggest, largest region, even bigger than EMEA, to this event, and they had someone to cheer for. It wasn't YBY, it wasn't some of their household names, but now they can rally behind Asta with, I believe it's 21
แอ
points.
สตา
in the
เล่นจาก
running
บ้าน
for
เหรอ
first
เล่น
now.
จากบ้าน
And
ดิ
there
มัน
were
เป็น
a
ทัวร์
lot
อ
of
อน
people
ไล
that
น์
doubted whether or not Asta
มัน
would
จะ
be
มี
able to
แค่
show
ฝั่ง
up
แบบ
at a
EMEA
competition
กับ
like
จีน
this.
เท่านั้นแหละ
And
ที่แบบ
I don't
มัน
know.
ไปเล่น
I don't
แบ
want
บ
to speak
มันจะ
too
มี
soon
ที่ให้เล่น
because
อ่ะ
it's only been 4 games.
อย่าง
But
ฝั่ง
maybe
จีน
it
อ่ะ
is
มันไปเล่น
something
ที่
to
ไร
be
ออด
said
อยู่แล้ว
about
เว้ย
how
ฝั่ง
Asta
EMEA มันจะมี
can
เหมือน
actually
ออ
show
แกไน
up
ซ์อ่ะ
for this
ก็เหมือนออ
tournament.
แกไนซ์ที่แบบ
Wow.
อาจจะแบบ
That
เป็น
is our
เป็น
fourth
พาร์ทเนอร์
game
กับไร
now
ออด
done
มั้ง
and
หรืออะไร
dusted.
ไม่
We're
รู้อ่ะ
gonna
ที่
go
แบบ
ahead
มัน
and
จะ
send
จัด
this
ทุก
for
รอบ
break
อยู่
before
แล้ว
we
อ่ะ
come back and break down that game.
นอกนั้นก็เล่นที่บ้านอยู่แล้วเว้ยมันไม่ใช่ทัวร์ออฟไลน์เว้ยจีนสถานที่คือจัดเต็มมากตลอดอ่ะจีนมันแบบไปนั่งเล่นที่เดียวกับที่แข่ง LPL อ่ะเอาง่ายๆอ่ะคือเพลเยอร์ TFT ของจีนมีฐานะเท่ากับมีฐานะคล้ายๆกับเพลเยอร์ LPL อ่ะ ไอ้เหี้ยเอาแค่นั้นอ่ะเพลเยอร์ TFT จีนแบบฐานะสูงเว้ยคือเขาไม่ได้มองว่าแบบมึงก็เป็นแค่แบบผู้เล่น TFT แบบมึงก็แค่แบบเป็นผู้เล่นโหมดรองของเกมกูอะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่าเขามองว่าผู้เล่น TFT ของจีนนี่คือแบบแม่งฐานะแบบเทียบเท่ากับแบบผู้เล่น LPL อ่ะคือไม่ใช่แบบมึงแข่ง TFT มึงแข่งอยู่บ้านไปกูไม่ให้มึงมาที่นี่อะไรเงี้ยแต่จีนนี่คือแบบมึงไปแข่งที่เดียวกันมีใครนั่งแข่งร้านเกมไหมไม่น่ามีนะเว้ยยุคนี้มันยังมีร้านเกมอีกเหรอวะแต่ประเทศอื่นยังมีอยู่แหละอย่างถ้าเป็นเกาหลีไต้หวันน่าจะมีอยู่แหละแต่ไม่น่ามีป่ะวะมึงจะมานั่งแข่งทัวร์ระดับโลกที่ร้านเกมเหรอวะ
I don't mind too much. I know some players have a little bit of a different opinion on that.
นี่คือมึงนั่งแข่งเวิลด์นะเว้ยมึงนั่งแข่งร้านเกมแบบไอ้เหี้ยเสียงแบบเอะโวยวายนะ
Really leading
ไม่น่า
players
ใช่
into
กูว่า
that.
Yeah, and for the first time, we actually saw two players heavily contest each other in the Janna Lux line. Now, we've seen people contest in the past. This is a line we expect to be heavily contested, but this time is the first time today we saw it, and it was Moji and Double. And it looked like Double had the best spot augments-wise, right? He had the Learning Dispel, he had a bunch of extra items, and eventually found Boiling Point, which was perfect. But Moji had such a big lead on the units, and then went 2 for 1 to try and get even more. However, Moji didn't hit. He didn't roll first. We saw that happen from Double. He ends up being the one who gets the hit, and because of that, Moji is going to go towards the bottom, and Double was able to rise to the top with his perfect combat augs.
Yeah, and the one who recognized this was Asta. Asta saw that there were so many people going for the 2-cost reroll, so he hit naturally a Zaira 3 that wasn't normally in this historic Weaver comp, and that's what gave him the edge to have so much damage and take away the victory.
Asta is such an interesting player because, you know, if you look at just like the data going into the event, Asta's a heavy underdog.
ฮาอยู่ถ้าแข่งแล้วเด็กเกาะเบาะเต็มหลังเฮียแบบเด็กมาเกาะเบาะดูพี่แล้วเด็กแล้วเด็กชี้อ่ะพี่ถึงนู้นอย่างนี้
What they did do though is they are showing up to the global championship
พี่
with
ซื้อ
the
ตัวนี้พี่
first or 8th rate, an incredibly
ฮา
volatile
เกิน
player. And what we saw here is Asta leaning into that
แต่ผมไม่รู้ว่า
high reward story Weaver
ต่างประเทศมันมีแบบมีเด็กเกาะเบาะป่าววะ
from the APAC region
ร้านเกมต่างประเทศอ่ะคือเคยไปนั่งเล่นร้านเกมที่ไต้หวันเว้ยมันก็ไม่ได้มีเด็กเกาะเบาะด้วยแบบแม่งต่างคนต่างเล่นอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยร้านเกมไต้หวันอ่ะ
that was going on in this lobby has to be Bintum. Everybody else kind of beelining for the AP comps. You have Kade in this lobby. You know
ตอนนั้น
one AP
ไปแข่ง
then you have
ไปแข่ง
Double,
ฮั
you
ต
have
โตน
Moji.
เว้ย
And it's all kind of like stacking up. Ku Bixen
ไปแข่ง
even
ฮัต
with
โต
that
นแล้วก็ไป
TO3,
นั่งไอ้เหี้ยไปแข่งฮัตโตนแต่กูไปนั่งเล่นร้านเกมไต้หวันกันเล่นเมจิก
Instead, I'll play around that. I'll go on the 80 line, and it worked out beautifully.
คือมันจะแบบมี2ทัวร์ใช่ป่ะทัวร์แรกแข่งวันแรกไปไอ้เหี้ยแข่งแล้วเพลียจัดอ่ะแข่งตั้งแต่เช้าอ่ะยันแบบยัน6 โมงเย็นมั้งวันแรกอ่ะแบบวันแรกไปเลยแข่งเช้ายัน6 โมงเย็นอ่ะเช้าประมาณ9 โมงอ่ะ9 โมงยัน6 โมงเย็นทัวร์นึงไอ้เหี้ยกลับมาโรงแรมคือเพลียจัดวันนั้นไปแข่งที่ไต้หวันเพลียจัดอีกวันกูไม่ตื่นแค่นั้นอีกวันกูไม่ตื่นมีผมไปเวสป้าไปดิได้ไปไวเปอร์โปรไป
And another big surprise has to be
มีดิได้กับเวสป้าไปอยู่ที่งานนะเฮียส่วนผมกับไวเปอร์คือหลับ
But fret not, there are still more games to go.
หลับไอ้เหี้ยไม่ตื่นไปแข่ง
Surprised for me to be that low. I think
ไอ้
I
เหี้
was
ยแล้วแบบ
very
ตื่นมาแบบ
expecting
10 โมงแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
tournament.
แข่งเขาเริ่มไปละ
We'll see if Amia
ไปไหนดีวะ
can make a big rise
ไอ้
altogether.
เหี้ยไปหาร้านเกมเล่น
But
เนี่ยนะ
definitely,
ไปหาร้านเน็ต
lower in
เล่น
the standings, but we know
ไม่
how
เล่นฮาร์ดโตเลยนะ
One of
เล่น
the
เมจิก
realities of these 12 game formats is, you know,
What's
you
up?
take a look at these standings, and even though you have 4 games, you might be sitting in the top 16, you might be sitting in the bottom. I think the biggest test here is going to be your mental resilience. If you're at the bottom, being able to bounce back, and if you're at the top, not letting your foot off the gas.
That's absolutely true, but also something that we're seeing whenever it comes to that international stage is that players will need to adapt to what everybody else is doing. Something that in very early championships
แต่
we
แอบ
saw
แต้มน้อย
with
นั่นน่ะดิ
CN pressuring a lot of
แต่
tempo,
ซ็อกมันขึ้น
and
มาแล้ว
then
ว่ะ
the rest of the players not
เหี้ย
being
แต่หนิง
able to
ลี่มัน
follow
เข้ม
up
จัง
well.
วะเฮ้ย
But we are
ดูหนิงลี่ดิ
seeing America
หนิงลี่
crawl
มัน
their
เข้ม
way
ไป
to the top, so it seems like you guys are doing pretty good on tempo.
It's not
แต่ว่ายัง
just
ต้องวัดอีก
America,
เยอะ
it's
นะ
the
ครับ
fact that it
อันนี้ก็เหลืออีก 2 เกม วันนี้พรุ่งนี้เหลืออีก 6 เกมเหลืออกทั้งหมด 8 เกมอ่ะ ยังต้องวัดอีกเยอะเว้ย แต้มยังตัดสินอะไรไม่ได้ตอนนี้ ยังมีขึ้นมีลงอยู่ JOC ส่งเข้าประกวดJOC ส่งเข้าประกวดว่ะ
An American, I should say, and see mismatch talks
He's
at
had
the
2
top.
kids since then. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely true. But of course, we want to go into our next game very quickly. So we're going to be hopping into a very short break, and then we'll be back with all the action. Stay tuned here at the Inkborn Fabled Tactician's Crown.
อันนี้ก็ท็อปโ4แต่ละกลุ่มเปล่า แข่ง2 วันวันละ6 เกมมาท็อป8เลยจาก3-2 คนอ่ะก็3-2 คนเนี่ยแข่งกันเนี่ย12 เกม12 เกมแล้วก็สกอร์ท็อป8เข้าไปเดย์สุดท้ายเข้าไปวันอาทิตย์นับคะแนนเลยอ่ะรอนพักไปก่อนแล้ว APAC แต้มเยอะมากAPAC เนี่ยมากองอยู่ตรงนี้แล้ว ดิสโซฟก็เอาอยู่ก็คือ EMEA ก็ยังไม่มีท็อป8อะตอนเนี้ยท็อป8ยังเป็นแบบยังเป็น APAC 3 CN 2 NA 2อะกลับมาที่ทาริแดนแป๊บนึงมีอะไรกูต้องทำกับวันนี้ที่เอาจริงๆปะกูเริ่มเบื่อแล้ววะพอทำของอะไรเสร็จแล้วแม่งเริ่มเบื่อแล้ววะทาริแลนด์อะแบบมันเบื่อรู้สึกว่ามันเริ่มเหมือนกันแบบเหมือนการออโต้ไพลอตอะไอ้เหี้ยทาริแลนด์ตอนเนี้ยแบบว่าแบบวันหนึ่งครับเข้าเกมมาครับทำตรงนี้ให้หมดครับทำตรงนี้ครับแล้วก็จะมีเควสชื่อเสียงครับทำครับปึ๊บปั๊บแล้วก็เคลียร์อาเคนครับเคลียร์2 ครั้งครับถ้ามันจะ6/6ก็เคลียร์2 ครั้งครับเสร็จแล้วถึงเวลา PVP ครับ PVP ครับ PVP ไปครับ PVP ครับแล้วก็ลงอันนี้2 เกมครับจบครับหมดวันพอวันเลทใหม่มาเฮียก็ไปนั่งลงเลทครับถ้าไม่ผ่านพรุ่งนี้มาลงใหม่ครับมันก็เป็นอย่างนี้เรื่อยๆแล้วแบบน่าเบื่อรู้สึกว่าเริ่มเบื่อ
Oh, it's finally happened. Mortdog's kiss from the heavens has
รู้สึก
rained
ว่า
down
คอนเท
upon
น
us
ต์ใน
and
ช่วง
Pokygom is entering
คอนเทนต์ใน
the
ช่วง
lobby.
เดือน
This is
แรก
the
มันแอบ
player
น้อย
I've
ไป
been
หน่อย
talking
มัน
about
ตัน
pretty much
ง่ายไป
all
หน่อย
set long. People know I'm excited about him. He's one of the North American, I guess you could call him a dark horse. I think he doesn't get a lot of the attention and he doesn't really put on the same pedestal as other American greats. But what people do know about him is that when Pokygom is in form, when he tries his best, when he's playing, he's not only capable, he is expected to compete with the most elite in the world, and we're seeing that today.
And he's also a very risky player, and we're seeing that the players that are playing more comfortable, maybe only Lilian Kai, is performing decently, but are not the best players like us
คือ
that
เลท
go
อะ
for a
เลท
risk,
มันมา
trying to
เรื่อย
get
ๆ มัน
like
ก็
an
ไอ้นี่แหละ
8/3, trying to get a side that it doesn't
แต่
go
แบ
to
บ
the
อย่าง
top.
PVP
If they
อะมันไม่
recognize
ส
the
นุกอะ
spots, that's where it working, that's where they're
PVP
performing
มันทำให้สนุกกว่านี้ได้นะเว้ยถ้ามึงแค่แบบทำแบบให้มันมีแบบ5/5หรือว่า10/10แบบมีแรง10/10มีแรงอาจจะดูยุ่งยากไปหน่อยเพราะว่ามันต้องการผู้เล่นทั้ง10 คนเนาะอาจจะแบบ5/5อะไรเงี้ยให้มันแบบคือ3/3มันไอ้นี่ไปหน่อยวะ3/3มันวาเลียนมันน้อยไปอะแบบคนก็เล่นแต่คอมเดิมใช่ป่ะแอดบวก1แอดตัวฮิลแล้วก็บวก1ตอนนี้เล่นเกมอะไรบ้างก็มีเนี่ยครับทาริสแลนด์ตอนนี้ที่เล่นหลักๆเลยก็ทาริสแลนด์มีทาริสแลนด์นี่แหละครับตอนนี้เกมอื่นไม่ได้เล่นเลยวะ TFT ยังไม่ได้เล่นมา1 อาทิตย์แล้วเนี่ยรอเซต2 PB เข้าก็ถ้าเอาตอนนี้ก็จะมีทาริสแลนด์แล้วก็มี TFT นี่แหละที่เล่นหลักๆแล้วก็รอ 2XKO คือตอนนี้เป็นช่วงไม่มีเกมเล่นเว้ยผมก็เลยแบบคิดว่ายังต้องเล่นทาริสแลนด์อยู่เพราะว่ามันไม่มีเกมเล่นรอ 2XKO เห็นบรอมปะเพิ่งเปิดตัวบรอมมา 2XKO อ่ะชื่อโคตรเท่นี่น่าเล่นอ่ะ
champion her for most of that early game and go into really weird and funky lineups. I'm really excited to see this.
I think a part of that does come down to what
spot
recognition is also the willingness to cook, right? These are the players playing from the grid live, right? And there's so many things to think about in TFT, all the conditions that are both external and internal, and I think one of the greatest pieces of skill expression is your ability to deal with factors outside of your control, maintain composure, and play the game the way you
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้มันโปโลใน LR เฮียโปโลถือค้อนอันดับ3ใช่เลยเฮ้ยใช่
might be affecting
ใช่เลยครับเนี่ยโฟโล่ใน LR ครับ
For example, Solo has he's very used to be on camera.
Yeah, LR
He
mention
actually is okay with it, so maybe that perception, that mental can
3
change
วิ
because
3
you
มันล็อก
know
วา
to
ล์ว
be
มา
watched while you're playing.
So actually, I would disagree. While Solo is very used to streaming, I don't think he's that comfortable in front of a live audience. But coming back to my point, somebody that is
เกมที่เท่าไหร่นะครับเกมที่5แล้วครับ
Slan,
กำลังจะเริ่ม
which
เกมที่
gave him that ticket to the finals. He's won in front of a audience before, so definitely a little bit on the edge there.
I think there's a really cool connection here between
คือวาวมันยังมี 5v5 นะเว้ยใช่ปะ
North America, please forgive me.
ใช่ไหม
Flemu and Malala. Okay, now hear me out.
Okay.
I think
I made that connection and he flamed me for it, but please go ahead.
Okay, hear me out. I think that
คือ
when you're
5v5
playing
กู
TFT,
ว่า
there
กำลั
are
งสนุก
multiple
เว้ย
ways to find
3v3
an
มันน่า
edge.
เบื่อ
Sometimes that's your raw skill in the game. Sometimes it's having an incredible meta read, and sometimes it's
นี่ไง
your
วาวมัน
ability
ก็
to
มี
perform
5v5
under
เว้ย
pressure. I don't think Malala won the last global championship because he was a significantly smarter or more intuitive than others. I think the reason he won was because when the pressure was on, when it was game
ไม่ใช่
time,
วาวเนี่ย
he was still Malala and he didn't crumble under pressure.
Yeah, players say it all the time. One
Ini wow
of
sama
the
ini
most
ya.
important assets is to have a cold mind, to be present, to be and we see
Nah, ya,
it. Sometimes we're seeing expression, and it's great to see
แต่
it
คือวาว
because
มันยังมี
they are
5v5
laughing
เลย
sometimes, they are celebrating, they are getting mad. But constantly, when you see the 95% of the time, they're actually very cold, and that's needed because you need to maintain that pace throughout all the lobbies and all the competition.
Yeah, it's very important to keep
3v3 น่าเบื่อ
that
แต่หา
concentration up. It's something I think in interviews we talk to a lot of players of like, oh, how do you reset after a bad game? How do you
ก็เอาจริ
prepare?
งว่ะที่ผมอยากเล่น Shadow
Fun
Bird มาก
fact,
เลยเว้ย
Zolo
แต่แบบ
Gazang,
ปีห
he
น้า
likes to sleep very little and then
อยากแข่งเกม
nap.
การ์ด
That's apparently the magic behind the Zolo Gazang domination on the EUS ladder. And another fun fact, he was signed
อยากกลับ
by
ไป
an
เล่น
org.
เกมแบบมีเป้าหมาย
Apparently today, Eintracht Spandau took him under their wings and
คือ
he's
เล่น
now gonna
TFT
be
ผม
playing
ก็
for
ไม่ได้อยาก
them.
แข่ง
So I'm
TFT
very
อ่ะ
excited
แบบ
to see how
ไม่
that
รู้
goes.
ว่า
That's
รู้
a
สึก
great
ว่าแบ
time
บ
to be signed to an
TFT
org.
เป็นแนวเกมที่ผมไม่ได้อยาก
I
แข่ง
feel like the tie up a lot of what we're talking about. It comes back to something you
อยากแข่งเกมการ์ดอ่ะไอ้เหี้ย
makes, which is
ไม่
that
เหลือ
so
แค่
many
Shadow Bird
players
อะ
on
Shadow
their
Bird
second
แม่งก็
time
ปี
to
ห
the
น้า
world
เหี้ย
to
เลื่อน
the
ไป
global stage oftentimes do better because they
2XKO ก็อยากเล่น 2XKO ก็ออกปีหน้า เกมแม่งออกปีหน้าทั้งนั้นเลย ปีนี้แม่งเหงาจัดอะ ปีนี้แม่งปีที่โคตรเหงาเลยเว้ย เพราะว่าอะไรรู้ป่ะทำไมปีนี้ถึงเป็นปีที่โคตรเหงารู้ป่ะ เพราะว่าปีเนี้ยเราเปิดมาด้วย TFT เซต 11 ซึ่งไม่เป็นเซตที่ห่วยมาก เหงาไปแล้วหนึ่งอย่าง กับเกมที่แบบปกติเราเล่นชิวๆตลอด เซต 10 เราเล่นชิวๆมาตลอดเลย เซต 11 มาเหงาสัตว์ไอ้เหี้ยแบบเซตมันห่วยอะแล้วเกมที่แบบเราอยากเล่นเรารออยู่แม่งก็ออกปีหน้าหมดเลย ไม่มีเกมที่อยากเล่นออกปีนี้เลย มันปีนี้ไม่เป็นปีที่เหงาจัดเลย เหมือนแบบเหมือนว่างไปปีนึงอะปีเนี้ย
3 different traits or emblems on it. It's going to be very important.
ก็เลยตอนนี้ก็เลยนั่งเล่น Tardit Land ไป
early game boards, which of them need to get
นั่งเล่น Tardit Land ไปก็เริ่มเบื่อละ
to actually utilize them, and I think most importantly, which one of them have the fortune emblems on them.
คือผมเบื่ออย่างหนึงของ Tardit Land ตรงที่แบบ ผมต้องแบบมันต้องมานั่ง PVP เป็นเวลาเที่ยงครึ่งมึงต้องลุกมาละมึงต้องมาเปิดคอมละ PVP ถ้ามึงไม่มาเพื่อนร่วมทีมก็นั่งรออีกนะใช่ปะ2 ทุ่มครึ่งมึงต้อง PVP ละอย่างเนี้ยผมไม่ได้ไป PVP Tardit Land เพราะว่าผมมา Watch Party TFT
Yeah, I was gonna say this feels like on Jazz Latte's board a set of emblems that can be very strong. The problem is you don't have the strength until it's very strong. So if he can find a way to go
มันไม่ควรจำกัด
fast,
เว
I can see a
ลา
lot of
ว่ะ
value coming out of
PVP
here, but it's not something
มัน
that's
ควร
going
จะ
to
แบบ
be
มึง
too
อยากกด
powerful
เข้า
on
เล่นเมื่อไหร่
stage
ก็
soon.
ได้อะ
I do agree, but maybe if you assemble
แล้ว
a
มึงก็
board
ควรลด
that's
ของ
strong
รางวัล
enough to
จาก
just
PVP
be good
33
on
ด้วยเว้ย
its own and then later tack into those,
ไอ้เหี้ย
I
เหรียญ
could
เหรียญ
see
ม่วง
a
อ่ะ
pretty
เหรียญม่วงอ่ะ
crazy
ผม
comp
คิดว่า
come
เหรียญ
out
ม่วง
there.
ไม่
We're
ควร
also
แจกใน
seeing a
33
Dragon Lord emblem. Players often looking for that one on Tianlong.
มันควรทำให้ 33 เป็นโหมดที่แบบไต่แรงสนุกตลอดเวลา แบบมึงอยากเข้ามาไต่แรงเมื่อไหร่ก็ได้ แต่ว่ามันคือมันไม่ได้บังคับว่ามึงต้องมาไต่ทุกวัน
He does it, man. Pokemon, King of New York. This is how it's done, baby.
ลดรางวัลในเหี้ยเหรียญลงอ่ะผมว่าโอเค
coming on through here, allowing players to maybe find a little bit of extra direction.
You know, normally
ทีเนี้ย
players
แบบ
don't have
รางวัล
as
เหรียญ
much
ม่วงจากใน
direction
แรง
on
33 มัน
2-1
เยอะ
with
ใช่
so
ป่ะ
many
ของ Tardit
emblems
Land
on your board already.
มัน
It's
กลายเป็นว่า
just-
มัน
I'm
ฟอร์ส
curious
เลย
to
ว่า
see
มึงต้องมา
which
ไต่
players
อะ
actually
มึงเบื่อแค่
have
ไหนมึงก็ต้องมาไต่ให้มัน
augments that
Challenger 1 อย่าง
enable
ต่ำ
the emblems that are already on their board.
Yeah, Lisao, for example, is already going for keepers. He has duelists, so that's his vertical.
อย่าง
And
TFT ยังไม่บังคับ
actually,
ที่
that's
ไต่
what
แรง
you
เลย
want.
ถู
You
กปะ
know what's your sentinel. You want to know from now what you're playing and tell the rest so that no one gets creative and try not to use the sentinel
มันไม่
and
ควรบังคับ
contest you.
เว้ย
So Actually,
อันนี้
we
มันกึ่
already
ง
have
บั
a
งคับอะ
duelist,
เพราะว่าถ้ามึง
and
ไม่
let's
ไต่
see the other plays. For now, with
มึงไม่
Jungler,
ไต่ มึงแรงก็ตาม แล้วก็
without an actual
ซีซั่นหนึ่ง
direction,
มันเร็ว
but
ไปของ
he's in
PVP อ่ะ
a pretty good
ซี
spot
ซั่นหนึ่งของ
actually for
PVP
the
คือ
early
แค่
game.
คือ 1
This
อา
is
ทิตย์
kind
เล
of
ย
a weird spot.
1 อาทิตย์
I think a lot of players would have
มัน
difficult
อารมณ์แบบมึง
difficult
แบบ
time
คน
piloting
เล่น
this.
แทบไม่ได้
The
พัก
switching
เลยนะเว้ย
gears
มึงต้อง
on
มา
his
PVP
board
ทุกวัน
has the
ใช่ปะ
fortune emblem as well.
ถ้า
Obviously, he's
ปา
not
ร์ตี้
gonna
มึ
be
งไม่ดี
leaning
อา
in,
ชีพ
most
ที่เล่นมึง
likely
ไม่
not
ดี มึงก็
leaning
ไม่
into the fortune.
มึงก็จะไม่
And
สามารถ
from
ขึ้น
here,
Challenger
if
ได้
he
ไว
can
เพราะงั้นมึงก็ต้องไป
optimize
ขึ้น
the
ช่วง
switching
ท้ายอา
gears
ทิตย์
and
อยู่
get
ดี
the win, the loss,
อาทิตย์หนึ่งมี
etc.,
7 วัน
he'll
มึง
have
ขึ้น
a very
Challenger
high
1 ช่วงวัน
economy
ที่
going into the late game, but
วันที่
it's gonna
5 อย่างเงี้ย
take a very good
มึง
player
ก็
to
ได้
pilot
พัก
this.
แค่วันหนึ่งแล้วพอขึ้นอาทิตย์ใหม่มึงก็ต้องมานั่งไต่ต่อ มันแบบมันไม่มีจุดให้คนเล่นได้พักการ PVP อ่ะเพราะว่าการ PVP มันไม่ได้สนุกกับทุกคนขนาดนั้นเว้ย
Looks like you might be winning, you just don't slam it, and you're going to be having a grand old loss streak on that fortune. On the golem, however, you cannot take it out. So saying, okay, I'm not going to be tempted. There's probably someone else that will find a better angle than me. I also didn't see the units. Goes in another direction. I like this personally.
Yeah, 100%. We were seeing just Latte with the possibility of going AP, probably a Lilia line. Lilia Sage will make sense with the Sentinel that he has. And now Clemu, maybe only
TFT
thinking
เยียวยา
about
เรา
going
หรือเปล่า
for the fate
รอ
that
ดู
and he has
เซ
the
ตหน้า
bruiser.
แล้วกัน
Normally you want that Silas in the late game that also gives your umbral. Now you don't need it, so you get a little more HP to the whole comp.
I think
ไหน
the
ๆตอน
Invoker
นี้
as
คนดู
well
ไม่ค่อย
kind
เย
of
อะ
gives
ละ
you this bridge in the mid game, right? All of a sudden playing things
ผมว่า
like
เซต
this
หน้าดีอยู่
Janet,
นะ
you have a more optional board that is optimized. I
รู้
guess
รู้
in
รู้
Stage
รู้กัน
3
แค่นี้
4.
นะครับ
Oftentimes
เซ
I
ตหน้า
think
เซตหน้าดู
Dryad
ดีอยู่
struggles when you can't play from ahead, get the Dryad stacks early. I wouldn't be surprised if Clemu says this is one of those conditions in which you can play Syndra, and it actually is quite strong.
Yeah, when we were quickly on the
ผม
board
ว่า
just
เซต
for
หน้า
a
คาดหวัง
second.
ได้
You said, I don't like this, but I was like, yeah, Clemu, he's found a faded emblem. He played this so much, and he knows this line better than I would argue many
ไม่ใช่แต่แบบ
players in the current
กูดู
meta.
กี่เกมมันก็เป็นลักอะเห็นว่าดูกี่เกม
Yeah,
กี่
it
เกม
looks
มันก็
amazing.
จะมี
And
คน
now
เล่
that
น
we were
ลัก
talking
อะ
about it, it makes
ลัก
total
อะ
sense, and it will age well. Like
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
beginning, maybe
จะมี
he
ล
will
ง
not
มี
be
ลัก
able
มีอะไร
to
ทุกเก
use
มอะ
every
ไอ้เหี้ย
component, but since
มี
it's
ลัก
a
มี
ladder,
เคนทุกเกม
yeah,
อะ
like the ladder, like Invoker will be great in the late game, Bruiser will make sense. So actually, a great line for him.
ใครสาลูกรัก TFT มีเซต
Oh, the treasure armory is
ไม่
believed,
รู้
right?
ตัวละคร
Let's
ขอ
see.
ไม่บอก
Let's see.
แล้วกัน
So now they will be able to pick
ขอ
two
ไม่พูดถึง
components
ตัวละ
and a
ครแล้วกัน
radiant item. So it's very
แต่
important to
แต่
pick
ผม
those
บอก
roll
แค่ว่า
down.
เซตห
You
น้า
have
คา
a
ดหวัง
lot
ได้
to roll, and you need to really pick something that helps you because the other wills.
I think
ไม่ลีก ลีกอะไรวะ กูยังไม่มีข้อมูลอะไรหลุดเลย ผมยังไม่มีข้อมูลอะไรหลุดเลยเว้ยผมยังไม่ได้บอกเลยว่าแม่งมีอะไรบ้างในเซตหน้า ผมบอกแค่ว่าคาดหวังได้เว้ย
Listen, I
ไม่
feel
มี
like
ข้อมูลอะไรห
for
ลุดจากผม
whatever
เลย
reason, anytime I'm on the desk, an American high rolls on the stream. So I'll take it. I mean, if it's Pokkygum, put him on every game while I'm here. Pokkygum finding the Radiant Bloodthirster, of course, is going to be really strong. And we actually see Li Sao
บอก
on
แค่
the
นี้แห
other
ละ
hand, right? Playing
รอ
this
ดู
Titan's Bloodthirster.
รอดูกันเอง
Yeah, kind of
วัน
interesting.
อาทิต
I
ย์
feel like we don't oftentimes
วันอาทิตย์พอจบ
see
ทัวร์เนี้ย
players,
พอจบทัวร์นี้ได้แชมป์ปุ๊บอะ
Radiant
มัน
Infinity
มันก็จะ
but
ประกาศ
in
เซ
the
ต
shape
ใหม่
of the game, it makes a lot of sense. You're playing the
ประกาศ
keepers,
เซตใหม่
you
แล้วก็
have
ได้เห็น
the
ตัวละ
defense
ค
as
ร
well,
อะไรพวกนั้นแล้วเดี๋ยวมันก็คงมีเอาตัวละครลง
The
เว็บ
one
เหมือน
thing
เดิม
lacking from your
ก็รอ
comp
ดู
in that sense is the damage. So Li Sao believing that the Radiant IE is the best choice presented.
Yeah, and also we have a Kog'Maw with Radiant Red Bolt or the Cinder that also could replace the Ginso. When you have an item like this, it gives you additional speed, so maybe you don't have the full scaling of the Ginso, but for the early game, it's even better.
As we're going into the carousel, we are going to be able to take stock of the lobby. You're looking at all the comps right now while players are picking. And of course, Qianlong and Steppy will have a little bit of priority here, but notably, nobody really on full streaks thus far.
Yes, no, exactly. That's the first thing I saw when we went into this carousel. Nobody contesting the full win streak. I believe we do have Qianlong, who is uncontested loss streak, if I saw that correctly. But which that means that going into 2-6, usually the most kind of contested round of stage 2, we're actually in a spot where players are just going to be playing strongest board, nobody sacking, nobody power leveling, and I don't think we'll expect anything too crazy as long as Qianlong can secure his loss streak.
Now with the possibility of Li Sao going for duelist, I think his position is perfect. It's like very good. Maybe he will not be able to get the full power of the 3, but his tempo is good. He's actually very preserving good HP here, and the fact that he has Keeper, he will ramp up. The thing is, it could decay in the middle game, so I think he will need to roll in the mid game a little and maybe decay in the late game.
I'd have to take stock of kind of everybody's board. Something I do want to call
บอร์ด
out
นี้
though
เป็น
is
ไร
when you
อ่ะ
look
ดู
at
เอ
the
ลิทหรอ
exalted. I think there's a
ใช่ปะวะ
world where we see maybe some sort of exalted ash board coming
หยิบ
through where you
Keepers
have the
มา
Nautilus,
มี
the
สแปด
Aphelios,
ดูเอลิท
and
แต่
then
ว่า
you
เป็น
kind
ไอ
of
อี
flex.
แส
Maybe
ง
someone
อะ
has an Invoker
ไอ
as
อี
well.
แสง
They
ให้
play
ใครวะ
Legion,
ให้ไอ
right?
ริ
Maybe
เลียเลย
somebody
ปะ
has Dryad,
คือ
and they
BT
can just
ไท
play the
ทัน
left
เนี่ย
side
ให้
for
รีซิน
Cruiser.
แหละ
I think the
แต่ไออีแสง
trainer
เนี่ยผมว่า
opens
น่า
up the
น่าจะ
door
ไป
for
ที่ไอ
people
ริ
to
เลีย
kind
เล
of
ย
cook a little bit more on their board, but I don't think it's guaranteed that they will. So as we continue on in the game, we have to pay very careful attention to which players can utilize the Exalted to make strong bridges to the late game. And I think the players that utilize that well will be rewarded in the end.
Yeah, specifically in a portal like this one, right? It's going to be so important to see that. Now, talking about a player that normally leans heavily on the AP. Wherever we ask him, he will say, oh, my favorite thing in the world probably is Seraphine. I like playing AP. I only want to play AP. Now look at this board.
Yeah, not
was
today.
given Wardens and an Ink Shadow emblem. At that point, I think you kind of have to say, okay, I'll go against everything I believe in, and I'll play for the Senna.
Yeah, something similar happened to him in the previous one. He was forced to play AD, not with the best result, but the first games were amazing for him. So again, he's playing what the games give you. The game gives you lemon, you do lemonade. That's your option. So that's great for him. Sometimes you just have to do it.
You know, and even looking at the shape of his board, there's a world where he does play something like the Ash, right? He has the backline carry, he has the Warden emblem, and if you do find yourself in a position where you can play the Exalted, I actually feel like from what we've seen, Kade might be in the best position to try and play along those lines.
You were talking about this comp just now.
Yeah,
we were talking about the Ash comp, then to put the inboard in like the
yeah.
This
เดี๋ยว
is
ผมจะ
perfect.
มี
This
คลิป
is
ลง
like the
อะ
greatest spot. I don't know if I
ผมจะมี
love
คลิปลงวันจันทร์
going
นะ
for
ครับ
Six Warner as a possibility, so maybe only maintaining
รอดู
four
กันได้เลย
and trying to get more synergies
คลิป
in,
TFT นี่
going
แหละ
more in an
มีคลิป
horizontal
ใหม่
way.
ลงวันจันทร์นะ
Let's see if maybe he can get an additional emblem, because if not, it could actually be less effective of less high cap than other boards.
I think it's a great call out. I think there's a world where the 6 Warden is maybe utilized on 8, for instance, to ladder yourself to 9, but it's definitely not where he's going to want his comp to end up late game. So again, it just really comes down to what he's presented and how he can utilize the units he's given throughout the course of the game.
All right, with those Krugs finishing out, we only have one player on a 5-loss streak. They're at the bottom. You're looking at him right now, Tianlong. And generally, Dragon Emblem is so good. You can go into the vertical. It's a lot of strength, but similar to the Sage conversation we had earlier, you kind of need to get there first.
Yeah. There's a world where he used it. For now, he's just thinking about using Ghostly and thinking of the Zoe as reroll, but as you said, he has the flexibility of going to
ถ้าไม่ใช่
higher
TFT
level
กับทาริแต่
after
เล่
he
นเกม
finds
ไหน
the
อยู่
Zoe. He could make a Rakan. He has a possibility of
ไม่มีเลยอะ
using even the Diana for a while, or as you say, maybe some variation with Exalted that makes sense also.
On the other side, Clemu has the Kindred with 3 items. I will say, once you 2-star this Kindred, they will take you extremely far. You know that he's going to be looking to build up those Dryad stacks. I actually feel like there's a world where a Kindred 2 can take you to 9. Even if you find just one Syndra, don't move items. That's a very popular ladder in this comp if you can find an upgraded front line.
I'm a little bit sad there's no RE3, I will say. I was kind of hoping on that, but one thing with the Kindreds is that if you have players on those Reaper lines like Pocky, it's going to be harder to find her, so banking on her as your main carry could be a dangerous game. But we are going to be hopping into our next set of augments. Will be Silver once again. Look out for the Recon Bob. Steppy has one offered. Is that maybe a potential choice we could go for?
Clemu as well. We saw Li Sao also offered Recon Bob. Says no to that. Bunch of boring players, but Pocky Gom finds Silver Veil. There are a handful of players I think that are actually very enabled by the augments they're presented here. And I saw one of the boards that we're not seeing it right now takes the Golden Remover. And when we're talking a lot in this game about utilizing the laddering of your units, the laddering of these traits across the middle of the game, I think Golden Remover for Kade makes a lot of sense to me. It's the perfect transition tool for the middle of your game.
Yeah, he can decide, as we were talking, he can keep going on the vertical of duel of Ghostly if he finds a lot of Senna. He's actually very far, so or he could go for the sniper. Actually, he's not close in any of the two possibilities, and now he's going against Tianlong. Tianlong still with the Zoe 1. He has the pair, and he's already committed. I think that's the line that he has. His items for the Zoe are amazing. He just needs to get a 2-star as soon as possible to stabilize and preset for HP, and then the 3 squad can give him the win.
Yeah, sitting on 2 copies right now is not going to be enough to deal with Kade's board as players are slowly but
คิดว่าเซตหน้าจะมีทัวร์ไทยก่อน
call out the Tiny Titans there on Lee Sao at the top. It's a little bit of a
คือผมอยากให้ไลออด
fixation
ทำแบบ
on or leaderboard
สมัยแบบ
100
สมัย
for
สมัย
HP
การีน่าเหมือน
did
กันนะ
not
แบบว่า
come natural.
มี
Still
ทัวร์
on a
ไทย
free
ทุก
loss
เซต
streak,
อะ
as you can see.
ถ้าเซตหน้ามีทัวร์
Just
ไทยอ
using
ย่างนี้
that
ผม
to
ว่า
kind of
น่าจะ
build
เป็น
that
ไป
out
ได้
a
ละ
little bit more, get more
คือ
econ
เซตที่เบ
going
มีทัวร์
and
ไป
be
แล้ว
more
ใช่ป่ะ
comfortable without having to
ที่เป็น
sack.
ดอยูเดสตินี
Pokegam, I think
ถ้า
feeling a
เซ
little
ต
bit
หน้า
at the
มี
top.
ทัวร์ไทย
Obviously,
อีก
it's
ก็
a pretty
ผมว่าแบบ
standard mid game, but the
เขา
benefit
ก็
is
น่า
that
จะ
you
ทำทุก
have
เซตแล้วมั้ง
+1 Reaper and +1 Heavenly, and because of that,
ก็
he's
รอ
able to
ดู
drop
อะว่า
one
เซต
of
หน้าจะมี
the
ไหม
Reapers from his board, have the +1 there to still enable this Kha'Zix, and
แต่
his
ผมว่า
Silver
อย่างน้อย
Veil, which
TFT
will work
ควรต้องมี
really
ทัวร์ไทย
well
ทุกเซต
stronger
อะ
stronger into the middle.
ให้คนเล่น
Yeah,
มีอะไร
normally
ทำ
that's the problem. You
เพราะ
have-
ตัว
you don't
เกม
have
มันไม่
the CCP
ตัว
because
เกม
you
มันไม่ได้
already
เหมือน
need
เกม
to
มือ
lose
ถือ
aggro,
แบบ
to have damage, to heal on the
มันไม่ได้
game.
เหมือนเกมมือ
So
ถือ
when
ทั่ว
the
ไปที่แบบ
elements
ว่า
is like
มี
this,
อันนั้น
you
มีอัน
don't have a
นี้
counter
มี
really.
โปรเกรสชั่น
Your
อะไร
only
ให้เรา
counter will
ทำ
be
อัป
a
เดต
very,
เรื่อย
very strong tank.
ๆ TFT เป็นเกมที่แบบอัปเดตมาอัปเดตใหญ่มาครั้งหนึ่งแล้วแบบมันก็เล่นกันไป
and then finds the Wukong is actually a great game
คือต้อง
plan
บอกว่า
for
คน
him.
ไทย
And we see him. He's very
ติดกับ
comfortable.
เกมที่แบบมี
And I
อีเวน
think
ต์มี
it's
อะไรให้
the
ทำ
easiest spot to play, and he just needs to optimize it and maybe
อย่าง
position
น้อย
it
ถ้า
well.
มีแข่งอะไรเงี้ย
Well,
มี
the
อะไรให้คนเข้า
question
ร่วม
is,
คน
I'm
ก็น่าจะ
thinking back to the game with the
happy
3
มากขึ้น
living forges, where if suddenly
อย่างน้อยคน
everyone
ยัง
has
รู้
a
ว่า
really crazy
เซตใหม่
spot,
มามี
is
แข่
the
ง
Reaper
เว้ย
line still
กูก็
strong
สามารถ
enough to
แข่ง
compete
ได้
with some of the others?
That's a really good question, because if there are players who are able to find extremely high caps using the verticals, for instance, right, or some of the creative exalted lines, and you're stuck playing a more generic kind of like, you know, standard composition, there's absolutely an argument that it's not going to cut it. Pokegam, of course, this is a strong mid game. I wouldn't say that he's particularly rich. I wouldn't say that he's particularly guaranteed to find his Reapers on 8. And I would say if he makes his roll down on 4-2 and entirely whiffs, it doesn't matter how good your mid and early game is. So I'm curious to see if Pokegam has a backup and maybe some other line that he might play or units that he might hold while he's rolling down for the Kayn. Maybe perhaps even a Lee Sin or something like that.
Yeah, the Silas, we have seen that he has been a holder for the Kayn
บอร์ด
in
นี้
case
คือ
he
อะไร
don't
ครับ
find, and he also
คือ
merged with
โก
the
ดลี่
Sentinel
ครับ
that
ผ
he
ม
has. Tianlong is rolling, he's
โกดลี่
trying
โซ
to
อี้
find
นะ
the Zoe, but he doesn't. He's now 14 HP. He really
4
wanted
โก
that
ด
Zoe.
ลี่แล้ว
He
โล
keeps
เวล
rolling.
7
He
ด้วย
has
ว่ะ
to.
โลเวล
He
7
knows
เพราะ
that
ว่า
he
เล่น
has
โซ
an
อี้
Asir
นะ
now. He
ถ้าเกิด
cannot
เล่น
go
ใส่
for it
ลงใส่
because he
ล่า
doesn't
อะไร
make
นั่น
sense.
คือโลเวล
So
6 อ่ะ
no, this is tough for
แต่
him.
เนี่ยเล่นโซ
His
อี้
front line didn't improve. He rolled. He broke the 10 limit line.
แต่โซอี้
and
ยัง
now
ไม่
he has to
2
be
ดาว
ready.
เลย
He
เด็ดประ
needs
เด็น
the
น่ะ
upgrades and then
อันนี้หนัก
stabilize.
อยู่
And then he will need to roll again. So not the best position for him.
And it's not even that Zoe is that contested. Just Latte is playing a Zoe as well, but also sitting on Zoe 1. So the most
แต่
he
นี่
can
ขนาด
have
โซ
is
อี้ยังไม่
Zoe
2 ดาวแล้ว
2.
ลอง
Kind of
คิด
a
ดู
weird conundrum between these two players, both angling for it and both just seeming to absolutely miss out. And counter coming up though could matter.
Yeah, we'll see. For some of the players who are in need of resources, it could be an encounter where an influx of resources bails them out. And on the other side, there might be players who can use this encounter to snowball their game and maintain their lead even more.
A player like Kade, right? We were talking about this board. We know that the board on those ash lines can cap out really high. If you get better shops now, you're going to be cruising.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're seeing Pokin again here. Let's see how he performs. He doesn't have that many gold. That like resembles to me a lot. He's level 6 trying to go up, so he will not have enough gold to roll it, even in 4-2.
So the encounter, I believe, was you either get increased better shop odds or double interest, right? So I believe, based on what we're seeing, the shop odds are not increased, right? Because he doesn't have a 1% on level 6, which means he didn't take the level 7 shop odds. To me, this says Pokegam recognizes I don't have enough gold to guarantee that I'm hitting, so I'm going to take the increased interest, play for econ, and that way, on my roll down, have a better chance of stabilizing my board.
With that increased interest, you would very much like to be in a better position on the streaks, though. If we're looking at players like Sao, who's on the 5 loss streak, or
เฮ้ยแล้วแกดาเต้2 หน้าชอว่ะ
who's on
2 หน้าชอ
7
โชจิน
wins,
โซอี้
those
ว่ะ
players, if they
ตีไป
double
ไว
their resources, their income from the gold, that's suddenly a lot.
Yeah, and also we were thinking a lot of the Kayn, but actually he already has 6 Kiana. So that would be, for example, his first priority. Maybe that's why he's not aggressively leveling up. Now he levels to 7. So maybe he can roll an 8. If the Kiana naturally comes, he can take it. But I believe that the migration, the pivot to Kayn will be more important.
Yeah, so Kiana is exalted. There is a chance that that is a consideration. I would, however, in this comp think you'd rather have the Kayn.
Yeah.
We'll see what he goes for.
Yeah, I think his plan is almost certainly to make the pivot, but I think you both raise a good point that what if he just hits 3 Kianas on his roll down, right? And I'm sure he wouldn't turn it down, and then all of a sudden, I think it opens up the line to play Heavenly Duelist, right? That's another line, I think, with the Heavenly +1. You find Lee Sins, you have Kiana 3.
Oh my god!
Kayn too.
Oh wow! I just flinched in real life. Oh my goodness.
ส่วนเทียนหลงก็ได้โซอี้มานะครับ2 ดาว
Not what I'm looking
ยังห่างไกล
for.
นะ
Pocky would have punched the
แล้ว
air if
ส
he
เตป
saw
ปี้
that.
เล่นเป็น6บูเซอร์ครับ
Zoe too.
มีไอริเลียแล้วด้วยดิประเด็นน่ะ
Irelia for him, this is very good, and he has the possibility of capping out. In the end, he went for a bruiser front line, and now he has the Irelia. Normally, you want the emblem, the bruiser emblem, in Irelia to get that increase.
อันนี้คือประเด็นเลยประเด็นคือมีไอริเลียแล้ว
But I think is either way a
มัน
great
ทำให้
call,
6
and
บู
he
เซอร์
can
มี
net
ดาเมจ
now
ไว้
cap out even with another
ปกติแล้ว6
AP
บูเซอร์แบบ
carry.
มันจะแบบ
So
มันต้องการตัว
good
ดาเมจ
position for
แบ็ค
him.
ไลน์
He will need to stabilize the
แต่
front
ก็
line.
ยัง
They
ไม่
will
ไหว
go for a
นะครับ ยัง
Silas
แพ้
carry
โซ
as a
อี้
secondary
บอร์ดโซอี้มัน
to
เก่ง
use
จังวะ
more
เฮ้ย
the bruiser vertical.
All right, Augment
บอร์ดโซอี้มันไม่มีอะไรเลยนะ
selecting
เว้ยมันไม่มี
the
3 ดาวเลยนะ
last
เว้ยแต่มัน
augment
โคตร
of
เก่
the
ง
game. All these players going to be trying to figure out
6
what is
บูเซอร์
fully
สู้ไม่ได้
converting
อะ
them to their lines and what's enabling them the most. I believe we have
Two more to
keepers picked
pick.
up.
Last augment there at the bottom for Qianlong. We quickly saw enter the dragon flash up. Is on that dragon emblem, but says not really the line I'm into right now. Still thinking about those last options.
Reinforce for Steppy, looking for the Silas. He doesn't have one, so he can get a 2-star immediately. Tianlong going for combat caster, always good. You get such an additional shield that helps you a lot. He keeps rolling. He's trying to find something else. There's the Irelia, not good for him.
Tianlong in a spot that I think when we looked just a few rounds ago was pretty disastrous, and now has the Zoe 2 online, was able to econ back up, has 40 gold and multiple units on the bench. And even if you look at the standings, brought himself back up to the middle of the pack. So an aggressive role from Tianlong to attempt and stabilize his board. He's rewarded for it. I think the attention to the tempo of the lobby is what's allowed Tianlong to bring himself back from disaster.
Hoping you're pointing at it here. 9 wins for Kade.
นี่ดูโซอี้ดิแค่แรงที่ผ่าน
Let it sit. We all know what line.
คือบอร์ดไม่มีอะไรเลยจริงๆไม่แต่ว่าบอร์ดเมื่อกี้เคลียร์หน้า
Zaya
คือสู้ไม่ได้
involved, and you don't need to know anything else. I will talk about Clamu though, because picked up that Triad Crest. We were talking about the Faded line, and this is the Clamu special, and I'm getting so excited just looking at this board, seeing how it's working out for him here. Lost the previous round, is a little bit low on gold, but in the overall picture of HP, I think this could be a good thing.
I think we talk a lot about how artifacts open up certain lines and they enable certain things to be played. Sometimes there are forecast lines that maybe they are not able to be played from any position, but there are conditions in which they now become extremely strong. Having the Faded emblem, having the Dryad emblem allows him to play 7 Faded, 4 Dryad on 4-3, and all of a sudden, this Kindred 2 is going to do an incredible amount of work. The Horn 1 is probably the only real weakness of this board right now. You really do want to have that front line, but Clamu looking to be in a very strong position to play the Dryad board.
Yeah, when you see the board, it makes a lot of sense. He needs the upgrades. He needs to change the item to Syndra because he will not go for the Kindred 2. He needs the Orn 2 that you were mentioning him. So now he's totally blazed away by the Bruiser Irelia comp. So the components are there, but he needs to hit. He needs additional gold to really improve his board.
So actually with that last loss, he got second pick in Carousel. So that could have been maybe a little bit predetermined in case something is here that we're looking for. But
แล้วมีคนหยิบเซต
no
ไปครับ
real
ชื่ออ่านว่าอะไรวะนะ
kickers in here. Steppy picking up that Lysandra potentially could be
เคอร์
interesting.
มอ
We talked about Pokygon on his roll down. What happens if you don't find that
หยิบ
Kayn
เซตไปครับ
2?
แล้วเล่นเฟดไดแอด
And yeah, but you know
แล้วได้
what? One
เซ
of
ต
the things
ไป
we've
ใน
been
เฟด
called
ได
out
แอด
is,
นะ
what if you're actually playing
ถือหมัด
this
ด้วย
Kiana reroll? And he finds the Kiana. He has only
แล้ว
King
นี่ได้
1,
แอด
but
2
the
ครับ
beauty is because you're
เวท
playing the
จังเกอร์
Reaper board in which you normally want additional components
แอด
already.
2
He's
กับ
been
มีตาสไน
prioritizing the items on his melee carries, and so now he can itemize both his gain
แจสซาเต้
alongside
ก็
the
ยังเป็น
Kiana
โซ
3.
อี้อยู่ ขึ้น
And
เวล
now
8
it
แล้วครับ
makes more sense for him to go for more vertical in the heavenly
จะ
line.
ไปจบบอร์ด
He
ไหน
already has
วะเนี่ย
the emblem, so he has healing for that Kiana and now
เทียนหลง
when he
ก็เป็น
finds the
โซอี้
Wukong,
ครับ
he
แต่
will
ว่า
be
เทียน
even
หลงน่าจะ
stronger
โล
because
ที่
he's
เวล 7
funneling
นะ
a lot of the power of
เทียน
Heaven.
หลงไม่ได้เล่น
And
แบบขึ้น
something
เวล 8
we're
เหมือนแจส
seeing
ซาเต้
there, we
นะครับ
just hop between the two
แจสซา
boards,
เต้มี
going
ลิเลีย
back to
2 แล้ว
it
ครับ
now. Just Latte on that Ultras line around the Story Weaver, around the Zoe. Lilia now has been moved and has found the Lilia.
เนี่ยเห็นว่าฝั่ง
is
EMEA มันจะแบบมี
promising to
มันจะมี
be
สถานที่
very
ให้คุณ
strong
ไปแข่ง
as
ได้
well.
เว้ย
Opposite side,
เป็นแบบเป็น
though,
ของ
we're
Organize
seeing
เขาอะ
Wet Jungler, who's also gone
ฝั่ง APAC ก็คือนั่งเล่นอยู่ที่บ้านเลยครับ
talking about earlier.
ไม่มีกับ
Yeah,
เขา
we'll
อะ
have to see exactly what the makeup is. I do
ไอ้เหี้ย
love
แอบ
the
เศร้า
World
นะฝั่ง
Cup that he
APAC
does
ไม่มีกับ
have
เขาอะ
the Exalted in, right?
แต่
Because
ว่า
he
ฝั่ง
doesn't
NA
right
ก็
now,
ไม่
he's
มี
trying to
เว้ย
play Exalted,
ฝั่ง
and
NA
I
ก็เล่น
wonder
ที่
if
บ้าน
maybe
เห็นปะ
there's an optimal way to play this. It's always the
มัน
give
จะ
and
มี
take,
แค่ฝั่ง
right?
EU กับ
How
ฝั่ง
much
จีนอะที่
unit
แบบมี
quality
สถาน
do you
ที่ให้คุณไปแข่
sacrifice
ง
in order to play Exalted? And I think it's
แบบ
a
ไปนั่ง
puzzle
แข่ง
that most TFT players really struggle with.
Yeah, it's not easy. Normally, 6 sniper, you
เพราะกิ๊ก
always
กอมนี่อยู่
wanted
ทีม
is
ลิควิดนะ
actually a very great high cap for the sniper board. But as you say, only one alone will immediately give you. So maybe if he can
อยากเห็น
level
ทีม
up,
TFT
maybe
ไทยว่ะ
9,
จริง
or I don't know if he needs 10 to do it.
อยาก
He
เห็น
could get
ทีม
the Exalted
ใหญ่ๆ
and
ในไทย
together
มาจับ
with the
TFT บ้าง
Umbral with the set, he would also gain additional
ผม
power
คิดถึง
and
ส
shield.
มัยฮาร์ดโตนมากเลย
Li
ว่ะ
Sao has found Irelia.
สมัยที่แบบไปงานแข่งฮาร์ดโตนแล้วทุกคนใส่เสื้อทีมอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Not with the items
ไอ้
from
เงี้ยแบบ
Irelia,
แบบ
just
คือยุค
to
นั้นแบบ
have an open
ยุคนั้นคือ
bow.
หลายทีมในไทยมา
Missing
ทำฮาร์ด
upgrades
โตน
you're
เยอะ
saying,
มาก
but
จริงนะเว้ย
I'm seeing a Rakan
ถ้าว่ามีแบบ
as
มี
well,
มิด
so
มี
Wukong
ซุน
in
วู
there, lots of legendary
มี
units
จัง
that
เกิล
are
มีเฟิร์
currently
ส
standing in to be upgraded later on, and it will be enough
มี
going
แบบมี
against
อัล
this
ฟา
board
เล
from
ส
everything it looks
แบบ
like.
ยุคนั้น
Yeah,
แบบ
that's
เยอะ
great. I
มา
mean,
กเลย
honestly, a fantastic win there. I think the keeper's doing a great job allowing even those one-star units to ramp up. And the thing though is it
ยุค
calls
ฮาร์ด
back
โต
to
นยุค
something
นั้น
a
นี่
point
คือ
you
แบบ
made, Hupe, where there are some
ไป
boards
แข่งกัน
that
ก็คือทุกคนใส่
move
เสื้อ
the
ทีม
one
อะ
you were talking about. Sometimes you have the components, you don't have the upgrades, and that's not
หมด
enough.
ยุคฮาร์
In
ดโตน
that
ก็ไม่
case,
มี
it
ละ
was. However, I mean, you're towards the end of stage 4 now. It's
หมด
not
ยุคฮาร์
going
ด
to be enough for
พอ
very
หมดยุค
long,
ฮาร์ด
and
โต
you're
น
gonna
ไป
have to
เหมือน
roll
กลายเป็นว่า
very
เกม
deep to make sure you
strategy
get all of those
ของ
units
ประเทศ
up.
เราก็คือ
Hey,
แม่ง
I need to
เดท
talk
ไป
about
เล
the
ย
fire
ตายไป
that
เล
we
ย
see in
Oh,
the
yeah.
ทีม
top.
ไม่ท
Mr.
ำพอ
Kade.
ทีมไม่ทำนักแข่งก็อยู่ไม่ได้
Today now
นั
because
ก
of
แข่
the
งก็
fire.
เลิก
He's again in
ไปทำอย่างอื่น
13 win streak. Look at this.
มีบุรีรัม
I
ย์
mean,
อีก
at this
ก่อน
point,
ใช่ปะ
he's the boogeyman. 7 Ink Shadow
ก่อนแม่งเยอะ
Open. We
หลาย
mentioned
ทีม
it top of show. That is a comp that is very popular right now. If you get that extra emblem, 95 HP. Boogeymanning this lobby, every single player that goes up against him is probably going to go away with a big loss.
I think it's important to kind of take a step back and even look at
อุ๊ย
Kade as
ใคร
a
สะ
player in
ส
his
อง
history. It's not his first attempt at the global stage. It makes you've been
เจ็ด
saying
อิง
how
ชาโด
time and
ว่ะ
time again players will always do better.
เจ็ด
Kade,
อิง
one
ชาโด
of the
ได้กลับ
players
มา
I
เป็น
think
เม
that is
ตา
actually guaranteed to do
GS
better
ปะ
than his
Yes.
last time
I said that
GS
in
ได้
my
at the
video.
global championship. But it's certainly
GS ได้
much
ใคร
better
สะ
than I think most people's improvement thus far.
Yeah, and I like that he knows he's in a win streak, obviously, so he kept rolling an 8. And he find the Saya, he find the Udyr. That's normally you want
บอร์ด
to go
นี้
to
น่ากลัว
9
อยู่
to be
เจ็
able
ดอิง
to
ชา
have
โด
that
เนี่ย
cap, but he recognized he has a
แต่ว่า
lot of
เจ็ดอิง
gold.
ชาโด
He
แบบ
needs
เนี้ย
to
มัน
protect
ไม่
his
เก่ง
win
เท่ามี
streak,
สแปด
and
เองนะเว้ย
he's punishing the
เพราะว่า
rest of the lobby with this.
เพราะว่า
And
ไอ้ตัว
basically
โกเลม
clear defense.
มีไอ้ตัวโกเลมมีสแปดอิงชาโดอ่ะมันไม่ได้ทำให้โกเลมเก่งเว้ย
Look at this comp go. The Zaya
แต่
found
ปกติ
so
ที่7อิงชาโด
early,
มันจะเก่ง
but
คือมันเอา
Udyr
สแปด
also
อิงชาโด
enjoyed
มาให้ซาย่าถือไว้
Kaisa.
แล้ว
You're
ซา
saying
ย่ามันได้
yes,
บูสต์ดาเมจ
he
เว้ย
did recognize
ซาย่า
it,
ไม่จะ
but
วันช็อต
at
ได้เลย
the
อะ
same time, they need to
อุ้ย
show
อูเดีย
up
แพ้
too, so
เวล
I
8
think
อูเดีย
we
แพ้
have to
เว้ย
quickly mention that.
I think it's interesting to mention that when you are
บอร์ด
on a
นี้
streak
น่าจะ
and you're missing those
โล
early
หะ
interest
มูมู
gold, you maintain more gold.
Mumu
You
สาม
earn
ปะ
more gold by maintaining your streak than you
เฮ้
do
ย
by making 10. And so I think the way Kade
โกเลมน่าจะดูเอลลิ
if
ท
I actually want to go
ถ้า
level
โกเลม
9,
ดูก็
my
ตีไว
best way is to upgrade my
เฮ้ย
board
มัน
on
ขาด
level
อะมู
8
มู
and
อีกนิด
use
เดียว
this
ว่ะ
streak to
เฮ้ย
catapult
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
We
จะ
are
ฮิต
now
เอาแล้ว
getting to a level where
แล้วเกมนี้ไม่มีคนเล่นรักเจนหน้าหรอ
players are quickly dwindling.
น่าจะไม่มี
Wet
หามู
Jungler,
ง่ายขนาด
12
นี้
HP, Steppy
แล้วก็
on
บ็อกกี้กอมคีน่า
14.
3 ดาวไปแล้วครับ
Players could get knocked out. It is stage 5. If the loss comes in, it might hurt big time. Zoe 3 found for Qianlong. Big upgrade. Going up against the Kiana 3 from Pocky.
She's in the back line now. The Kiana comes through. It's not enough. Too much damage on the side of Qianlong. Pocky takes a big hit.
Yeah, great recognition from Tianlong.
แต่ว่าเทียนหลงเนี่ยคือยังขาดเชนตัวหนึ่งขาดไซร่าตัวหนึ่ง
redemption, so he put it in the back of the front line. So that additional healing actually gave him a lot of time for the Zoe to start ramping up. So very great recognition, and now with the possibility of Tefi, great items for the Irelia. He has a lot of front line, so that Ginso would actually give him so much speed and convert it to damage.
Take a look at the HP spread here, right? Even 8th place all the way up to 2nd, less than 30 HP. That's just 2 fights. Everything comes down to the next couple fights, and if players need to spike, they need to spike right now because we're going to run out of time very fast.
It's also going to matter who you go up against, right? The positioning, stuff like the wrap you were just pointing out in the previous fight. It is going to be Pocky's board that comes around here once more. Pocky can take another hit, but Josh Latte cannot. He needs that Lilia to pull through, to find those units and take them out. And Lilia needs her front line to not be absolutely fraudulent so she can actually get the job done. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Josh Latte hangs in there. Other players are getting knocked out.
Yeah, he has scaling. He has the Archangel that finished with the game, and now Wet Jungler. I think this is like the front end Ash without the scaling that we were talking about. It's great to see.
มีสเปดบูสเตอร์เฮ้ยสเตปปี้เอาเปล่าสเตปปี้เอาเปล่าสเตปปี้โกทู8บูสเตอร์วะพูดถึงสเตปปี้มีไอเดียใส่สเปดบูสเตอร์โอ้โหได้โปรดโปรดักชั่นไปดูบอร์ดสเตปปี้เดี๋ยวนี้เลยไปค้างที่บอร์ดสเตปปี้เลยอะบอร์ดสเตปปี้แบบมีโอกาสอัปเกรดแบบน่ากลัวได้อยู่นะแต่ไอเดียไอเทมเต็มแล้วนี่หว่าต้องโลแล้วฮิตไอเดียฮิตไหมอ่ะฮิตได้เปล่า
But he doesn't have. I think he has to do it.
At this point, you have to remake. You're not going to get Irelia 2 anyway.
คือรู้เลยอ่ะว่าอยากใส่สเปดบูสเตอร์ให้ไอเดียตัวนี้ทำไงอ่ะสเปดนี้ไปให้ใครอ่ะราคาเหรอก็ต้องให้ราคา
And now he's up against Kade. Kade is too strong again.
He hasn't
found the upgrades, the legendary, so still Udyr 1 and Saya 1, but
ดูกัน8บูสเตอร์กับใครสัก7 อิงชาโดว์คือ8บูสเตอร์มันได้บูสต์ดาเมจเลยนะเว้ยมันได้เพิ่มมันได้ดาเมจเพิ่มเลยนะเพราะงั้นเวลาไอเดียใส่8บูสเตอร์แม่งเลยเก่งเลือดเยอะแล้วก็ได้ดาเมจเพิ่มถ้าเกิดอยู่ดีออกเอ็นเคาน์เตอร์มาเอาไฟมาเคาะไอเทมได้นี่คือยิ้มนะสเตปปี้คือยิ้มเลยถ้าแบบอยู่ดีแบบสเตต6แบบแม่งเอ็นเคาน์เตอร์มาเอาไฟอ่ะมันเด้งไอเทมได้ชิลเลย
I mean, obviously, Steppy would rather have this Bruiser emblem on the Irelia for the additional AD so that you have more damage on your backline carry, but, you know, survives you for one more round.
หมอนี้ก็เป็น7 เฟส 4 ได้แอด
made the change, and now he has the final form. Syndra 2, he has the front line, he find the set, and now again with Tepi, he's very in danger zone. 1 HP for him, a lot of possibility to keep improving. He still has the Silas 1, still has the Irelia 1, and now he faces off again a Kane 2. Ghostly board with the Thoi 3. This is a very tough part.
คือราคาบูสเตอร์มันแอบเสียของนิดนึง
Giant Slayer in the case of the other line, so I think the Bruiser could hold up a lot.
แล้วก็ฟอนต์ไลน์อึดขึ้น
Yeah, the Bruisers definitely have a lot of raw HP. The Kane and Zoe
ไหวปะ
work together to break through the left side of the front.
เฮ้ยไหวอยู่
Once you
โซ
do
อี้
that,
มัน
the
ฆ่าไม่
top
ตาย
with
แล้วเจอ
the
8 บู
3
สเตอ
more
ร์
items comes through. There is just too
โซอี้มันฆ่าไม่ตายไงเจอ8 บูสเตอร์คัมแบ็กได้อยู่ครับสเตปปี้ส่วนแจดาเต้ไปแล้วเวสจังเกอร์ไปแล้วเหมือนกันแล้วฮิตไอเดียแล้วครับ
Very sad for Emiya, but we still have Klamu in here, and he's been sneaking by on the faded. Now, Klamu on 17.
ไม่รู้ว่ะเมื่อกี้มันน่าขายราคาตัวนั้นแล้วเอาสเปดบูสเตอร์มาใส่ให้ไอเดียปะแล้วก็ค่อยฮิตปะแล้วก็ค่อยฮิต2 ดาวปะไอเดียมันได้ถือสเปดบูสเตอร์แล้วมันเด้งไอเทมออก2 ชิ้นว่าเด้งไอเทมออกชิ้นนึงมันจะดีกว่าบอกว่าคือผมไม่ชัวร์แบบคือระหว่างแบบเก็บราคาตัวไว้แล้วแบบหวังราคา2กับแบบยอมให้ราคา1แต่ว่าให้ไอเดียมีสเปดบูสเตอร์แต่เมื่อกี้เขาฮิตราคา2แล้ว
to the backline unless you count Tianlong that has
คือผมรู้แค่ว่าไอเดีย
but
สำหรับแบบ
actually
บู
the
เซอร์มัน
front line
เก่ง
of the
เก่ง
Bruiser will
มาก
not allow the Kane to do that
ๆแล้ว
I
ก็
call
อาจ
it
จะแบบรา
you
คา
guys
สอ
call
ง
it
อา
the
จจะแบ
wrap
บมี
you
ค่า
know how
มาก
we
ก
call
ว่า
it in Latam el abrazo the
ก็อาจจะมองว่าราคา
we're
สองมัน
more
มีค่า
like
มากก
friendly
ว่า
so it's like
Such
the
a
hug
romantic language.
แบบราคาสอง
Steppy
เบเตอร์
though, once again coming around, and this time
ราคา
on
สอง
the
บูเซอร์
receiving
มีไอเทม
end is going to be Clamu. 17 HP might
ก็มี
be
ได้
just
อยู่อะก็
enough to
ได้ลาวา
live
ดอนมา
if the loss is not hard enough, but
front line
I
not
don't
ก็ได้อ
think
ยู่
that's in the
เพราะมันสอง
cards
แล้ว
here. Look at this massive wall.
นี่คัมแบ็กกันเลยเนี่ย
down, and it is going to take Clamu out.
Huge hit. We said it before. Clamu does not want to run into that bruiser board. There's too much damage. The Dryad really wants to play front to back, but Steppy wants the front to back as well, but it's even stronger because of how much raw HP and the magic defenses are on the side of Steppy. So now we have a handful of players left.
support items
Steppy
now
ก็คือ
for
comeback
everyone.
เลย
So we have the Soraka and now a possibility to get something very strong. Pocky with the possibility of the shroud.
มีคนไทยไหมครับไม่มีครับผม
Normally it's not an item that
คนไทย คนไทยไม่ผ่านรอบคัด
I
มา
think it's amazing.
จาก
We
วีคที่
stay
แล้ว
with
ครับ
Tepi, even though he's the lowest in HP.
เอแพกเอา
I
4 คน
think
น่ะ
he's the stronger
คนไทย
now with
คนไทย
Tianlong
ผ่านเข้ามาไม่
that
ได้
actually lose against Tepi with the Shen.
มีคนไทย
with the
2 คน
Zoe,
นะที่คัดวีค
the
ที่แล้ว
Kane maybe not with the best
เสี
item
ยดายเหมือน
now,
กัน
so maybe that will be a difference.
ไม่
The
งั้นได้
Giant
เชียร์คน
Slayer
ไทย
can
ละ
make the difference also.
So the only other player that's been winning besides Steppy is Pokygum. And these two players are now going up against each other. Left-hand side, somebody is going to get knocked out. Steppy, Pokygum. Right-hand side, Qianlong is hoping that Kade doesn't take him out. We might
พอ
be
ดู
seeing
TFT
two
แล้วก็อยาก
players
เล่
say
น
bye-bye
TFT
right
เลยว่ะ
now.
Hockey starting to try
แต่
to
พอ
get
เล่น
through
แล้ว
that
อยาก
front
ดู
line.
มาก
There's
กว่า
just
ตอนนี้
so many units, but the Kiana is still alive.
พอเล่นเซตเนี้ยแล้วอยากนั่งดูมากกว่า
Just this Aurelia 2. It's going to be down heads up between them, and Steppy will fall. Pokygum secures his spot in the top 3.
Yeah, and the end, the Kijana was the one that made the difference. Funneled all
Now
that
Steppy
power
ล่วง
from
ไปแล้ว
Heavenly,
อะ Top
greatly
4
recognized by
เทียนหลง
him.
ก็
We
คือ Top
thought he
3
was going to make the pivot. No,
เหลือ
he
2
used
คน
the
ครับ
amount of
คาเด
resources,
ะ
and now
คาเดะ
Kade
กับป๊อก
with the
กี้กอม
possibility
นะ
of keeping rolling. I
จาก
think he's the
อเม
one
ริ
who
กา
can,
แล้วก็
who can
APAC
improve more his board. The rest are more capped.
Well, Qianlong
ก็เป็นบอร์ด
also
7
getting
Ink
knocked
Shadow
out
นะ
here
ครับ
by
กับบอ
Kade,
ร์ด
and it comes
ที่
down
เป็น
gangly to our favorite.
That's right.
ที่เป็นบอร์ดอะไร
You're so right.
มันเป็นบอร์ด Heavenly ที่แบบผสมดูเอลลิสผสมผสมลิปเปอร์ไม่มันเชื่อมบอร์ดมันคือบอร์ด4ลิปเปอร์เว้ย
The story is a little bit different.
All right, we're
Bot-
taking a look
bot
on the
ข้างบน
left-hand side. You can see Kade has a lot of damage coming into
7
this
Heavenly
side, but he's
4 Reaper
focusing on the right-hand side where you have the
อ่า
Zaya and the
โอเค
Kaisa
แต่ว่า
trying to
Kiana
get
3
the Kiana 2 down. She's been able to lifesteal enough to
เฮ้
stay
ยเรา
alive
ไม่ไหว
so
7
far.
Ink
The
Shadow ไม่ไหว
front
เหรอ
line comes down for
เฮ้ย
Kade.
7 Ink Shadow ไม่ไหว
The Heavenly Reaper board is
Reaper
still
Steel
alive.
God
They finally break into that
เหี้ย
backline fully. Kade
เฮ้ย
takes one more hit, and I think we should take a moment to
Heavenly
recognize Pokygum
Heavenly
when he
Reaper
first
Steel
came
God
up,
เหรอ
made his
7 Ink
name
Shadow
on the
สู้
North
ไม่ได้นะ
American
เว้ย
scene as the man who
แต่
has
7 Ink
an
Shadow
edge
บอร์ดยัง
with
ไม่แคปอะ
melee bruisers, the
7 Ink
assassin
Shadow แบบ
of
ยัง
the
แคป
sets
ซา
of
ย่า
gold.
ได้ยังแคป
And
อูเดีย
how
ได้นะ
poetic is it
อ
to
ย่างนี้
see
ฮิ
him
ตซาย่า
in
ปะ
this
ซาย่า
meta
แพ้
where
ปะวะ
players can
คาเด
find an edge with sharp positioning, with
ซาย่า
ladder
แพ้
your
ปะ
way,
ซาย่าไม่แพ้ด้วย
optimizations of
แล้วไม่ฮิต
melee
ไง
bruisers.
แล้วมันไม่
Pokygum in
ฮิตอะไรเลย
prime
5 บาท
position to maybe take a first place.
oh
Okay,
no
so now we are recognizing it. We can make a board of
คือผม
silence
ว่าถ้าฮิต
also
ซา
if
ย่า
needed.
ฮิตอูเดีย
And
เนี่ย
now we
มี
see
ภาพ
the
อยู่ว่ะ
Archangel for
แต่คืออย่างบอร์ด
Citrus
ดู
for
บอร์ดอันนี้
Bolivar
บอร์ด
only to have an
บอร์ด
additional
ป๊อกกี้
element.
คือแม่ง
Bolivar
แบบ
is
แม่ง
good,
แคป
but
มาก
you
อะ
have the 7-inch shadow,
แม่งฮิต
and
อู
he
เดีย
gets
ไปแล้ว
the
อะฮิตอู
healing
เดีย
that
ฮิต
will be
เคน
very
ใช่ปะ
important for him. Now
แถมมี Kiana
he's
3 ด้วย
capable of healing, so Pocky's comp is totally amazing.
Last second movements on the right hand side on Kade, remaking
แต่ว่ายังบอร์ดคาเดะ
itemization from the
บอร์ดคาเดะ
Zaya
ยัง
as
แค
they
ปไม่
go
สุด
up against each other for one more time. Pocky a little bit behind in points, but has been crawling up. Is this the moment where he's going to take this lobby?
Looking at that front line from
ไม่ไหว
Kade,
อะฟอนต์ไลน์
starting
ยื
to
นไม่
fall,
ได้
but
เลยที่
Kiana
แม่งแรง
moves
จัด
backwards. We still
โอ้โห
have
มันแรงกัน
Kaisa
จัด
alive,
เลย
but now the Reapers are moving
ไม่ไหว
in
ครับเป็น
to
ป๊อก
the
กี้กอมครับ
backline.
แชมป์เกม
Only
นี้
one unit remaining. Pokygum, the king of New York, once again finds his way on top and takes game number 5 of the day.
Look at that face. Look at the happiness. He knows he got it. Great for Pokygon. Someone's happy here. Someone's happy.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Whether it's Pocky or you,
Oh
actually,
my
Gangly.
goodness.
I love it. Absolutely fantastic here. You know, everybody gets one.
Yep,
right?
everybody gets one. I'm done now.
That was yours.
Yep, I'm telling production, don't put Pokegam on for the rest of the time that I'm here. It's only going to be a curse. Listen, good way to go out, and I think we should take a second to recognize how fun that game was, primarily because of the portal that we opened with, right? We had the Trainer Sentinels. It allowed players to play these really cool, unique boards in the early mid-game. And of course, I'm happy. I know you're happy too, Kade. Second place. It's a good ending for everybody here.
Well, I hope our analyst desk is happy as well. We are going to be going into a quick break, and then they'll tell you more about the craziness that was happening in this game. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
รอดูเกมสุดท้ายครับ เกมหน้าเกมท้าย
Their line, I think, with the Heavenly +1, you find Lee Sins, you have Kiana 3.
Oh my God!
Kade gain 2.
Oh, wow. I just...
Ooh.แล้วเพลงมาอย่างจีนอ่ะ มาครับ
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Inborn
เกมท้าย
Fables
ครับของวัน
Tacticians
นี้
Crown. We are getting close to the end of the day, but doesn't mean we're not getting any less spicy of games. Let's talk about that portal really quickly, because who would have ever thought that in a competition that has so much on the line, players would actually want to play Wandering Sentinels?
Yeah, they opt into the highest variance pretty much. Just 3 random emblems, and you can end up on the top side of it, Pokygom getting full direction into a composition, Reaper's Heavenly, that's perfect. Or on the other side, you could be Jazz Latte, where you get Altruist, Warden Sage, and while they're not terrible as individual emblems, as a combination, they don't lead you to anything very powerful, and it ends up being a very tough game for him.
Whenever you're playing these Wandering Trainer Sentinels, what you want to look for is those high cap verticals with those +1s, and one of them is going to be Ink Shadow. You can reach it with just your Sentinel itself, and I'm going to do a short breakdown on the 7 Ink Shadow tattoos. The first one you want to get, the best one typically, is Tattoo of Protection. You're usually playing with Ghostly, so you want Endurance on your board to stack the ghosts. The second one you want to get is typically Utility, so Toxin is great here. Acts like a big GS. You can put it on your backline. Don't need a Billet of Sunfire. Really nice. And also, we saw Bombard coming out. This opens up the sniper line. We saw Ash here being thrown in the board with Kade. Doesn't go on the Kaisa, though. So remember to put it back onto the Zaya, which is the preferred carry. And the final one, this might be a little controversial, but because you cap your board with Udyr 2, Vitality is considered one of the best options for that late game carry to finish it off. And luckily for Kade, he actually got that exact order.
And the key thing I think
ยั
is
งมีรีฟิ
making
ต
it
มา
that
ลำด้วย
far to the Udyr 2. That's the hard thing with a lot of these verticals. The middle game is really the scary part where you're not really able to make things work. But the free +1s from Sentinels really help shore up that weakness. It's a case for Faded as well. It's a comp we don't see very often after the nerfs. It's a comp that if you suddenly have a free +1 in stage 2 and 3, you can reach that 5 and 7 Faded way earlier. Extremely impactful team-wide buffs, especially if the player receiving the Sentinel is someone who's very comfortable on the line. Clemu played a lot of games of Faded in EMEA finals. He's been playing it all set long. It was only a 5th in the end. I think matchmaking at the end knocked him down with 17 HP all the way down to 0. But all in all, players like himself, Bapzera from Americas, Jazz Latte from APAC are players that are comfortable on the comp. Despite it not being meta, if you have a chance to play in the best possible conditions, it can still perform at a high level.
There's something to be said about comfort on a comp, and then there's something to be said about comfort on just a lot of different things, and I think that's why we have to circle back to Pokygom. Okay, yes, you kind of got gifted some of the best emblems in the game on a silver platter to give you a lot of direction for your comp, but Pokygom is still one of those players that's able to maintain a lot of HP, salvage a lot of these spots, and then he fortunately did end up getting bailed out by that Heavenly Emblem at the end to make sure that he had the power spike to be able to actually finish out that game. So with the first place there, I'm sure we're going to end up seeing him move up in the standings. But as we start to scroll through these pages, this is where our bottom 16 lies so far. That 20-point cutoff starting to look really juicy here for these players, getting towards the halfway point of our group stage.
Yeah, and we see Weijin climbing back up. I actually saw him drop out of the top 8 a little bit earlier. He was, in the top 4 even, but he's still having a very good performance. He had a rough final day at the America's Golden Spatula, but glad to see him bouncing back strong in the Tactician's Crown.
And Pocky, off of that win, makes it back in the top 8, but especially double 61, saving face for EMEA. At least we have one player currently in that top 8, and I think he's on very good momentum. If he finishes off strong in this game 6, going tomorrow, good mental, he can maybe prep, give a little, hype speech to the rest of the EMEA players who are on location in Madrid, and potentially we can have a big comeback tomorrow.
How about the Ning Li points, though?
It always happens. We don't see JOC players actually playing that much of the desktop version for much of the split, and then they always come in and surprise, just like Sake did in the previous 2 world runs as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, if we've already had such exciting portals so far, then I can only imagine we're going to get a really great one to close out the day. Unless I just cast a curse it, which is also a possibility, but one way to find out, and that's to go over to our casters to close out this 6th and final game of the day. What do you guys think? Do you think we're going to get a high variance portal? If you had to choose, what would it be?
Well, Nekra, if you ask me, the answer is going to be very different. David knows this. He's already telling me I'm not allowed to talk, so I'll throw it over to Gangly.
I mean, I'm down. Maybe I'm boring, but I'm down for another Trainer Sentinels again. That's just me, though.
You're an emblem guy.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm with you.
Unlock them. I want every line open. I want the craziest stuff. Give me Trainer Sentinel and everybody gets Living Forge. That's what I want to see.
What about you, Hope?
I'm a crab rave guy. I've always been
there we go.
having fun.
วีนี้ครับวาเชียนดิโซฟม็อบดรโอเฮช
We have the lobby.
ไตเติล
So now
ครับ
lobby
โซโล
present,
กระสัง
two
บัฟ
of
เซล่า
the big four
แล้วก็
of NA,
ยูโซ
now
อะไรไม่
here
รู้
Bishop and Weishan, and two from Brazil. So actually we have
แต่น่าจะมันอยู่
Babsera
นะ
and
รอบนี้
El Soluca fighting out here against previous world champion title.
Well, I am unhappy to report there is no Crab Rave, there is no Trainer Sentinels. It's going to be Golden Gala, Gold Subscription, or Tactician's Crown. And it seems like there's a little bit of a chance for all three to work out.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the flip side of what we saw last time. This time everybody's sitting on that Golden Gala. They don't want anything too crazy. Gold Subscription does come in. Still nothing too high variance, but Babsera does get what he wants. And we're starting off this game with Eoso Lucas, one of the players that came in through the Americas. And, you know, when you take a look at his set on the whole, he was a player that generally struggled in the Tacticians Cups. He did not make it to the final day, but when it came to the Golden Spatula, he went on a tear. Absolute strong performance in a top 3 at the end of the day on day 3 of the Golden Spatula. And Lucas showing why he still got it after those global championship runs back in sets 5 and 6.
You know, I might be outing myself as old here, but my very first global championship that I worked on was Gizmos and Gadgets, and Lucas was in there. And obviously, you know, doing your research, you reach out to all of those players to try to get some information. And Lucas was actually one of the players that was so nice, so willing to share with me, you know, some insights on his playstyle, on his persona. It's just so hard to get at that point in time. So really, really lovely to see him here once again.
Yeah, and now we're looking at Babsera that is like the opposite, no? A long time in case of Eso Lucas, so much commitment, so much time invested in the game, and Babsera is like the young promise of Brazil, new style, highly tempo. So it's a great contrast to see, Gangly.
Well, especially when you see the runs, right? They're the kind of the polar opposites of Brazil in terms of the Tacticians Cups. Babsera, throughout the entirety of set 11, was the second in qualifier points, made it to final day in every single one of the Tacticians Cups, and unfortunately didn't have a great run at the regional finals of Golden Spatula, but he still made it here, and he has a chance once again to prove what makes him the greatest new generation of Brazil.
Am I imagining things, or Bishop is a little to the left every time?
Like just a little bit more.
Yeah, a little.
See, that's actually a secret message about how he approaches the game, because he does like to play comps that are maybe a little bit to the left, but we'll see if we get one of those as our first offense roll around. I'm seeing something straight out of the gate. Weijin picking up an Ink Shadow emblem, and as our analyst desk just told us, there are some modes of variants with which tattoos you get. We'll see what he has.
Yeah, we also have learning to spell font title, and he already has the Kog'Maw and he has the Choga, so I believe this will be the Kog'Maw reroll once again. This is the second time we've seen it so far, so great to see always.
I'm a little confused, and maybe this is actually just a knowledge check. Dr. O taking the Sage Crest. I feel like that's something you don't normally see on 2-1. Maybe is there some secret tech I'm missing out on here?
The only one I can figure out that normally use it well is Lilia Sage. We haven't seen it because normally when people are playing so much Kayn, you need the Annie, and when you play the Sage vertical, you don't need the Annie. So I think it works, but you need to have very good tempo with it.
So I was actually thinking of maybe playing a little bit more of a Sage variant of the Janna Lux reroll that we've been seeing. And we probably didn't see the shot, but Dr. O sure did, because right after that pickup, there was a Diana and a Zyra that suddenly appeared on that board. And I think in that context, maybe the Sage was just the best out of the worst that you had there.
Yeah.
We could see him even holding the Jannas on his bench right now alongside the Zyra. So yeah, maybe Dr. O just sees the opener and says, you know what, it gives me a Diana, it gives me direction, it lets me play this stage 2 that leads me toward the Lux Janna. So I could absolutely see that that's why he might have taken that.
It's the versatile of the emblem. It's an emblem that you can go one more. You don't need 2 to get to the threshold. So that flexibility, that utility that you get will actually be amazing. Mog, he's the other way around. So you have Bishop to the left, And Moji is totally to the right now. We can barely see him, so we only see one eye out of him. He's one of the jump promises. The 2-cost reroll, and he now has a reroll Aument with the shopping spree. And let's see if it's enough. He has the Ari. There's a world. Makes where you can...
Don't get me excited.
Okay, I'm only saying there is a world. It exists. There's a multiverse where Muji plays Ari 3.
There's a world. I don't think we're in it. To be honest with you, I don't think we're in that world right now. But you know what? We can be hopeful. Let's see. Who am I?
All right. With those first couple of games, we are going to build that streak, but that's not enough because first and foremost, we'll get an encounter here. It's just going to be Udyr who says 4 rerolls. This could be important for a Kog'Maw player.
I want to make the distinction here because you're right. If you're playing something like Kog'Maw, if you're playing something perhaps that wants to roll on stage 3, you're going to be able to use those right now instead of waiting, right? And be able to use the lower cost odds of level 4 to try and hit those units. On the other hand, and this is the great distinction between something like this encounter and the Caitlyn one that only allows you to use them this round, you also have players who are loss streaking that want to maintain that loss streak and want to wait until stage 3 to actually get the power spike so they can still utilize their loss streak, get the economic advantage, and then spike when desired on stage 3, maybe 3-1 or 3-2.
Yeah, not many upgrades actually with the role. I think many of them didn't use it. As you say, Tidal was obviously using. He didn't hit the Kog'Maw 2, unfortunately, so no power spike for him. And the rest, I think they're holding up.
Solo
We're seeing
เล่น
more
บอร์ด
comps
อะไรวันนี้เนี่ย
driven to level 8,
เล่น
the normal
หยิบ
fast
พาโน
8
ล่ามา
core,
นะครับ
a
ตอนนี้ตั้ง
reroll,
เป็น
but
มินิมอ
not
ส
maybe some Zoe, maybe the
ไซเตอร์ก็ตั้ง
2-cost
สไน
reroll
เปอ
that
ร์
are
มา
more prevalent and normal, so that Udyr will give
ไม่ได้
the
มีอะไร
power
มากตอนนี้
maybe later for the most players.
Yeah, and checking in with our Ink Shadow player. Of course, we did get words from the admins on the tattoos. First one is going to be Force and then Toxin as second one. So a little bit of a different setup, but in my head, maybe we're trying to go for something like Teemo Trick Shot if we have the money.
I think generally speaking, when you have like the Ink Shadow emblem, a lot of people tend to lean into the Senna, right? And like the Senna reroll, or you can play around the Kai'Sa at level 8 using the Teemo to kind of bridge the gap there. The question I have, Hoope, is like you have this tattoo of Force, right? This isn't something you can really utilize on like the Senna, for instance. Does this make you feel like you need to go more vertical, like what Makes is saying, and try and get to level 8 to utilize this and maybe get the tattoo of Toxin as well on 5 Ink Shadow?
Yeah, totally. It makes sense. Other possibility that is less seen if you get maybe like an Aatrox 2 or Aatrox 3-star early like we saw before is also a possibility, but I'm totally with you. You want to give it tempo. Even Sylas could be a good holder on level 8, or you could go easily with Udyr.
I mean, he has the emblem, right? So to me, that kind of signals, okay, we're going down that route, all aboard the Ink Shadow bus, and who am I to say no to more tattoos, personally speaking? So I'm with Weijin from everything it looks like, but we are approaching Krugs. We're looking at the win and loss streaks, and a couple of players who would like to claim that right now at the top and at the bottom, currently going up against each other. Moji and Dish Soap here. Will be Dish Soap who claims it. On the back of an Ahri, we're holding another Ahri. This is what gets me excited.
This dream is not coming to life. I'm telling you right now. But you know what? I love the hopefulness as we're looking into 2-6. The most important thing to look right now: Weijin Iverson and Dish Soap on a 4 streak on the bottom title, and Neoso Lucas on a 4 loss streak. Moji does find an Ashen Shop. I don't think we're gonna expect to see that, right? But
I mean, he's not going to play it, but that is a 4 cost that is showing up here. And that allows me to kind of quickly talk about our Exalteds, because we do have a sniper unit in there. However, that's the only thing that might point towards Ashe. Looking at Sivir, looking at Lux, maybe explains why we've been seeing this Sage pick up by Dr. O as well. We're having the Lux in here, we're having a Tahm Kench or a Sivir, which both can easily fit, and then the Morgana. So maybe the idea to play the Sage around those Exalteds, perhaps?
Yeah, that could be an option. And but as we say, there's more than one possibility there. So I think he's still waiting to see what the game gives him, to see if there's a reroll, there's a fast 8 to be considered. And finally, Weijin going for them. It's actually very tough to play this emblem. Ink Shadow is a great emblem, but you have to get to that level 9. You have to roll like infinite gold at 8. And I think he knows how to play. He's laughing there. So
finding the Senna 2 and the Aatrox 2 on 2-7 definitely helps you get to level 8. So I think Wei-Shen's happy about that. Probably not happy about his streak being
ตอน
broken.
นี้
And
เป็น
we
เฟด
remiss
เหรอ
to not mention
มีโชจิน
Disrupt
ด้วย
does
นะ
maintain that 5 streak.
แล้ว
And
ก็
on the
มี
bottom,
เซตออฟ
both
แพน
Tidal
ครับ
and
ก็ทำ
Lucas
ทีจี
both
เลย
maintain the 5 loss streak, so not fighting each other.
TFT แล้ว
Both
สอง
them very
อัน
happy
เซตออฟ
and
แพนให้
above
มาอันหนึ่ง
70 HP. So
ได้หมัดมาเฮ้ย
all things considered, I think they're both very happy in their position.
Well, with
นี่ไม่ได้หมัด
Tidal
อีก
being on that Kog'Maw line, we do
หมัด
need
ปะเนี่ย
to check in and
ไม่
see
ใช่
how
ไม่ใช่
that potential roll down
ถ้าหมัดอีก
is
อันหนึ่งก็คือ
going
TG
to
อันที่
go.
สาม
You're
มา
looking
แน่
at it right now, makes 50.
ส่วนไต
Does
เตอ
he
ร์ก็
go
ตอนนี้
for
ตั้ง
it?
เป็น
The answer seems to be yes.
โห
We're finding
ฮอกมอริโล
duplicates
ว่ะ
right out
ไต
of the
เตอร์
gate.
ว่ะ
6 copies of
ฮอกมอ
Kog'Maw,
ริโลจาก
6
ไตเตอร์ครับ
copies of Cho'Gath, Nico being
โลครับ
upgraded as well. A big
โลครับ
kicker with this
โลครับ
comp is how
โล
far
ไหน
are
ฮ
you
อกมอวะ
willing to go
โลไว้
to
เหลือที่
maybe
30
find
บาท
those
หรือเปล่า
upgrades, and
หรือไปต่อ
anything
30 บาทพอ
below
ครับ
30 is not where you
เอ่
want.
อโชว์แกต3 ตัว คอกมอ3 ตัวครับ
If
ที่
you're
ขาดอยู่
very
ตอนนี้
close, you can go down to 20. That's not the case. It's actually 3 apart.
แล้วคือมี learning to spell ไงถ้าคอกมอเตรียมตัวแรงๆได้เลยนะครับ ถ้าฮิต วงเล็บ วงเล็บด้วย ถ้าฮิต ถ้าไม่ฮิตก็หนักนะครับ
tended to struggle catching up with the tempo of the lobby. You spend a lot of money trying to find this Kog'Maw early, and if it doesn't come in a handful of rolls towards the earlier
ถ้าไม่
side
ฮิ
of
ตก็หนัก
stage
หน่อยอ่ะ
3, you tend to have trouble coming back when everybody else is spiking their boards, because without perhaps maybe the +1 mythic or the strong power spikes coming through, it doesn't seem to outcap. It's not really a win outcome, but he has learning to spell, and I think that's something that could enable him to actually find some sort of comeback after he hits.
Well, another potential help could be
คือถ้าโล
Augments
ฮิต
as
มัน
they're
เก่ง
coming
แน่นอน
around the
เว้ย
title
บอก
right
ไตเตอ
out
ร์
of the gate.
อุ้ย
Picks
แล้ว
up
ไตเตอร์
missing
หยิบมา
connection.
เป็นไอ้นี่
That's
ว่ะ
going to give you some of that gold back and
หยิบ
also
ไปตัว
some
1
extra
บาทอะแจก
copies
ตัว
of
1 บาทอะ
perfect
หวัง
pickup
ฮิต
there.
ว่ะหวังฮิต
Of course, I
หวังฮิต
expect
ครับ
that we know which orb is where, and we'll let them there
แล้วเก็บ1 บาท
before
เรื่อยๆครับ
we actually hit those
มา
final
ไหมสัก
minutes.
ตัว
He's
ไหม
going one by one. He doesn't have space to
เฮ้ย
sell
เคทลิน
anything.
ฮิตแล้วครับ
So he has to go one by one. He gets the Caitlyn
โชว์แกต
Green.
มาครับอีก
That's
1
a
ตัว
high because you don't need items here. Only
ฮอก
the
มอ
area.
ฮิตแล้ว โอ้ชิต
There's the cost.
โอ้โชว์แกตขาด 1 ตัว
About the cadence of finding this Kog'Maw before
เชี่ย
3-2 is a great
มาแล้ว
time to find this board. Having the
ออ
upgraded
โต้ท็อปโฟ
backline
ป่ะแบบนี้ออโต้ท็อป
means
โฟ แล้ว
that
ป่ะ
later on in the game, you know, you find a Thieves Gloves, you
โช
find
ว์แก
a
ตขาด
Shojin,
1 มาไฟ
something
ขาด
like this on
2
this
อ่ะ
Caitlyn, it's not
เชี่ยเอาจัด
insignificant. I've
ไต
seen
เตอร์เอาจัด
Caitlyn 3 do a lot of
ดื่ม
work
น้ำอีก 1
later
อึก
on
ครับ
in the game.
ไตเตอร์
It's just a question of how long it
บอก
takes
ว่า
him
เจอ
to
กูแน่
upgrade that front line.
Now we saw Lucas
แต่เธอบอกว่ามึงเจอกูแน่
going for
Learning
the
to
loop
spell
streak
Kog'Maw
on
อะ
the early going with an augment that will give him a lot
Learning to
of,
spell Kog'Maw มีบูบัฟมี
strength,
นา
a lot
ช
of
อ
additional power, and then it will
เชี่ย
transform
แรงจี๋
into
อะ
health in the late. And now
ฟาร์ม
we
ตั้งแต่
see
ต้น
Rafa
เก
here,
ม
the
อะ
Kog'Maw going
เนี่ย
up against this show.
And this
ฟาร์ม
is
ตั้งแต่ต้น
important
เกม
because
เว้ย
this was
นี่
the Boogeyman. 6 wins, 100
แล้ว
HP.
ฟาร์มเรื่อยๆ
Tidal
เว้ย
with that upgrade, like you guys are saying, now having so much power,
โชว์แกตมาเมื่อไหร่คือรู้เรื่องนะ
stops Disrupt from scaling even further with that big of a win streak, and also solidifies
แล้วมี
his
กาก
placement
อย
a
ให้
little
โชว์
bit
แกต
better.
แล้วครับ
Think
แล้ว
that
โล
there's a
ครับ
rope.
ขอโล
Okay, yeah, he
เอ้ย
does.
เรา
I was
ฮิต
gonna say,
แล้ว
when it
ครับ
continues
ผ
to
ม
roll, right? You snap your loss,
เอาละ
you have to
ไตเตอร์บอกว่า
continue
เจอกรู
to win. He was able to beat Disrupt, who was first in
ช็อตนี้
health,
ถ้าไต
but it
เตอร์
doesn't
เป็น
mean
คน
that
ไทย
Disrupt
ก็
is
จะ
the
พูดว่า
strongest
เจ
in
อ
the
กรู
lobby. Tidal in the end decides, yeah, you know what, I'm not guaranteed to win, and I need to make sure I can win my matchups. Rolls for that Cho'Gath 3, really strong hit, and I think Tidal's in a good spot.
บอร์ดโคตรสตรองแล้วไตเตอร์
see
น่ะ
what else Luke is
คือ
going
ถ้า
for. A lot
ถ้า
of
บอร์ด
good
อย่างเงี้ยนะ
streaks,
ถ้า
he
บอร์ด
wants
คน
to
อื่นใน
game.
ห้องไม่ได้
I
เวอร์
thought he
จัด
was
ๆแบบ
going
ไม่ได้ฮิตอะไร
fully
เวอร์ๆ
for
อะ
a moment, but
ไตเตอร์
with
จะ
his
สบาย
scaling
ไปถึงส
items
เตจ
in the
5 เลย
making,
เว้ย
he already has also the
จะ
Kindred.
เก็บตังค์ยาวๆ ถึง
He
สเต
will
จ
need
5
to
แล้วไป
look
ขึ้น
for
เล
the
เวล
burn
9 ได้
from
เลย
the
อะ
Morello in the Kindred, and he's very close. He's actually going for
มัน
a
จะลำบากหน่อย
big
ถ้าคนในห้อง
item
มัน
at
เวอร์
third.
เหมือนกัน แต่ว่า
I'm very concerned
จากการที่
because
เป็น
he
อาร์ เมน
doesn't
ซิล
have
เว
a
อ
lot
ร์
of
1 อัน
health,
เนี่ยผมว่า
and he will need
คือมันเป็น
to
อาร์ เมน
and
โกบวก
maybe
ซิล
this
เวอ
is
ร์
a
เพราะงั้นใน
4-1.
ห้อง
I
ไม่
don't
น่า
think
เวอ
he
ร์
has
เท่าไหร่นะ
time to try to go for
ไต
the
เตอร์
4-2,
น่าจะสบายๆไปถึงส
and
เต
this
จ
is not
5
where
เลย
we
ครับ
want to go. 45
แล้วก็ไปวัดที่
round
เว่ย
3-3 is
ต่อ
very tough.
อะไรพวกนี้ละ
So
ไปเติม
how
ไป
much
เติม
of
มิติกให้
that
ได้
do you think
ไปเติม
is
เว่ยเติม
with
นอ
the
ติลุสเติม
scoreboard
ลิเลียอะไรก็ว่าไป
tracker in mind? 'Cause he does get a little
แล้ว
bit
น่า
of
จะเล่น
extra
ชิวๆ
from
แล้วไต
being
เตอ
at
ร์
the
ตอน
lower
นี้
end there. Of course, I don't think you want your
เลือด
losses to be
73 ด้ ด้วยนะครับก็ได้นอติลุสตัวนี้หรือเปล่าแค่นั้นไม่ได้นะครับไตเติ้ลไปเอาอะไรครับไตเติ้ลไปเอาล็อตครับผมเพราะว่ามีล็อตอยู่1 อันน่าจะทำลาบาดอนแล้วแหละแบบนี้
he will not be able to be in the top 4 and get the health when he starts winning. So you want to really like measure and maybe 30 could be a good spot where you want your XP to be. So when you win, you pop off and you get to the top 4.
That's right. You want to maintain your spot in the bottom 4 as long as possible, even after you start winning. And that's it's an important measure of playing the scoreboard scrapper. I want to call out Zologasong. I mean, this is a player makes. Listen, I could talk about it. I feel like it's a little more fitting for you, but his first time on the global stage, a player that I think many expected to be here right now, and it's beautiful that we got to see one of the original veterans, one of the original greats of EMEA finally make it to the world stage.
It absolutely is. It's been a long time coming. I think I will say for all of the German Zolo fans, this is a player that has a competitive history in League of Legends. I've known him for forever. You know, the German streamer scene is not that big as you might think. And he's just absolutely genuinely such a nice person, always updates a tier list for everyone to use, is one of the first people to share all of the information he finds freely for the most part. Of course, there's a little bit of tech. And within EU West, he usually sits in those top 10, top 15 EU West ladder sports, not only with one account, but with 2 at any given moment. That's a feat that is pretty hard to match.
I have a question for you, Make. Solo Hesan, that sounds German.
It is German.
What does it mean?
So it's actually a play on his name. His name is Sang, and Solo Gesang is a German word for singing alone.
Okay.
Of course, you know, Germans have words for everything. So he is a jokester. He really likes kind of plays on words. And for the longest time, he would stream with a joke in his stream title, like really like silly jokes along the lines of, oh, what do you call a group of wolves? Oh, Wolfgang. Like that kind of level.
I see.
So that's where Solo Gesang is coming from.
All right, now we're on board with Disho, who's still sitting in a pretty healthy spot, second in health, 94 HP. He's in a good spot. I mean, he's got a lot of AP items slammed. And currently, I mean, looking towards probably playing... I actually don't know. Do you think this is a Fated board that he's angling towards? It's probably just going to be like a default Lilia.
Yeah, normally it's Lilia. Disho, he pivot from Fated. He actually plays it so much, but he normally wants the angle when Exalted is on. I think he could stay on Fated, but it will depend on that. Now with the Illaoi 2, I think Lilia is the best possibility for him, and the items will make a lot more sense.
เป็นบอร์ดอะไรอ่ะยังไม่รู้นะครับแต่ว่าไวเชียนตอนนี้ก็จะเป็นยิง Shadow ครับผม
a little bit, especially those that are still with open components here.
Weijun Iverson sitting at 4 Ink Shadow right now, right? So he does have the emblem, but at this point in the game right now, he has no value from it. So you can see on the 3 loss streak has a decent amount of gold, but with those 3 losses, did break him down a little bit to 67 HP, and if he can't turn it around, we might actually see him start to bleed out a little bit more. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him send it pretty hard on 4-2. Wow, holy cow.
Yeah.
Big roll down coming from Aoso Lucas, who's actually opting to play this Reaper Exalted board with Velios in the background.
เป็น4 Reaper นะครับมี3 Exalt ห้อยไว้ด้วยนะ
This is one of those times, Hupe, we've talked a lot about players trying to recognize when Exalted is worth it. To me, this feels like a very random set of Exalted, but Lucas maybe believes that this is the cheapest but strongest board presented to him.
Yeah, and it looks like it, and it's good that he recognized it. And even though I think he wants to roll, he wants to like go for a win streak here if he can, trying to get now for the total life, the total HP as a possibility. And still the Kane one, no pairs of Cain, so that's very tough from him. And now in the other place, we see the way with the possibility for Solo Hesan. He's trying to duplicate his Lee Sin at least for a while, and then trying to look for the cap up.
Yeah, if he can duplicate that Lee Sin, it will be a free Lee 2, has another copy on bench. But for now, we are going to be heading into our gold augments. And specifically for players like Zolo, like Lucas, like Bubzera even, who are at the lower end of the standings, these are so important. Lucas finding a Reaper crest here could flash out that Exalted board also even more.
And not today. Actually, you look at Lucas's board, I feel like he actually might go into the not today unless he wants to try to take the Keepers, the Reapers and play around the Exalted. No, at the end of the day, decides not today, gives him the highest board strength right now. And even he does maintain this Exalted board even after the roll down again.
Yeah, if not, maybe you have to take away the Kindred. Kindred already has items, so as you said, the perfect spot for him. Dr. O now going for the Lilia. That's his decision. He finds Silas too, and that will be very important. The Sage comp. This is a comp that...
Dr. O ก็เป็น Lilia Sage
Yeah, well, exactly. It's not a comp that we've seen so far. It's like a mix, like a mesh, and I hope it worked for him in terms of HP, his middle pack. So maybe he's everything to turn mates.
เคนมันมาหมุนแล้วหมุนใส่ลิเลียลิเลียตายตายหมดไอ้คอมลิเลียเนี่ยยังไงก็เจอพวกนี้ไม่ต้องสู้ยากสู้ยากมากๆคอมลิเลีย
But I do think there's a chance that the Sage board does well. We've been seeing kind of the odd one out that can perform, but there are a lot of upgrades that still need to be realized, like that Lilia, for example, to get the power out.
Yeah, one of the reasons why this comp is not being performed is that you don't have a real tank in the comp. You have like a small significant tanks, and Silas will be the one that has to take that role, and he cannot because he's normally also a carry, so he doesn't have the additional defense that you will need. So as you were saying, the Kane comp has access, has the wrap, has the abrazo, the hug, and in the end you always be penalized and you get your backline destroyed.
Wajan Iverson playing a pretty interesting board right now. Of course, if you just look on the left-hand side, playing the 5 Ink Shadow, he's able to get that online. Nothing too shocking. But then when you look at his items right now, it is pretty interesting to see. He was on that 2 or 3 loss streak at the end of stage 3, and now he's itemizing the Senna freely because he has the golden remover. Which means he can commit items to the lesser cost but upgraded backline unit, get strong now, and then
สุดท้ายเวเชียนไปถอดของได้ครับเวเชียนมีถอดของทองอยู่นะสุดท้ายแล้วก็คือแบบไปใส่แบบให้ใครสะให้แอดได้แบ่งไอไปได้อยู่ดีนะให้ซาย่าได้
Even playing that Ashe right now just for power because she scales that way well with that Rage Blade, but I'm sorry to report that while this encounter is going on, we need to kind of take a look at our player totals because Lucas is on 15 HP, one more heavy loss, and that might be all she wrote.
Yeah, we need to remember he's been scrapping all game to try to get it, and now the emblem goes to the other side.
Zolo finding the Irelia. He's on 6 duelist already, was looking for exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a world he can maybe, I don't know what his open components are. Let's see. No, he can't make the Heavenly Emblem quite yet, but now that opens up the opportunity for him to maybe play 8 Duelist and have the Heavenly Emblem, and that's certainly a way to cap out. It's important to note, though, 33 HP means it's going to be more difficult for him to get to level 9 because he cannot afford to sacrifice as much HP.
Yeah, he actually has it. He has the clock, so there's the Heavenly Emblem for him.
Pandora's items.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, it's actually the change.
Yeah.
So he got he got everything. As Meg said, he got everything. That's why he was laughing. We saw the happiness on his face. Now he gets onto send mode again. And now positioning will be ideal. Do we put the Irelia in the front and try to get some like safety in the keepers, or you go to the backline and try to ensure to protect her?
Well, what you're definitely going to try is to hang in this tournament before Raptors roll around. Zolokazang on 32, Lucas on 15. Both of these players are fighting to stay in there. We're going to be taking a look at Dr. O and Moji right now. Moji looked really strong a couple of rounds ago, but ever since it has been losing a little bit. Dr. O on the other side, the Sage board, still not strong enough.
No, we talked about how the Sage can make your board extremely strong at the highest peak, but until then, you tend to plateau a little bit. The Sage buff on a bunch of 1-star units is not going to be enough value to win you those rounds, and we see it. 3 loss streak down to 33 HP. To be honest, it's very nice that Dr. O was able to preserve the HP in the beginning, because had he not, he'd be in a very tough spot right now.
Yeah, and the spot of this show is actually very interesting. It's also suspicious. When we see it, it's different. He's actually playing tempo, whatever the game gave him, and when we see the XP, it's actually impressive, because 55 feet is third on it, but his comp still doesn't have an identity, but he's playing strong sport. So it's very late into the 4th round, and having saved so much SP gives him the possibility to roll down again at 5.
All right, we're back on board with Lucas right now, who's still on this Kane 1, and I think that's been the downfall for him for quite a while, but thankfully he's up against a board that he can beat. I think that Lucas at this point in time, though, you have to look at the gap between 8th and 7th place, right? 15 HP, maybe after this round that does come down a little bit, but Lucas needs to stabilize not only hard enough to stabilize through stage 4, I do not think just a Kane 2 is going to be enough to get him through stage 5. He's going to have to figure some way to cap his board. It could actually be maybe even through this angle of the Kindred 3, because he was holding a handful more on his bench.
We're going to be seeing whether or not the Raptors, are maybe gracious enough to turn the shot bots into something better for at least getting that Kane online. But we will be hopping over to, I would say, one of NA's favorites. Dish Soap right now has been cooking a little bit, I will say, with the Mythics right now.
Yeah, Dish Soap, you look at his set 11 on the whole, best performing AVP across all of the Americas. He is hailed as one of the big four, one of the greatest minds in North America. His edge on the field time and time again is the most prepared player in TFT. You can see him rolling. Listen, he missed a lot, never found the Lilia, finds one now, and despite that was able to build a board that preserves a decent amount of HP, and now he finds the Annie 2, the Lilia 1. The question is, do you play 5 Mythic, drop this Alloon 2? Just for the sake of the traits, or do you think that you're actually getting more power from the Alloon itself? There's a lot of questions you have to answer, and I think Dish Soap's in a very pivotal point in the game.
And Moji now finding finally the Soy 3 going for Ghostly, so now his power, his peak of strengths. Actually, the item I don't like, obviously, it got messed up a little. He tries to chain the Illaoi. Illaoi has the 3 items, but Shen is the one who's 3-star. So maybe trying to go for the Illaoi 2 to make the chains, and now this fight is very important against Dish Soap.
It is, but both of these players are going to hang in there for sure. However, with that much gold spent on the side of Moji, you would really like to win this one. And it's seeming to be very, very rough as the Illaoi is trying to
There's
get
no single target damage.
Board. Can't he do it? The answer is no.
Take a look at Dish Soap's board too. We were talking about it before. Was trying to figure out, do I play the Alloon 2? Do I play the Lilia? Says, you know what? I think Alloon 2 is stronger right now. Clearly just enough because he barely won that round, and says, I'm going to use this way to paint my Lilia until I can find another copy. Really heads up play from Dish Soap and figuring out his board strength.
ต้องยอมขายคินเด็ดนะ
right now just saw the Illaoi, like you said, Hoopa being sold off to itemize that Shen 3 big unit. Same for Lucas, is still winning, but with that Kane 2, so much safer now potentially.
Yeah, let's see. Now we're going again with Moji. No, let's take with Batsera now. Batsera also with the Kane 2. He has the additional Jone doing the damage there, and the front line is very good also with the Illaoi and now with the Ornn. And the fight would be against Solo Hesan. He has the cut healing with the Irelia, so the Morello is active, but he's in the back lane. But it wasn't enough, so one falls, the Kane trying to hit. Kane is down, but John is like cleaning up in the end. So I think he will take it for Batsera. Solo Hesan is not happy. I think he still have at least 2 life, but it's actually very close. So Batsera going up for it again. The 2 Brazilians in trouble. Yep. Both with low speed, but both are at least are winning.
Babzera going into the Golden Spatula was leaning heavily on the Reaper composition. And in fact, it's important to know it didn't find him great success there. He was one of the Brazilians that did not lean heavily into AP. However, it seems he's holding on to the same strategy. And right now, I mean, he may be low on the HP, but his board is extremely powerful. And I actually think he has a decent chance to bring it back from here.
Well, I think a big issue with that is if you're looking at currently 7 and 8, Babsera and Lucas, they're on the same comp. Yep. Both of the Brazilian players deciding to go down the route of Reapers, and we know how that works out. The answer is not very good. Oh. On the other end, though, we're having 3 players look for that Lilia, try to play around her, and one of them is coming around here. Dr. O takes him out. Lucas, unfortunately, going to be defeated here.
Yeah, and normally it's a good face-off, but he has everything upgraded. Way 2, Lilia 2, Morgana 2, a lot of damage that got concentrated to that Kane. So also Lucas confirmed now with the 8th place for Brazil, and in the face-off, Weishan also low in HP.
Support items coming through with every item on the carousel. The question is, which of these are going to fit perfectly into another comp? Which of these are just going to be generic? How many of these are actually going to enable people from a bot 4 into a top 4?
If you're looking at the lower third, I was just saying that Lilia is 3-way contested, and 2 of the players have found her already. We have Dish Soap on Lilia 2, and we have Dr. O on Lilia 2. We saw that board just now. The other player is Tidal, who was doing so well early on, but now looking at those Lilia and might be saying, yep, she's not here anymore.
I think if you're Tidal right now, though, and you're sitting at the top of the leaderboard, you got the Cho'Gath 3, you got the Kog'Maw 3. I think Lilia's a little bit of an afterthought, to be honest. And actually, you know what? I wanted to call out, we saw the 3 item on Caitlyn as well. And this is one of those conditions when you're playing around the Kog'Maw reroll that allows you to kind of cap out a above just that top 4.
Now we're seeing the forbidden comp. This is your comp, Gangly. This is the Ashe Ink Shadow. It's different from what we've seen so far. Normally we see the Ashe maybe with the Ghostly or with a thing. He got the Ashe too. He got good items for it. And he's improving and getting the Ink Shadow. So very creative, this line for Wei Shen. And let's see if it works for him. So far, decent, but he comes again against Dr. O that has a totally capped board.
Yeah, the question is decent going to be good enough in this lobby? And as I say that, the entire backline just absolutely explodes there. There was a chance, there was a hope, but unfortunately, there was nothing behind it. Wei Shen getting knocked out here. A true fan favorite, I will say, unfortunately, in 7th place, but it is getting closer and closer. A lot of these players are on the chopping block.
Wow, look at that. America's on the bottom, 8-7, and Dish Soap currently on his last legs, trying to decide if he can sack one more round, try and go 9 and find the cap for this Lilia board, or if he needs to roll down right now. Looks like he's already committed. He's not going to roll. He's not going to try and cap out anything else on level 8. He has to wait one more round.
And now Irelia 2 on the bench here for Solo Hesan. He gets it.
Irelia 2 ครับ
making
จะคัมแบ็กหรือเปล่า
and now
โซ
this
โล่
battle will be so important both for
ทำไม
him
คัมแบ็ก
and
ก็ตายแล้ว
Dishop
ล่ะ
and Moji
นะครับ
with only
เลือด
one
หมดละ
life.
เหลือ 7 นะครับ
Yeah,
ดิโซบ
last
เหลือ
second making that Aurelia trying to not tell the competition that you have a shiny in your shop. Goes up against Babzera. Left-hand side, we have Dish Soap and Moji, and somebody is for sure getting knocked out here. Looks like Dish Soap has the strength and power to deal with that Zoe 3. In comes the damage, one more ult, and that is it. Moji is going to take a big hit.
Wow.
Right-hand side still fighting, but it's looking pretty close.
Yeah, he's gone. Moji is gone, and now on the right side, let's see Babzera goes down against Solo Hesan, so no elimination here, so only Moji in this case gets eliminated. So we have the person from APAC, now Dish, Solo Hesan, Babzera, Dr. O, and Tidal up for the win, and 3 of them again in the danger zone.
So Logasong, I think, piloting this comp very well, right? We saw early on that he was leaning toward this direction. The fact that he was able to find the spatula and the Arella on the carousel, I think, you know, a part of it, of course, is finding the high roll on the carousel, but Zolo giving himself the resources to last long enough, right? We even saw him opt into the dynamic duo for his 3rd augment. He's a player that recognized the win condition had to come from some form of high roll. Recognizing that, playing into that variance, then I think he's rewarded from it, right? And is now presenting himself an opportunity to use this keeper slam from the 2nd augment and maybe even push himself into a top 3, top 4 finish.
A lot of decisions that are being made right now across our remaining 5 players as the last end rolls, the last shot rolls come in. You can see that basically 3 players are entirely broke. Then we have Babzera, who's sitting on 35 gold, if I'm not mistaken, and Tidal up there on 70. The one player that's just smiling down saying, yeah, I'll maybe start rolling if I lose a little bit more. But for now, I'm good. You guys do that.
Dish Soap and Zolo up against each other. It's going to be a question of whether Dish Soap's front line will fall or if it can hold. It's looking really good for Dish Soap right now. He still has the Annie. The Lilia is free firing. Zolo will take a big hit, and that will certainly be death for the German player. The question is, will anyone else fall, or will Zolo find himself in a 5th place?
เราแบปเซล่าไปแล้วครับ
Babzera force again against the Kog'Maw, so
ท็อป4แล้วครับ
maintaining the leadership, and now Dr. O with the 6.
ดิโซบได้เวย2ครับอันนี้พลิกเกมหรือเปล่าเกมพลิกหรือเปล่าเวย2ตรงนี้เนี่ยดูไตเตอร์เป็นไง ฮิตคอกมอฮิตโชแกตตอน3-2 นะวะพอฮิตมาแล้วเป็นยังไงสเตท6เลือด35เวล10ก็คือยาวๆแค่นั้นก็คืออยู่มันยาวๆอ่ะแค่โชแกตไม่แต่มาไฟไม่ฮิตเราขาดตัว
everything here a little bit more to the True Roots, has that way to really add extra damage in, and is going to go up against Dr. O now.
Dr. O from the very beginning played this line that did not give him the strength on stage 2 and instead saying, I can find a way to get to the end game, and if I get there, this emblem will enable me to find a top 4. But you got to call out the allowing
เล่นรีโล1 บาทแต่ขึ้น10ได้มันสบายไงเพราะว่าคือรีโล1 บาทอ่ะมันเป็นคอมแบบคือต้องบอกว่าคอมไฮเปอร์โลอ่ะมันเป็นคอมที่ถ้าเกิดคุณฮิตไวอ่ะคุณก็เล่นง่ายคือเหมือนต้นเกมคุณออโต้ไพลอตได้เลยนึกออกปะถ้าคุณฮิตไวนะต้นเกมคุณก็เล่นแบบออโต้ไพลอตเลยเพราะว่าบอร์ดคุณแข็งกว่าคนอื่นแน่นอน1 บาท3 ดาว2 ตัวเงี้ยมันเก่งกว่าคนที่แบบมีบอร์ด3 บาท2 ดาวอะไรอย่างนี้อยู่แล้วแล้วคุณก็เก็บเงินยาวๆแล้วคือด้วยบอร์ดคอกมอมันแคปบอร์ดเพิ่มด้วยการเติมมิติกเพิ่มไปเรื่อยๆบอร์ดมันก็เก่งขึ้นเรื่อยๆมันเก่งขึ้นทุกช่วงอ่ะนึกออกไหมช่วงแรกเล่น3 มิติกใช่ป่ะมีคอกมอโชแกตแล้วก็นิโกะแล้วพอคุณอัพเลเวลไปคุณก็ไปเล่น5 มิติคุณอัพเลเวลต่อคุณก็ไปเล่น7 มิติต่อมันทำให้บอร์ดเก่งขึ้นเรื่อยๆได้มันเลยเป็นไฮเปอร์โลที่แบบเก่ง
Dishsoap seems to be winning this one.
Yeah, looks pretty good. The Caitlyn did try to
snipe
that play out, but didn't deal
ไม่ได้ดิโซฟไหวเหรอเมื่อกี้ดิโซฟไหวไตเติ้ลเหรอ
falls in 3rd place, and Tidal and Dishsoap go heads up for the final rounds.
Yeah, now positioning will be very important. We need to remember the Komago is gaining a range. So he wants to be in the side of the carry. Dishsoap knows this. So maybe he will play for middle if he doesn't want that much variance. Or ideally, you want to be on the opposite side.
And it's not by accident that Tidal has won a global championship before. This is a player that knows exactly how to put a lobby in check. 7 players could not stop him, and he decides to show that off one more time, hailing from APAC, the protagonist, as they call him. Can he do it again?
He's a player that nearly did not even make it to the golden spatula, got in due to a dropout, and he said, if you give me an inch, I'm going to take a mile. Finds himself playing a line right now that many players are not finding valuable. Heads up against Dishsoap, and again, the question is, which front line's going to fall first? We're seeing the Caitlyn ult come through, the Annie and the Nautilus still alive on the side of Dishsoap. This Cho'Gath's starting to fall, but the Nautilus falls as well. The Azir comes in, the back line of Dishsoap moving into the back line of Tidal, and it looks like it's going to be enough.
ไม่ไหวดิโซฟดิเวล10อ่ะดิโซบอกกูขอเวล9พอ
one more round. Dishsoap and Tidal each placed with a puzzle before them. Who's going to figure it out and find a way to optimize it? Azir too much doesn't be enough to seal it though.
Tidal on the other side, trying to play around this level 10, trying to put anything in. At this point, you do not need to put anything on the way duplicator. That one's not going to give you anything.
I think he will leave the Kog'Maw alone and move everything to arrest because the crowd control from the Nautilus is actually what is making the difference. No, he decides to put 2 on the left and 3 on the right.
And it's going to be so important whether or not that Caitlyn ult can maybe find that backline. If the positioning is good, she'll just snipe right through it cupcake style. We'll see if that's in the cards. Nautilus eating the first one, and that is it.
Falls.
Absolutely annihilated anything Tidal had put up here, and North America's Dishsoap claiming this lobby.
America's Dishsoap doing it. We're together on this one. We're integrating.
That's right, Dishsoap. There's a reason that people put him in the Big Four. There's a reason that many people consider him among the greatest, right? He is having a second best career finish this set ever. Fantastic performance, 3.7 AVP across the entirety of set 11. Many North Americans and Americans considering Dishsoap the favorite from our region to make a deep run, and we're seeing it here before our eyes.
Absolutely. Well, we're seeing more things before our eyes, but we're going to be going into a quick break, and then our analyst desk is going to be back to tell you all about how this stage played out. Stay tuned here at the Tactician's Crown.
Wow!
เฮ้ยน้อง โอเคครับผมก็วันนี้จะจบแล้วนะครับสำหรับ Day 1 พรุ่งนี้มาต่อ Day 2 นะ พรุ่งนี้เราก็จะเห็นแล้วว่า8 คนที่จะเข้ารอบเป็นใครนะครับ ก็ผมเชียร์ดิสโซฟอะดิสโซฟไตเติลแบบ2 คนที่ผมเชียร์นะครับก็รอดูต่อพรุ่งนี้เนาะมันจบแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอวะมันรออะไรวะน่าจะรอสรุปคะแนนอะไรอย่างงี้มั้งไอ้นี่แหละ point carry over top 8 advance แต่ว่าผมว่าสำคัญสุดมันคือวันสุดท้ายเว้ยวันสุดท้ายเนี่ยจะเป็นวันที่เปิดตัวเซตใหม่นะครับเพราะงั้นวันอาทิตย์เนี่ยเราต้องมารอดูกันว่าเซตใหม่จะเป็นยังไงวันอาทิตย์นี่คือแบบไฮไลท์เลยไฮไลท์สุดละจริงๆอ่ะเพราะผมว่าดูแข่งเซตนี้ให้ความรู้สึกเฉยๆนะไม่ได้รู้สึกแบบตื่นเต้นเท่าไหร่แต่ผมว่าไฮไลท์มันคือการที่เราจะได้เห็นเซตใหม่ในวันอาทิตย์นี้นะครับโอเควันนี้ผมไปแล้วครับทุกคนขอบคุณทุกคนที่มารับชมมากๆนะครับเจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้ครับพรุ่งนี้ก็เวลาเดิม 6 โมงเย็นนะครับ6 โมงเย็นมาดูต่อไปละบ๊ายบายฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์ครับทุกคน